can help you? And he's like, oh, we got a report of like an unusually high gas bill, and we're coming to check it out. And I was like, I think you might have a leak.
Hello, and
all right.
welcome to the Wileyverse. I'm trying to be all... Shut up! Oh my god! So, welcome to the Wileyverse Spinel Road campaign, the most boring campaign on the internet.
Yay.
Where we follow a security guard, an accountant, and a notary as they navigate the deadly and dark world of freight transit.
You put it like that.
And I love it!
I love it!
God, we didn't do shit last time either, did we?
Ran around, partied up. Yeah, you did visit the new office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a little...
Spent way too much time
Trying to figure out, like, let's protect this caravan. I'm like, no, that's gonna happen.
Had a very exciting business lunch. And...
Yeah. It's true. All right.
And that's the recap.
Welcome to the Wileyverse, where we play Dungeons & Dragons in the 5th edition, specifically the city of Baldur's Gate in this campaign. This is the Spinel Road. The Spinel Road is a merchant company from and the lands of intrigue. Down at the end, we've got Galen playing Vidic Khan. Vidic Khan is a caravan guard and tactician, and the current security for the offices in Baldur's Gate. Their bodyguard, protector, and general badass. Next to him is Robert playing Needle.
Hello!
The goblin accountant and wizard.
Just keeping the numbers in line, you know. Someone's got it.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
And then we've got Mitch playing Dormac Jewelmall, priest of Joaquin, a golden eye, and officiant of business. He is their arbiter and officiant and notary and all that jazz. Resident drinker. He's goblin. I am Wiley. I am everyone else, which includes Calidora, their city guide, who navigates them through the cutthroat world of Baldur's Gate.
And the notorious slave of bunnies and bears.
Bunnies and bears.
Shouldn't have been even allowed in the city.
Right? It's illegal.
Well, the bunny's fine. But it was a large rabbit.
That was a large rabbit.
Istar was the girl's name.
Istar, yeah.
Cabin.
All right. Hey, did you see that, Drew?
DJ Magic Man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You're the DJ and bartender. That's the seat. You wanted that seat.
I don't know the seat.
I know. It's the best seat.
It is the best seat. That's why that's why you gotta have responsibilities. Yeah. Hold on. I've got something. I've got something to show. I need to get this started. Okay. Can you put 6, like, go down to the emotes and put 6 devil mitches in and hit enter.
I can't use it because I am not subscribed to our channel.
I'm talking to Drewby.
I know. I just need someone to gift me a sub again.
Oh, whoa, what is that? Why?
Did that show up over me?
they just float up now. So when people devil mitch, I think we need to have a thing started if we can get some regular viewers at any time Mitch is about to do a devil mitch thing that we flood the chat with devil mitches.
That's
like he's about to split the party or he's about to withhold treasure or all that kind of stuff.
That would have been a great Airmar thing.
Yeah.
Like, do it one more time. I missed it coming over me. One more time, Juby, just for our own.
Another 6-pack. You can actually, I think, do up to 20.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did a thing.
What that's a shame though, because Durmac's pretty straightforward. Look at that. That's something.
How silly.
All right. So,
I forgot to ask. So last time we leveled up, I had asked if wizards are able to switch cantrips out.
Yes.
Were they able to do? Okay, can I do that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you switching?
Goodbye, Ray of Frost. Hello, Mind Sliver.
It's a fun one.
Explain Mind Sliver to me.
It's a weak ass cantrip. It only does a d6 damage, but it's an intelligence. They make an intelligence save, and if they fail, they get minus 1d4 the next saving throw until the end of the next turn.
It's a great setup, and it's a full action, right?
I was just gonna check that out actually, because that'd be cool.
It's
if
a
bonus
great
action.
setup for other people to do something, or for him to set up another spell in the next turn. But
Yeah, hit him with the Mind Sliver, and then you do some kind of.
anything, like any magic that requires a saving throw.
They could just be a little bit more useful than.
We have a guest here we can't see.
Yeah, we got Bandolier.
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 Hey, girl. Covering from Valley Fever.
I have a role for her planned out, but it's later on.
Oh dear.
I'm not gonna get it for a while.
You're gonna have Bandy roll some dice.
Yep. Speaking of which, there's an awesome new feature on D&D Beyond.
Check it out. It keeps it.
If your character is a part of a campaign,
Get out of here, and then go to your main page or whatever you have right there. See the red?
Yeah, I was
Click
wondering what that is.
It's the log.
it's the log of every role that any character in that campaign has. So now we can use D&D Beyond to roll when we're doing like Zoom or over the thing, and it'll have all of our rolls in it.
Interesting. That's really cool.
Yep.
So if you don't have D&D Beyond,
It's amazing.
you are missing.
I need to
Does it
become an
show
affiliate.
up for the? No.
Probably not. There's probably going to be some way for it to interface with the that. But I mean, we're here. We might as well use real dice.
Oh yeah.
Like
I like real dice.
probability rocks go clickety clack.
Right.
All right.
Let's see. Let's do this is the start of a new campaign. Not a new campaign, but a new story arc. Let's do the full recap. So you guys are, two of them are brand new to Baldur's Gate, and that would be Durmak and Vidic. They came up from
It's just me. Sorry.
Getting the renew. I can't even devil mitch myself. Nope, no you can't. So then there are two locals, Calidora, who came from the streets, and Needle, who was lured away from a rival company. The Sabres and Sails Steerage Fleet is a rival company to Spinel Road, who does sea traffic, sea freight.
Yeah. I pretty much did the same work for them as I'm doing now, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Little less agency authority, just bookkeeping.
But it was all bookkeeping all day. Like here, you are given tasks to go out and help this company. Otherwise, you're over there. You're just like sit in your seat, crunch numbers.
Moving on up.
We're tapping your ulterior skills without increasing your pay.
Yeah.
So
Good spell practice.
they were given a building, a rented out building in the steppes. Right, you're in the steppes.
You. Ours? The pie?
Yeah.
The pie's in Heapside.
Heapside. They're in Heapside. They were given a building in Heapside called Piece of the Pie. 3-story building with the lowest story was an old bakery, and then the two other stories were built over top of those, and later on connected were two houses. They have multiple exits and entrances all over the place because that's Baldur's Gate. It's a big tangled mess. Their first job was to make a whole bunch of copies. They just had to make some copies. And who knew? Yeah. Actually, I don't know if she can bake right now.
Has she used another?
I don't think she has. I think she was going to when she went out to Little Kalimshan, but I don't think anything happened.
What was she doing that night? Besides saving my ass in the alleyways.
Generally watching over everyone.
I just assume she's nearby.
What's weird is that she was watching out for the two newbies, like thinking that they'd be in danger, and they both hooked up with people. So, like, especially like one with the Revelers Union, she didn't know the Goliath too much, but she's like, "What can I do against the Goliath anyway?" and saw you stumbling off into the mists.
Little dragon dust, man. Just gave me all kinds of confidence in my home
Was it
turf.
Dream Mist?
Dream mist.
Yeah, I think it was.
I don't know. It was
Dragon
powdery,
dust?
whatever
Dragon
it was.
dust? We could do that too. They could call it whatever. So they need to make copies. They learned that the city had a paper shortage, where they went out and tried to buy paper from somebody anywhere. Got scammed several times. Scammed by a guy who said he had paper at Baldur's Mouth, the newspaper. Took their money and ran. Scammed by a person telling him that they could get to the undercellar where they would sell them paper, and that led him into an ambush.
The scamming is my fault, by the way. I keep being like, I trust everybody.
But
Why would they
eventually,
not want
it was
business
business. Like,
to go down?
well, the thing is, you have to, right? It's business.
Yeah.
I traded coin. They said they're going to do a task.
I'm naive.
Yeah.
We're learning the faces of the city of who we can and
Who you
can't
can
do
and
business.
and when you got down to the undercellar,
I mean,
it was
they were
pretty
right.
much pretty straight up.
Yeah, we did get the paper though.
Yeah, business as usual down there, just shadier and a little bit more expensive.
They seemed really kind of disappointed that all we wanted from them was paper.
I mean, that's true.
Well, because when you get something illegal like that, like forgery, then you're kind of in somebody's pocket. We went in and got out without getting anybody's pockets, except for Strappy Dwarf.
Except for Strappy Dwarf.
I got it in his pockets.
After that, they were sent out to Rivington, the furthest district of the city, where someone was scamming caravans coming in, and they found out that it was scamming specifically their caravans, and also trying to put them at odds with the local smugglers. At the end of it, they had discovered that Muriel Goodhost, a very accomplished bard illusionist, was using mercenaries to pit everyone against each other, or actually more like everyone against the Spinel Road. But they finally wised up to her tricks and ran her out. Where you have now set up good relations with the Rivington Rats and started a little bit of smuggling operations from your caravans. After that, you guys needed to buy a pearl. So you went to the Little Calamshan, the Calamshan Market, the Jewel Emporium, where you did buy a pearlescent pearl.
Yes, we did.
Yes, you did.
Opalescent.
Is it an opalescent pearl?
Opalescent pearl.
I mean, isn't it an opal? Opalescent opal and a pearlescent pearl?
We should really test to see if it actually works for identify.
Right. Damn it, it's an opal.
Really,
so obnoxious.
Yeah.
Roll for it. Fail.
how about a
What?
mother of
Fail again.
pearl?
Well,
So,
baloney.
but while they were there, they got invited to the Garden of Whispers, where an unknown individual on the other side of a paper screen orchestrated or organized tickets to the how do I say it?
Oasis of...
It's the Oasis Theater, but it's like the Oasis Theater is the
Cirque du Soleil.
great. It is Cirque du Soleil, but with real magic and real monsters. Like it
He
is.
chooses me for the second ticket.
It's
Not just
crazy.
French people.
It is also like when you walk up, the guy that actually runs the production, he does all the writing, he does all the choreography. He's like the one person. He is also the one sitting there taking tickets, and he will charge you whatever he wants when you get up to the ticket counter. He just looks at you and goes, the piece of lint on your jacket, you 30 gold. Like it's crazy. It's a nuts place.
But we got tickets.
You got tickets. You had 2 tickets to give to Arya, which you did, for something.
We
You're
should have taken
supposed
to the
to.
forger first.
Well, I don't. They might have had ways. They might, if this is a magic show, they might have ways to like. But yeah, we could.
Too late now.
Well, it's not for some time. We could ask for them back.
Arya,
Yeah.
can we see the tickets
gonna-
for a little bit?
Yeah.
You know
This
that
is all
meeting we
cool.
set up between you and somebody else? Can you please give those back to us for like a day so we can get forgeries maybe?
Yeah. Nothing could go wrong.
Then you went out to Rivington and met Yander. Yander Widemirth,
Widemirth,
your newest employee of Spinel Road, who handles the smuggling operations out in Rivington.
Ooh, there's another person to block.
Oh, look at that. It's okay, Bandy. He's just going potty. Come here, girl. It's okay. Oh.
I hope you guys can hear that. It's the best.
So our compatriot
Uh-oh.
man there.
He'll
Hey.
be back.
Hey, Drewby, can you get rid of that person?
We'll be back dandy.
Bigfollows.com.
Yeah. We don't want big
What are
follows.
those for?
Selling followers.
Oh, wow. Hey, what if we did do that?
I should say, I know someone who did buy followers on Instagram and YouTube. It's just so fucking dumb. Like, they're just bots. They're gonna get
your
swept
brother?
under the table. Hey, what? Who would do such a thing? Yeah, it's weird. Then, back in the city after your whoa, what you doing, girl? Back in the city, Vidic had become quite the connoisseur of fashion. Little fashionista over there, got uniforms for everyone, nice Amish style outfits. But he'd been getting them from a local area that is known for their tailors and seamstresses. And it's called the Hangers. And during the day, it is known for being a fashion district, and at night, it becomes kind of a little party district. Banhammer. Thank you. I get an extra inspiration this round, but it only works for me.
The GM handing out inspirations for the GM.
So,
That was a setup.
It's him.
Yeah.
He sends his own bots. Has
I
someone
mean,
clear
he's
them up
over
and
here
gives
buying
himself-
inspiration for people.
You told me to quit.
I told you to quit. Yeah, absolutely.
This guy was begging for them.
Well, that was, I was
Alright.
doing, especially with like the what was the last one we just did? Jesus Christ, the Cardinal Bond. Like as soon as people show up, they're like, "Hey, welcome. Here's an inspiration for you. Here's an inspiration."
yeah.
Like there'd be 9 people and just banking all these inspirations and points. Wiley's like, "Stop." I'm like, all right.
In the Hangars, you guys met some folks. You tried to introduce people to the nuances of goblin poetry.
It was a great success.
It was great success if you consider failure success.
Well, I felt good about it.
You felt probably pretty good. You met a gnome.
Yeah, I did.
I liked the imagery.
Thank you.
You met Usman Dirgehall, who was Strappy Dwarf from the Undercellar, who took you to the Tankard Bell, which, for one thing, is that local crew's. So it's a little hub of crews. It's a small tavern, very, very homey. It's actually like 3 houses that they just knocked down walls and put together and made into a tavern. But the Revelers Union runs it. And the Revelers Union are the entertainers of the night. But also the Wise Women Weavers, and the local crew called the Hangmen, all hub there. So all the operations of the Hangers, their crews kind of come out of there.
So what else do we know about the hangers, though? Because, I mean, if they operate in Heapside, we should...
Wait, the Hangers or the Hangmen?
Hangmen.
They operate in Heapside, but just on that street.
Okay.
So it's
we might
very, like, you hadn't heard about them before.
Right. There's tons of crews around the city proper, I'm sure.
Right. And there's a lot of just little locals. There's the big ones, like each district has a big crew that's all of them. Like the I have to bring up the map now.
One of these days we got to do a one shot where it's like the Warriors, and we're all trying to get
The
through
Warriors.
all these crews.
Get through all the territories while they're all hunting you.
Yeah.
The where is it? 70. Where's 70? Not the steps. 58. Where's 58? Bloombridge. Bloombridge is like the wealthiest lower city district, and its crew's called the Dandies, the Bloombridge Dandies.
Oh.
I don't even know what Heapside's crew is, like their
It's us.
top one. Well, not yet.
Spinel Road now.
Yeah.
But the Hangmen are just for that street. They
The
just
Warriors
protect
would be
those.
dope for like a Savage Worlds one shot where we just go through like 6 gangs.
That'd be pretty
Good idea.
These are the cowboys.
I just want one of them to have some kind of like gnomish roller skates and then go around with clubs.
Gnomish roller skates.
Yeah.
That would be frightening. Gnomes at full speed
Yeah.
with clubs.
Right. So there, you did meet 2 people. We didn't have their names last time. But the bartender and the kind of head of the Revelers Union in the hangars is named Sinucinda. She is a tattooed half-elf. And she has and the bouncer of that club, the guard of that area is named a Tumult. And he is a Earth Genasi.
Mr. Tumult.
Tumult. Tumult and Sinucinda pretty much are the head of the Revelers Union there and coordinate efforts. You met a woman named Fee Ubudata, a Goliath Ranger from the north, who you talked good enough to get to go home with you, or you went home with, but you kept talking, unfortunately, kind of ran her off.
He didn't really run her off. He just offered her a job doing something she hated.
We also became a little bit clingy afterwards.
It seemed like a tactic, though. Like you wanted to. I don't know.
Well,
It seemed like Galen being Galen to me. Inspiration. Jokes at your expense.
Oh, did you say I got one for my letter to Aria?
You didn't.
Yay.
All right. And that's where we are. You guys, Needle stumbled his way home, where he was accosted by two men in masks that he remembers as a bear and a rabbit.
Do I know that they were people now, or is it just kind of like a hazy dream?
Make a wisdom.
Wisdom.
Make a wisdom saving
Yeah, you
throw.
could've just thought it was a dream.
Because you failed the drug saving throw pretty hard.
Yeah, I did.
So let's see the next day.
That is
Actually, no.
14 for 16.
Let it be intelligence, because now you're looking at it analytically.
Oh, okay. Well,
So-
that's going to be like 20.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're pretty sure you didn't actually get attacked by a bear and a rabbit.
Okay.
I mean, it's still pretty vivid in your mind that it was a weird ass bear and a weird ass rabbit.
But I know that doesn't
Which
make sense. Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Who would have got a bear into the city?
I forgot about the drug part. So he's describing it. I'm like, why would the guys dress up like a bunny and a bear? And now you're like, you're on drugs. I'm like, oh, you were on drugs. I forgot.
But they really did have masks.
Oh, they did
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
masks.
uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did you ever play Bioshock?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
the
what I was
creepo,
picturing.
creepy
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
Like they have the bunny
The
masks.
splicers,
Yeah, the
yeah.
splicers with the bunny mask.
Um,
And then there was the big guy with the bear mask.
does Calidor know what those masks are about?
She can look into it. There, if you ask her the next day, she definitely knows that they're not guild. Like so.
Okay.
That's why she didn't have any qualms.
I mean, it's a dangerous city, so I'm not reading. So I don't feel like it was like a hit. I was just a well dressed.
You were a rube.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, with that role, you do remember the conversation with Calidora afterwards.
Oh, about it after her.
Okay. So, within a couple days of your go to the hangars, does the hangars become part of one of your regular hangouts, or are you going to stay with the Blushing Mermaid?
I actually kind of like the little coffee house and stuff like that.
I liked the hangers too.
Yeah.
Like I think that the mermaid is like what we got introduced to. It's like if you bring somebody from out of town, you're like, gotta come to Thirsties, and then you're like, oh, all the regulars hang out here that I don't get along with, but I should go someplace else.
Yeah.
Plus, it's kind of like Arya's spot, you know. Like she probably doesn't want to hang out with us all the time. Right.
Or we probably don't want to run into her all the time where she's like, don't you have something to do?
Yeah, you know, kind of like.
They run into your boss at the bar.
Yeah.
I'll be there on time.
So is the Tankard Bell the new kind of hangout spot?
Tankard Bell.
Well, they did say they want to buy beer from me, so would make sense to continue patronizing the business.
Oh, yeah. Tankard Bell.
How's that Krevin's Head brew coming along?
I still have 4 more 10 days till it's ready to go.
Tankard Bell.
Or 5. I think it's 5 10 days actually. Whatever. And then
50
we
days?
received an missive from Arya to praise a piece of land in Stony Eyes, the warehouse stockyard where the price is too good.
Does that gnome that I spoke to, that spoke Goblin, does she frequent there as well?
Yes.
Do I? I'll try to get to know her because I'm not off to be someone who knows Goblin, and she's into like.
I'm very worried about this, but Does anyone in the chat want to... I didn't give her a name, right?
No, you didn't.
Does anyone in the chat want to name a female gnome...
She's into poetry.
artistic lady of the night.
A bohemian gnome.
Yeah.
And anybody in the audience that's just Druby.
Druby. I mean, there could be other people lurking. I don't want to... I mean, it's a gnome female.
Well, gauging by the number of viewers, the other person lurking is me.
Is she kind of like a beatnik kind of type, or?
Yeah.
She's got like
She's kind of hippie-ish.
turtleneck with the
She's got the two ponytails. Like, what is it? Those when they do the two. What's that called?
Pigtails?
Is it just pigtails? Like,
Are they like a
pigtails
loop?
No, just boop, and like two little.
Pigtails.
You know, like the gnome in Warcraft. The hair that every female gnome in Warcraft has. The two.
Oh, the two big puffy things.
Yeah, just the two ponytails, like the two poofies.
I think she was a lady of the night as well.
She is, yes.
Oh.
Because
Yeah, I think she
and
propositioned.
you're like, oh, like can I spend the night with you? I'm like, for the right price, you can.
Yeah.
She is a member of the Revelers Union.
Wow.
I don't want to use World of Warcraft's one because their gnomes are pretty cool sounding.
He says he's working on it.
All right, well, you got until I find it.
Yeah, they got names like Tinklebottom and Bogglenog.
I've been putting words like that into my regular lecture lately to get kids to pay attention because I realize I don't know why I forgot that 8-year-olds think fart and poop are funny.
Oh, my son loves fart jokes.
Marina Rosewater weather.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Rose
good.
with a nice. All right.
So I had to break some kids up into groups to like read with, and the girls that were in the group were late. So I was like, let's read some stuff about boys. And one of the kids was like, poop. So we found a book called Bunnies Eat Their Own Poop. I found out that rabbits eat their own shit. They have 2 different types of scat.
You know, hedgehogs, they just chew on their own feces for fun, apparently.
Yeah, so rabbits will eat something, their bodies won't digest it all the way, so they poop out a secondary type of poop that looks like a bunch of brown grapes in basically like a goo, and the rabbits will eat that right away, and they'll reabsorb basically the stuff they couldn't get in the first pass, and then they drop what's the rapid droppings, which is the little round ones called feces. The feces, yeah. So they'll get sick if they don't eat their own secondary digestive
You know why
poop.
that is, right?
Why is that?
Because they used to be carnivores. They don't have the proper gut like
Really?
Microbial. Interesting.
That's
Look at the fangs!
If you, is that Tim the Enchanter?
Tim, they called me Tim.
If you
Like
ever
it
want to
was
see
like
an
a
evolutionary
question.
mistake, is if you ever just read on the whole digestive system, not just the organs, but like how it all works. Vampire bats, they should not exist.
Yeah.
It's fucked. It's so bad. They have to, in order to get enough nutrients from blood that they need, they have to eat enough to where they're too heavy to fly. It's just a disaster. It's
Koalas are the same way, where like their bodies don't digest eucalyptus correctly,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
the only thing they can
Look
eat.
look up Reddit koala comment.
okay.
Okay, this guy anytime. I don't know if it's a bot now or what, but anytime someone mentions koala or
That
posts
cough.
koala, he goes and he posts this about how stupid and dumb and deserving
seen
of
this.
extinction
Yeah.
that koalas are.
Well, they have rampant chlamydia.
Yeah, right. And their babies eat the fecal, like they just sit and suckle off the. Wait.
Oh, yeah.
For everyone at home,
Yeah.
trigger warning. They just suck on the asshole of their mother
Right.
because it's giving them bacteria to help them digest eucalyptus. The only thing they fucking eat that they can't digest.
And they don't eat it if you give it to them. It has to be off the branch. It's the
So
only
dumb.
thing they eat.
Jesus.
So
Yeah.
dumb. All right.
Smooth brains.
Okay, Rena Rosewater. Rena
I
Rosewater.
know. It's just funny. Like that's you said that like immediately. I was like, what a great insult. Like, fuck you, smooth brain.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
That's a favorite right wing.
That's
Oh,
where
is it really? Did I just
Yeah.
use a right wing slur? Damn it.
Oh, it's everywhere now.
It's everywhere.
But yeah, that's where it came from Qualifax.
That's hilarious.
So, yes. So you guys head to the Tinkerbell. You get to know Sinocinda and Tumult better. You get to hang out with Rena. Roseweather.
After using Mage Hand to get all the dragon dust snot out of my gigantic nose. Beautify just makes it pretty, but it's still just
I
awful
just
in
like
there.
the image of just like with stuff like just coming out.
Oh man, yeah. You can make streamers with it.
So that's your main hangout.
Moving on.
Yes, you got a missive from Arya. She is telling you to...
And this comes in the box that I have to use my little wizard sigil cantrip.
It came in your bag.
Yeah, but in the bag is like a box where she puts the...
This one did not have
okay.
a seal on it because it's just instructions.
Okay.
It wasn't like the paperwork
Right.
from the last one.
Right, okay. And I'm reading these instructions over a nice cup of tea from my new set I got from a little Rising Sun set from...
Yeah, I could not
Little
find that
Crown
thing. It's somewhere in this house. Eric had it, and so it's still in a box, probably somewhere in that middle room over there. What were we just talking about?
To check out new real estate in Stony Eyes, right?
Yes.
Too good to be true.
There's a
All right.
warehouse stockyard thing there. That
Yeah, it's a warehouse,
Buy it.
cartyard, and stables. That's up for sale right along one of the main thoroughfares into the city. It's called the Stone Garden Grounds. She's arranged a meeting for you to meet with the agent that you'll be working with, Trini Goodcoin.
Trimmy?
Trini.
Trini.
You can meet her tomorrow at high noon, lunch, however they call it in
Trini. Good tree?
Good
tree?
coin.
Good coin.
That's a strong name.
Trini Goodcoin.
And she's the
agent that will be handling the sale.
the realtor?
Yep.
Realtor.
You do see that there is another name on there. The person that owns the ground is Winzog Long.
Windzog.
Winzog Long.
Log?
Long.
Long.
Like not short, but long. Winzog. Not wind.
Interesting.
Zog. Winzog.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll ring the bell to summon all these people.
We got one!
Yeah. I guess I don't have any means of like immediately send out for you, or do you guys just hang out at the place like I do?
Yeah,
we kind of
I
live
mean,
here,
My
You-
brewing
you do
stuff
your
is
work.
Bottom floor, yeah.
You're there for work during the day.
right?
And then I pray on the second floor in my room, so I'm usually around.
Okay. Well,
Is Calidor the only one on the third floor? Because
Yeah.
like the three of you are on the second floor.
Well, he and I wanted to be near the library because we do our transcriptions and stuff
Yeah, I
there.
think I wanted to be close to the door entrance or something.
Yep, the second floor entrance.
Yeah, so Caldor keeps the third for us. Plus, it's quiet and she smells weird. So
she does have a smell, doesn't
it's
she?
odd.
Yeah.
It's like ozone.
Make me a perception.
This is what the smell is.
I see nothing.
No, okay. You don't have to use it that early. It's just a little.
Use the team one. Fuck it.
We're gonna get murdered.
There is two team ones, but
Well, there's one
I
team
do-
one and one of them's yours.
no, that
Subway
wasn't
assassins.
real. I gave him one. It wasn't just for me.
Yeah, let's see where it goes.
So yes, you summon everyone
Yeah.
for the workday and say you have a task.
Oh, no perception was whether or not I heard the bell.
We have one.
No.
I might have a little bell that I.
They're like, you can hear Neil calling you. Do you respond? Fuck that guy. You just yell downstairs. Shut
Who
up.
who does he think he
Fucking
is?
poetry.
Okay.
New work. Gather round. And yeah, I just pretty much read out the letter.
I was hoping it would be reconciling with Muriel.
Well, we won't know about her sometime. I don't think she could have just been hired by somebody, and she just kind of failed her task. That might be the last time we've ever seen of her.
I don't like to leave stones unturned.
This is a city of loose ends, my friend. You'll know it soon enough. But we'll keep eyes open.
So he officially gives...
Damn it, Mitch.
What? It's okay. We can't just re-roll everything.
No, okay.
Yeah, so
We do
we have a
usually
party
have-
one, and you got one.
As much fun as it is to re-roll, we can't do it 100%.
Unless we're fighting a dragon.
Unless we're fighting a dragon, then we'll take all of them.
Every single one. Especially after you got fire breath 3 turns in a row.
That sucks,
But
man.
that was fun though, because it felt like we were surrounded, like we were at the outskirts of the gate, and like other people were there. Other
Now, you were in the middle of a town in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, that's right. But
It was a ambush.
Yeah.
The only reason you didn't get completely overrun by soldiers because you brought your own because you figured out the trap.
Well,
but
that's
it
why
was
I was-
just you and Crane, and that was it. You were getting no other help.
Well, that's why I was saying that the re-rolls from the group, like from people that were viewers, it felt like occasionally an arrow would come out of the crowd,
Yeah,
the
it was
dragon,
a
or
good
like
moment.
somebody
It
would
was
throw
so
us a
good.
potion or something. That's what it felt like. I thought
Yeah.
it was
In
teamwork.
the tabletop
yeah.
to keyboard interview I was in, like that was a whole topic of conversation.
I watched that. Yeah, that was good.
I didn't see that. Is that somewhere where I can watch it?
Probably. I probably have it archived somewhere.
I had to mute TTQ. That
That
Discord.
Discord is.
I was
off
like,
the hook.
holy cow! With this Discord.
I've muted everything but ats, and it's still at least one a day.
Someone sent me an invite to that
I
Discord.
don't know if I'm still
Tabletop
part of it.
Tequila?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I can
that's
send
a
you
good-
one here. I got it right now. I'll just do it.
Because if you watch those, a lot of those streams are pretty fun.
Oh
to
yeah,
watch.
there's some great
There
ones.
you go. You got it.
Thanks.
Tabletop to keyboard is a great resource if you need to if you want to find other streams like D&D and like us and all that stuff. So please check them out. Check their
You
channel
found
out.
a flag that
It's
says fuck Biden and
TTK2B.
Yeah.
Holy cow! People
Yeah.
are stupid.
People are so dumb. You should like the conversations at Thursdays this morning were just ridiculous.
I wasn't there. Was you talking about the ones we were sitting there for, or did you see other ones this morning?
They were like, you were talking to what's his face,
Derek.
but I'm like way too hyper aware for my own good, and it's just terrible there. It's just terrible.
Yeah, go for
Hydrated today.
Speaking of hydrating,
it. Can I be less?
yeah, that's right. I don't understand. I keep drinking more. I only get more thirsty.
Yeah, I'll take one as well.
Would you like a watermelon?
No, I would not.
Okay. Did you grab another watermelon? Have a tangerine.
I will take it, but it is my least favorite flavor.
How we doing? I meant to pick something up, but then I was running
We
late.
were actually really good. I said that a bunch.
Oh,
and the
nice.
fridge was
Okay.
full,
Hell yeah.
so they probably won't need.
Let's have
any
one of
next
those
week.
sessions tonight.
We gotta finish this all
Hmm.
tonight.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm doing weird shit with my camera. All right.
Where'd Mitch go?
Oh my God!
Ah.
All right, so you ring everyone down, and everyone gathers in the office area.
Mm-hmm. And just going just skinny in the details, really. The place says so Stone Garden Grounds is the place. It's owned by Winzog Long, and we have a meeting tomorrow with Trini Goodcoin to go talking about. And Aria wants us to know why the hell is this even an option? Like, because this is it's got. If I recall, you said it's got stables. It's got
stables. It's got a cart yard. It's got warehouses, including cold storage. Like this is, and it's on the main thoroughfare. Like it's not on the main road. It's on like the one road off the main road,
but pretty
coming
much
up
just,
to
like,
Baldur's Gate.
right outside the gate to the city.
Correct.
Like they say with real estate, it's location, location, location. But this
Yeah.
also has
This
facilities.
is it's
Yeah.
location. Yeah,
facilities.
location, size, facilities, and you have the pricing. Like you have all the details, the numbers, and all that shit like that's going on. You're not there to negotiate or anything like that. You're just there to inspect, you're there to find out why.
Yeah.
Like, and like I don't know, like you don't want to bring that directly up with Trini. You just want to get the tour, but it's like the perfect apartment ever, and then she's like, no, we gotta get out of here, and you wait 3 minutes, and the train goes by and shakes everything off the walls.
A place like this should have had like a place like this should have had like a waiting list of people just scheming even to seize this location.
I always reminded of that scene from Seven. Do you remember when they have?
The movie ruled.
That movie's badass, but there's the part where the detectives.
On my one watch list.
Where what's his head? You never? You've only watched it once.
Yep.
Okay, so there's that part where
can't watch it again.
Brad Pitt's wife invites his partner over, and they're not even friends yet. So he comes over and has dinner with them for the first time. He's like, "You have a lovely place," and they're like, "Yeah." And he's like looking at him funny, and Brad's like, and all of a sudden it's like,
yeah,
the whole house shakes and like
it's that exact
things like
thing.
that. And he's like, "Yep, every 17 minutes." We couldn't figure out why the leasing agent was so in a hurry every time we looked at it to get us in at 10 and 2, like that kind of thing. And then,
right?
Why can't I
it's
remember
exactly
the guy's,
like
what is the guy's name? The actor, the black actor, he's
Morgan
Freeman. It's the first time you see like human emotion come from him because he just laughs in their faces like as hard as he can. Like he thinks it's the hilarious thing.
I want to watch it again. I haven't seen it since it was new.
It's so good. Kevin Spacey's a creepy bad guy because it turns out he's a creepy bad guy in real life.
Oh, it's true.
He plays a really good creepy bad guy because he's like
method acting. I see.
What's that?
Wasn't Gwyneth Paltrow?
Yeah, she was the wife.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's gone all crazy too.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's insane.
Is this the one selling candles?
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
she's the one that got in trouble because she was telling women to stick jade eggs up their vaginas and it was causing all kinds of issues for people. She's the one that was like, I don't understand why people are complaining about food stamps. So she got the same amount of money that you would get from food stamps, and then went to a grocery store and came back and was like, "This is everything I got for the week. It's such a great, these people should be able to survive on this and da 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 da." And it's the first comment is someone being like, "Is that fucking bok choy? Where do I get that shit in the inner city?" It's like it has nothing to do with whether we get the money or not. It's the availability of food in these things. And so every time she says something and tries to act smart, she's just immediately received by hundreds of experts and people that have lived through this stuff.
She's also one of those people that have fallen straight into the I was born wealthy and privileged for a reason because I deserve it. I will never drink soup out of that came from a can. I'll never eat soup out of a can. That's just not what I was meant for in this life.
Yeah.
Like, oh well, let's take all your money away from you and see like 3 days. Let's see how long you can go before you'll try anything.
And I'm of the opinion that if you're going to go super crazy like that you should also be really good at what you do professionally. And she's not that great of an actor.
Is she not?
No,
I'm not really familiar with her work.
I think of her in the same way that I think of like Tom Hanks. I love Tom Hanks; he's a great guy, but you don't see him act. You want to see what happens when Tom Hanks gets mail. What happens when Tom Hanks gets
He
left
is
on an
Tom
island.
Hanks is Tom Hanks.
You want to see what happens when Tom Hanks gets left on an island. There you go. That's what I want to see. Gwyneth Paltrow. It's like, does anybody need a bitchy housewife? Boom, Gwyneth Paltrow. Perfect.
All right.
Sorry. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Every fucking time,
The
man.
more you roll.
Sorry. What you doing, girl?
Every time, is it me?
It's all of us. Well, not Galen. Galen's
the more
supposed
you
to play
roll.
D&D.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
We need I have to see if someone on the Super Sad Squad server I could pay to get a.
I bet I
the
could
more you
talk to him
roll.
to do that, yeah,
Oh, that'd be a good place to check
I
out.
was going to say, yeah, because if Verhasen can't do it, then Nathan might be able to do it. And if not him, then this Chacuna guy's not too bad either. But because you've got the little hearts, all you have to do is type in the more you roll, and it would be like the more you roll comes across the top.
We have to get more emotes for that, which means we need to make partner. But the one thing I actually want to do is I want to pay someone for. I want to get an inspiration icon. So I can just hit a button, and if I need to give someone inspiration, I just hit a button, and it's like, bing, inspiration, like, it looks like, me holding up the token.
It's just your hand goes over my head.
Yeah, just ding,
That'd be kind of fun.
ding. Like, inspiration. I don't.
So should we check out this place before the meeting tomorrow?
I wouldn't do any harm to give it a gander. Gander. Yeah.
Sounds like a dig.
Right.
Good.
You got sex on the brain, lad.
Is he
One night
dig?
with a Goliath woman. How was it? Did you get your whole head in there?
Oh,
he's very dark.
My God. They are large people.
The stream just went from like fun to adult, like instantly.
There is an 18 or over
I know.
disclaimer to come in here, so.
What is that
I don't
type of
know,
porn
man.
where like the camera like goes into people's mouths?
Oh,
and
it's
stuff?
terrible. Like,
I don't understand
it's just
that.
hentai.
Vor?
Like-
Vor?
Oh, well, vor is,
I know.
is
that's-
something
as soon as I say,
completely
yeah, I know what that is now that I said it out loud. All of you at home don't bother looking for it.
Oh, they know.
Don't look up any of this
They
stuff.
know.
Yeah, that's like
All right.
stuff where it's like the camera just goes like in and there's a light and now you're like surrounded by flesh in the mouth or like in the. It's so weird. I don't understand this.
It's pretty much medical.
It's
Medical
interesting
grade
in that
porn.
regard, really. It's like, oh, wow. Let's do a little sketch.
What is going on?
Like now I know
With
what
my
penis
camera.
sees.
It's driving me.
I mean, that's what it is. It's a penis
Yeah,
camera.
right.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's trying to make himself look less white or pink.
Right? And then, like, the exposure.
He hasn't
Like-
thought about like exposure to the sun or
Right,
possibly
yeah.
getting a spray tan.
There are natural remedies to
Well,
this.
then it gets, like, weird with
Natural remedies. to
well,
your
didn't that just
valid
put in there?
color.
It's star damage. I've exposed myself to the nearest star.
Sprays his face orange is because that silver stuff. I think that he might have taken too much in the 90s or something.
Oh,
so he
really?
turned blue.
Oh, really? So he was he
That's
took
some
seeing
King
silver
George shit.
nitrate dye in his skin? That would be crazy.
So, was the
Oh,
I
plan
think we're going to check it out
We're gonna check
before
it out
the
before- 'cause
day.
you have
That makes more sense than
tomorrow.
anything else I've ever heard about it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you have the meeting, so you have all day today.
Yeah. Well, what time of day is the meeting tomorrow?
Noon.
Noon? Okay.
Whatever I need to look up Forgotten Realms, how they do
Time.
the time.
Just say midday, then it will be
Yeah,
noon.
it's midday.
Zenith.
Ooh. Pugilism.
Pugilism. Well, so it's the dawning now. It's like December now.
I thought you said it was the last week of the rotting.
So the rotting was so when I wrote that letter, that was the last day of the rotting, but I wrote it in the perspective of we're gonna
So
go with the hang.
It's
because we
not
had,
the
like,
last day then. Then it's
Oh well, yes.
it's the
So
feast day today, right?
well,
Oh, hell yeah.
so when you're the DM, I just projected.
Hey,
this.
you're the only ones making me keeping me on track
Okay,
with
so
a
in that
calendar.
case, he wrote that letter the day before they went out. We all went out to the hammock because we had like a week of downtime, and so I wrote that the day before we went out to the hammock.
So that wasn't last night.
So no, and you already said it's been a couple days before we got this. So,
So you've been
we're
past
now
the
like
feast day and all that. So
Okay.
you're into the first couple days of the dawning.
So then it would be 10 days to the brew then.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
So
All right.
40 days, Mitch.
So we're like
I would say
day.
4 10
We're like
days.
it's like the third day of the
It's actually
first
two
10
scrolls.
days.
and the dawning is
Is like it's basically December because I guess the rotting is like the end of
autumn.
yeah.
all right.
Does it score 2 weeks?
So I'm curious. What is winter like in
Four scores.
in Baldur's
Four
Gate?
score would be 80
Um,
days. Or whatever.
It's not snowy. There's too much moisture in the air for that. It kind of gets some slushy. There's some sleet every once in a while.
7 days ago.
But pretty much the same. Like
Yeah.
it is.
It's a busy city.
It's busy. It's misty. Like
Yeah.
the fog rolls in and sticks around a lot longer because even when the sun comes out, it's just melting sleet and slush and shit
20
off the
days.
roads. So
20 years.
so it is chilly though.
it
No,
is
he
very
said
chilly.
years.
So everyone's got
Scores.
everyone needs coats and cloaks and capes and such to keep
Yay.
themselves warm as the chill of the dawning sets in.
Can I
Hey,
get
about-
some winter
I'm about to be
clothes?
2 score old.
I'm in love with scarves now, so I want a big old scarf for my chilly goblin.
I want an awesome picture of a goblin, just like the big ass
Yeah,
scarf,
I'll
like
draw
down
it.
to the
I'll draw that
ground.
for sure.
We got to get one really bad picture of us dressed as our characters because like you're the goblin. You know, like you see those really bad like D&D cosplays where like they show up for their games. It's like
I'm not dressing up. as
you're like
Skeletor.
sick. You're like 6. So it's like, I guess I didn't think about that. I was saying, like,
I would love it if you did that.
I mean-
you're like our 6'2"
All right.
goblin for some reason. You're just
Yeah.
painted green. You're wearing the wizard hat.
yeah.
Okay.
He's also the tallest of all three of us.
How tall are you,
I'm like 3 foot.
No, Robert. How old is
Oh,
Robert?
I am.
Robert.
I am 6 feet tall.
You're 6 feet. I'm 6 feet.
Yeah.
You seem like you're
He's-
taller than me.
I might be 6'1". I don't know. I haven't.
You have to be. You gotta be taller than me, right?
I never understood. I guess I don't see height.
Oh, see, I'm 6 even.
Yeah,
So
you're
I'm
tall.
You got like 6'1", 6'2".
Everyone referred like my buddy Robert's coming in. Oh, is he the tall one?
You mentioned that. That one weirded me out too.
I guess. I mean, I'm used to Jared and Scott, like 6'4" Scotsman.
I gotta say, Scott's a lot bigger than I thought he was gonna be.
Scott's a fucking
You see him
giant.
online,
dude.
and I can tell he's big, and then you meet him in person, and I'm like, well, not that big. I didn't know you were gonna be that big.
Is it actually, it's kind of funny. I was wondering about like psychology and height, because you say you don't really see it. I had a crew member she was definitely taller than me, and she, when we were talking about height at some point, she's all like, "Oh, I'm taller than you." I'm like, and I'm wondering if it had something to do with me being, because I was running the crew.
There's a lot of weird
Yeah.
psychology behind it because like there's the short man's complex and the people that get picked on. I was never picked on, and I always had like excessively tall friends, so I didn't realize that I was short. So
You're
I'm like, oh, they're just really tall.
You're like an animal that thinks it's people.
And like I'm apparently shorter or just as tall as Jack, and like everyone gives him shit for being short. I'm like, I don't feel
Yeah, but
that.
Jack is a slight fella.
Yeah.
He's
The other
tiny
thing,
dude. You don't know Jack, do you? Jack's a friend of ours, but he's got to be shorter than you.
he's just around the same height.
Okay, but he's like this tall, but he's also like 89 pounds.
He's
probably a
rough.
little heavier than that, but like we have another guy that goes to the bar. His name's
Crane.
and Crane is like 6'3", and he is a bodybuilder. Like he bench presses like 600 pounds, that kind of shit. And he picked Jack up by the back of the shirt and the pants and threw him like 6 feet. Just tossed him to the side into a table.
Told me about this guy
Yeah,
last
so
week.
like, so when you're sitting at the bar at Thirsties and you're in that corner, he picked him up from that corner and threw him past the first table.
Why?
Because he's drunk and from Alabama, and
Jackson,
Drewby
idiot.
will know all about that.
And Jack's an idiot. Too, so.
Also, yes. But the other thing, the psychology behind it is girls, like we were talking about Gwyneth Paltrow, and she had like a horrible slouch. There's a psychology behind that because tall girls, as they're getting taller, when they're young, everything they see, every piece of media out there shows girls looking up to their man. Going up for the kiss or all that kind of stuff. So as girls start getting taller, a lot of them will start forcing themselves to be shorter.
I like that.
And
I
like,
don't like the
and like,
Sorry, I like the information.
Right.
Excuse me.
yeah,
I'm a fan.
I enjoy learning about that. I'm like, oh,
like
interesting. I shouldn't have said
instinctively
that. Like,
when they're talking, like they're
Bitch
being
like
around
that.
their
Just
peers and all that stuff, they want to be, and they want to be
that girl,
smaller,
that
so
girl
they do
too
that.
tall for her own good.
And it's fucking terrible. Yeah.
So
Like, that's weird.
these jokers they're from Am.
Yeah.
So it probably doesn't even get cold in Am. Would it be a reason? Would need to find it reasonable to get some like winter clothes for the office?
Well, I mean, I've lived in a cave for large chunks of my life. I know what it is to be cold.
I don't know what the dwarves are.
But it's also cold and wet.
Caves can be wet.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, we have like an
You're
archaeologist.
from a
in there.
cave?
I mean, all dwarves are from a cave.
I thought they
I
had
mean,
like
Cities inside and all that kind of
Not
stuff.
this one.
Like, you're just in a cave fighting with bears for your space.
The dwarven life, like my family's like, hey, man, no one's told him there's a house in this cave.
One day you started falling Joaquin. He needed a better financial position.
But yeah, I mean, you can get
Need
like
some sort of facilities in this
with
cave.
the overhead, you get cloaks and stuff like that. Now the thing is, like, they both have cloaks of many fashions, Calidora and Vidic. So they're just like, winter cloak in my colors.
All right.
So they're fine. Yeah, you might want to get something for Vidic.
Just like, I don't know, like some silver on an outfit for each.
If you get a scarf for Calidora, she'll wear the shit out of that.
What was
Hell
the
yeah.
name of the
Okay,
place?
there's such an emo cool scarf.
Where did the dwarves think they were from? What is the name of that place? Where Moden had basically placed them under the earth that they had to dig their way
The
out
Great
of.
Rift.
The Great Rift is where they surfaced, but they had a name for the place before
That's
the
right.
took
Yeah,
it
they
over.
they didn't start on the surface, did they?
No. Moannin dug them out of the rock and placed them under the ground where he found them.
There's a theory that like elves and dwarves in Forgotten Realms are not from the Forgotten Realms.
Oh.
And the elves have a pretty legitimate claim that they came here from somewhere else. The dwarves are just like, Morin planted us here and we grew out and fought our way to the top. But like, I mean, also all races came from, have that kind of myth.
What do you think, a gold could cover it, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
Especially with, Vidic's hanger's discount, since he's always there.
Excellent. Alright. That leaves us with 95 gold and 2 copper.
In the overhead.
What a great thing to have in a D&D party. We have a standing account at a clothing store.
That's pretty great.
That just means that the GM's you're just gonna have to keep tearing our clothes up like you did his. Like his clothes got burned, he had to go get new ones.
He took mending.
Yeah, the dragon pees on you. You're like,
right?
Son of
Is that
a
one of your new
bitch.
cantrips?
Yeah, mending.
Yep.
Great spell.
But I love ruining people's clothes and things like that. Like, what do you do? Like, how many pairs of clothes do you have? Oh, it says I have traveling clothes. Is that it? All right. Like, you walk into town, a ragged, tattered mess, looking like a hobo.
Exactly.
All right. So you guys want to go out and investigate that place, or take a look at it today, right?
Yeah, we want to check it out. What's around it?
Mm-hmm.
So, off the Sony eyes, I imagine we have to pay the toll again.
1 copper
1 copper.
each.
Alright. Break down a gold. Okay. Math. Blah. We'll convert with 12 minus 4, so 8. Okay. Great.
All right. And you're going out, like, what time of day is it when you finally do head out there?
When does Arya give me the note?
That's in there in the morning when you wake up.
In the morning. So, yeah, we'll give everyone, like, if anyone needs longer than an hour, then we can take more time, but other than that, probably, like...
Do breakfast
Yeah,
at the place? Like, you can... Because, what's this? Calidor is baking bread again.
She's doing it again, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have breakfast here.
Okay. Crack some eggs, bake them into the bread, make little eggies in a basket.
Yeah. We'll have some. We have a pantry for food, huh?
You do? I mean, you have a pantry for an entire bakery downstairs. So.
Yeah, but is it filled? Is it stocked?
It did still have a lot of goods in it. A lot of, the non-perishable, or at least longer.
How old are these
terms.
eggs?
The eggs are fresh.
Okay. Any of us could have just gotten eggs. Then.
Yes.
Eggs actually last pretty longer than you think on the refrigerator.
Pasteurized or unpasteurized? Because there's no pasteurized eggs here.
I mean, just fill the glass. It doesn't have to be that deep.
What?
I don't need it to be poured past my eyes.
Eggs?
Is it pasteurized or...
Oh, boy. I get it now.
It's a really, really old joke. Really old. Back when you could buy pasteurized and unpasteurized milks. Back in the early 80s when it was still a thing. Do you want pasteurized or unpasteurized milk?
Well, I get it.
To my knee would be fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Past your knees.
I think you should take it here.
Let's just sap.
I really should take de-inspiration.
Yeah.
It is Mount Celestia is where it is, but underneath it there's a name for the place. But that's okay. I don't want to waste all my time.
Oh, Mount Celestia is out on the plains.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is
What was
Mount
the name of
Celestia
it?
is the top of the
Their
the Great Wheel.
It's somewhere buried in the Discord. I'll have to dig it back out.
That's the opposite of the River Styx, by the way. So the River Styx runs through all the lower plains.
Mm-hmm.
Mount Celestia, you can go up and down the mountain and come out on different plains of the upper plains.
I like that too.
Yep.
That I just learned.
It's really cool stuff. They each
Okay.
have a transit.
I realize how weird that probably looks right now.
he's like playing a bandy.
Here, Cardinal Mon, I would be the only one she knew besides him, and he'd be talking, so she'd be sitting here, and it would be just 10 straight minutes of looking in the camera, and it's just me doing this. Like, just petting her head. I'm just petting her head in my lap. But, I'd look over and be like, oh my god, I've been doing this. Like, patting her butt like this for like 10 minutes. Alright, so we're going to head down to...
You're going to head out to Stony Eyes.
It is... and scarves.
Yeah, we got some nice winter clothes.
After breakfast, before zenith, for midday. Still fairly early in the morning. There's a nice mist still clinging to the ground. The ground is nice and slushy after a night's rain and sleet. There's not a whole lot of activity. A lot of business is, from the ports at least, has stopped because the ice is starting to set in up north. So there are less ships coming down.
Oh, I see.
There's, of course, you guys still have all the traffic from south and just north of here, but those long haul ships and things like that are starting to slow down.
I didn't know the ocean was really affected by that. Yeah,
and especially along the coast, like when you go up to Lusk,
Luskin?
What's that? One of your characters from
really shitty place?
Yeah. What's that called?
That's Luskin.
Luskin. Pretty much up there, that entire port freezes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's a little bay.
Right. That's like in Washington when you go to Seattle. Seattle's cold, and then you'll go across Puget Sound to go to like Bainsbridge Island. Dude, the moment you're 100 yards away from the coast, it's so goddamn cold you wouldn't believe the temperature difference.
Whoa.
Because there's nothing to absorb. Like when the air blows across and it gets warm, it goes up, and you kind of get this cooling circulation. That there is nothing cool or warm about the surface of the ocean in the winter. It's all cold. So you just get this fucking ice wind come off of it. So Seattle stays fucking cold because it's right there next to the sound.
Really, what do you think icebergs are in?
I mean,
they're in the ocean, right? Like,
yeah.
Like the ocean will freeze at a certain point. It has a lot of salinity, so it's a lot lower than normal water, but
which makes it worse because now this water is below freezing temperature and is still liquid.
And it's heavier.
I've never heard the word
salinity.
I never heard that before. I mean, salty, right?
Yeah.
Salt content, right?
Yeah.
Mixing up with salinity is
salinity.
I'll probably have both when I'm old.
You see what a salty, crazy dude.
Yeah.
Senile.
But anyway,
a saline senile.
the long haul ships from way north are closed, and that's exactly why Fee was here, because she can't get back home right now.
And this is when the Dragonborn, where were they from? Where were our guys from?
Tyrmanther?
Tyrmanther would not have trade right now because they would be frozen, right?
The Inner Sea, it'll take probably a couple more 10 days into the next month before the Inner Sea really starts.
I can imagine that dragon turtle there also likes to smash ice for fun.
Probably.
Dragon turtle, I forget about him because I've never heard of it.
Pete. Yeah.
Pete.
It's actually the father, I think, of the asshole immortal god that's against you guys. So there's Tyrmanther, and there was what's the nation that was there?
Chesia?
It's not Jacinta, it's
Uthgard?
that's way north. I always forget the name of the nation that was hunting down all the Dragonborn and at war with them.
Yeah, me too. I just felt like they were never going to come up.
Well, we removed ourselves from the situation.
Unther.
That's right, Unther.
So it was Unther, the immortal god king of Unther.
Right.
Like I think it's his father or his son. It's some relation to him. That's the dragon turtle, right? Like turned himself into the dragon turtle to defend the Dragonborn from his son.
Man,
so kind of thing.
How
really
rebellious did you get with your parents, man?
Me?
Yeah. Well, compared to this.
Yeah. Anyway. Turning into a dragon turtle. So you head outside, slushy and wet, misty and cloying, dawning day. There is certainly not any less traffic out here, though. There are porters carrying crates and bags and boxes, packing up carts, lots of commerce moving to and fro out of that. These are the months that, there's some snow, but not from down in the lands of intrigue. So trade really doesn't stop down that way. If anything, it gets better because now people from down south can send up things that would normally be gotten from up north.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. So it increases trade, if anything.
Mm-hmm. So, like, we get our paper from up north, but now it's all snowed in, so now we buy it from down south.
What about our riverside operations? What would they be doing if it's all frozen over?
This close to the ocean, it's still not frozen in.
Okay.
If Baldur's Gate does get frozen in, because Baldur's Gate is one of the most southern cities in the Sword Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It's only for a couple weeks out of the entire year that they do get frozen. And at that point, the ships just generally stay out at sea and kind of back up. And then there's a huge flurry of business once they get to breaking the ice and getting them in. But there is a thing where little tiny towns, not really towns, but like camps will set up on the coast.
Uh-huh.
And very, not capitalist, but people that think hustlers, like people that want money. Entrepreneurial folks will set up little camps with rowboats and stuff and go out and get cargo and just take it over land into the place.
Interesting.
Go out to the ships, get their stuff offloaded while it's out at port. Of course, there's also a lot of... the Flaming Fist doesn't condone it because they can't oversee it, because who's to say that who you're dealing with is actually going to get your goods into the city.
Yeah. Interesting.
Alright.
So, imagine it's not far into Stony Isles.
It is not. Like, you have to go down the main thoroughfare, and then you veer off one of the larger off streets, and all this is out here is cart yards and caravansaries and stables and hostelries and inns and not taverns, mainly inns. It's anything to accommodate travelers, travel, caravans, where you're putting your horses, where you're putting your carts, where you're putting your goods. That's what this entire lane of buildings is.
Okay. So let's find this place, huh?
Hey.
It is not hard to find.
I mean, we have the connections.
We do.
I mean, you know where you have the directions, but maps and stuff like that are constantly changing and highly inaccurate a lot of the times. But walking down this road, you see stables, a stockyard, some warehouses, this and that, bustling, absolutely bustling, in and out. All kinds of movement, business, people in there, just workers going to and fro, carrying stuff, loading carts, unloading carts. And then you see this one, opening to a very large expanse. Imagine seeing like the Ren Fairgrounds outside of the time when the Ren Fair is open.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost town. Huge. There's like 3 big buildings, a huge long stables, a covered like
central area, like a covered mart.
It's actually a covered up front area, and a huge open yard, empty, absolutely empty, and a big sign over the gate says
Stone Garden.
Stone Garden Grounds.
Is it like
This is where they raise stones.
locked up? Is it blocked up? Like, is there access?
There's nothing barring the
Okay.
place. It does have a sign that's basically says like claiming no business or not open. Essentially, it doesn't just say closed. It just says.
Let's poke our heads around.
I'm kind of interested in what buildings are around the place. Kind of. It's a lot. It's seemingly kind of large area, huh?
This is a pretty large. Like, of all the places you've seen, most of them are a single thing. Like, this is a Staples. This is gonna you bring your horses here after you've unloaded somewhere else. So, like, you'd come in, you'd unload at a warehouse or a stockyard. Then you'd go find a place to take your carts. Cart yard or whatever, or cart right if you need them repaired. Then you'd go take your horses to the stables. This is an all-in-one type of place. Like, you can do all of that here.
Okay.
And it's, again, closed. But so everywhere else is like, this is stables, and this is a cart yard, and this is a storehouse, and this is this, and this and that. So there's all of that kind of business around you guys.
It's all part of this.
No.
Oh.
No. So those are the other businesses.
Right.
You're the one
Gotcha.
you're trying to buy has all of that. None of it's being utilized.
Gotcha.
There's no attendants. There's no workers. There's no nothing. It's just empty.
Perhaps we should take stock of the buildings first. See what we're working with.
The surrounding buildings, or
Like,
you
he
mean-
wants to look at the other businesses.
Oh.
He wants to see, like,
We have the whole day though.
All right. Oh, let's start with the others. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, just like what's surrounding it, you know.
stables, cart yards,
Right.
storehouses.
You know what he's.
Yeah. What you've been telling us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Are any of them like tall? Do they look over this place? Or they're all
No,
pretty.
not really.
Does there
Just,
seem like any reason why? Is there any reason why this would be like deserted or dead? Does it look like there's any reason? Like, does our plot of land look less than the other ones? Like, oh, no wonder this is shitty. It's got a hole in it.
No.
Okay. I don't
That's a
know.
window.
Oh, it's swampy. It's a window. I'm not familiar with these windows.
And it is encompassed by buildings. It's not up against a wall or on the shore or anything like that. It does just have buildings that go all around it.
there are other businesses all around it.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Just trying to get a. All right.
About how many acres?
I wouldn't even have a reference of what an acre
I don't know how
is.
big an
right?
acre is either. Yeah.
So,
I'm trying to think because my grandparents' property is 16 acres, and I'm trying to think of how you would.
to go back to it, like the Renaissance Fairgrounds, that's pretty much how big this entire thing is. But it's not as deep. It is longer.
Let's learn.
I should know what an acre is.
You
So
probably
I
should.
work in it, but-
You don't either? Yeah.
I
It's like
know
hard
how-
to visualize.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
well,
it's so
no, I mean,
busy.
in terms
and,
of like square feet.
Oh yeah,
I should
perfectly.
know.
43,560 square feet. That's exactly. That helps me out.
Right. Like,
I know
what does
I
that even look like?
cover 40 acres.
Tell me how many
Okay.
football fields that is. I'd know.
All right, an acre is just big. It's 60% of a soccer field.
is the soccer field bigger or smaller than a football field?
Bigger.
Bigger.
So the
No,
soccer
it-
pitch right there, that's how big an acre is.
It
Oh.
varies
If you squared off the
from
edges
100
of that, would be
feet
about
to
that big.
120.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it is
Not 100.
multiple acres.
Okay. And none of these businesses seem to be different than the others. It's all just the same kind of. I mean, because that's what people want here, right?
That's what you need to. So if you want to be first into the city in the morning with your goods,
Mhm.
you need to be as close to the gate as possible because
Right.
you can't ride your carts into the city. You can't bring the animals in. You can't bring the carts in.
And that's what makes this so desirable. Is that
Right.
it's pretty damn
That's
close.
why, like, that's what happened when Baldur's Gate did that. When they built the wall and said no animals inside, all of a sudden, all of that real estate outside became, this is where we are putting our animals. This is where we're putting our goods or carts, and we need to get those goods into the city as fast as possible. So all of that got eaten up by people that were trying to get goods into the place as fast as possible.
This is going to be tedious, and I don't expect an immediate answer. But Needle was kind of he would be kind of curious, like if he can even tell if they have like their is it who owns these buildings around it? Is it all just different companies, or does somebody own like a swath of them?
Make an investigation.
Okay.
And hold on before you do it.
Okay.
Go ahead and do it with advantage.
Oh.
If you are telling people what you're doing.
What are you doing there? What are you gumming up all my dice there?
Oh, I got one. If I'm telling,
Like, are you just trying to do this on your own? Like, oh, let me look at things. Or are you going, we should look at this.
I probably, you know what? Just because I mean, I would feel
Are you
comfortable
trying to
being on
figure
the
out
up
if
and
we're
up,
surrounded by a single owner?
or if anyone's got a majority of the share? But yeah, kind of.
Like it would suck if everyone,
Yeah.
like if somebody owned our next door's neighbors and behind neighbors.
Yeah.
It's all the same guy who doesn't want us to be there.
Because this is
Discount caravanners for Spinel Road, right? Didn't we cater to
Who?
Spinel Road caravans?
Who?
We.
You are Spinel Road.
Yes.
If you bought this, it would be exclusively for Spinel Road.
Yes.
Right.
What are you asking?
I don't know what you're asking.
Worrying about like competition or something.
No. He's wanting to find out why it's so cheap.
Yeah, and actually because this is such a weird situation, maybe I probably won't be as mouthy as I usually am. So I'll probably pass on the advantage if that's what that is.
Yep.
All right. Here you go.
Thank you.
I didn't curse it.
Yeah, you can use mine. I'm just telling you, you be careful because you'll get my bad luck. Did you get bad roll? Yes.
I rolled a natural 1.
That's from touching my dice. Don't touch my dice.
Is the natural ones able to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
All
could have
right.
just taken the advantage.
Right?
I was trying to be a little.
I know.
Well,
You
good
got
job
it.
for roll.
And I
playing.
paid the
You
price.
paid the
for
price.
It. All right, that's better. That's going to be skills investigation. That's going to be a 24.
Okay. So you start looking at things and you're like, oh, okay. There's these, like, sometimes when they have their names, their banners, all that stuff, like, whenever they have that, they also have their, like, there's initializations after them. You're not, like, you knew how SNSSF worked, that whatever businesses and licenses and all that kind of stuff, like your subsidiaries and all that stuff, had to be marked as such. Okay. So you're starting to see that they do have some of those out there. You're not seeing too consistent of a thing, but you're also not familiar with what these initializations are.
Oh, okay. I'll jot down a list of them and just for record keeping now in case I find out more about what these are. It'd be great if I did just ask people around and they would let me know. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Someone knows.
Yeah. I don't think Calidora would know anything about that.
She's the one that knows.
Is she?
Ask her.
Calidora! What are these? Yeah. Are you familiar with these businesses?
They're most of them. If you see the little squiggly, I don't even know what that symbol is, and then those.
That's an ampersand.
That's not the ampersand. It's actually those crazy. It's like an S with like the bar going. Like it's not a dollar sign, but it has the.
Oh, that's the
bar going through it. That's like squiggles through. I'll find it for you guys later. It's an old symbol, but he goes, those are patriarch houses.
patriarchs.
Yeah, so it's just showing you patriarch affiliation. They're trying to declare their whatever, their ownership.
And that's pretty much different of these, but most of them are patriarchs.
A solid half of the buildings are patriarch sponsored or owned.
Okay. And no indication if it's the same patriarch family?
No, there's at least 3 different.
Okay.
No, it's going through it. Again, it's like not like a dollar sign. It's thicker, and I don't even know if it's an S. It might be the other way, but
yeah, that's right.
It's
my lexicographical knowledge isn't strong enough to Google something like that.
And that's about half of them, huh? All right, good to know.
It's like, I know this is like fucking weird and terrible, but it's like that.
Where?
Where my thumb is.
Oh.
Yeah.
No idea.
It is an old.
I think I know what you're talking
crazy
about.
Or it kind of has almost like a circle in the middle of it.
Yeah, just like.
Like, is it more like that, or am I thinking of something different?
It could be. You'd have to show me the actual thing. I know what I have in my mind.
That's okay.
But
Anyway,
it's just.
So she says.
Yeah, but that's the indicator of a patriarch sponsorship or ownership.
Okay.
So most of these areas are sponsored by patriarchs.
Most everything that makes money is patriarch.
It does. That would make sense. Yeah. Nothing strange about it, but it's good to know.
Fiddick.
Yes.
Perception.
Ooh.
I'm just trying to look up this thing again.
What's he doing, Bandy?
Bandolier.
I just love the way she just stares at you.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Damn, that dog moved fast.
She's like, rah, rah, rah.
I'll turn around while I'm working and she'll just be staring at me. It's kind of creepy sometimes.
She is an anxious dog.
Yeah.
Backing up. Like, what's everyone looking at me for? I'm the one that looks. 19. So as he's walking around making notes and conspiring with Calidora, you're just kind of like up and down the street looking around, and you look over and there's a stockyard, like just a bunch of boxes with tarps over them to keep them protected from the rain, and a bunch of porters, picking them up, moving them out to carts and stuff to be moved into the city. And that's when you see a dwarf that you recognize moving boxes.
Get him, Bedak! How far away?
He's about, 50 feet into the stockyard. There's a fence around it.
How close are these?
They're within 15 feet. You don't let them get too far from you. 15, 20 feet.
Donut.
Hey.
Dwarf.
Is it Dolorous?
It is Dolorous.
Oh.
For those at home watching, Dolorous is one of the people that swindled them during their very first adventure. He was a security guard at Baldur's Mouth, the newspaper in town, and he said he'd get them paper. They paid him. He went inside and was never seen again.
Until now. Hey, perhaps we should try to,
Yes, you go left, I go right.
hey, good collector, bad collector.
I'm looking for my book. I'm sorry, what's going on?
Hey, we've caught our ne'er-do-well dwarf from Baldur.
Oh,
Dolorous, the one who owes us either 30 sheets of paper or 12 gold.
12 gold it is.
We see fucking
Well, are you looking to collect?
Yes.
Hey,
Good.
we have some time.
We do have time.
Yes, you go left, I go right. You follow Calidora, you do.
What are we doing?
Yes, dwarf.
We're about to go collect funds from someone who owes us 12 gold.
Not right now or not.
Pourquoi?
He's working.
That's very true. We would be disrupting some business here. We can find out where he goes afterwards, though.
Hey, we do know the place of his employee now.
Yeah, where does he? Well, we don't know. Are we going to follow this guy for a while?
I mean, you see him in the stockyard.
Yeah.
It's not in our stockyard. Is it?
No. I mean, there's nothing in your stockyard. Remember, your stockyard
Yeah.
is not doing any business.
Well, I'm just making sure he's not like over there stealing pallets.
Can I
Something
can I
used to
talk
do
from
when
the
I worked in a
stockyard?
machine shop. We were stealing
Yeah, I
pallets.
mean, you get the name of the place and all that stuff,
Yeah,
but
they're expensive.
Calidora quickly corrects you. And it's like, he's with the Porters Union.
Motherfucker.
And that's what he's doing right now. And it's the most powerful crew in Baldur's Gate. You don't mess with the Porters Union business. Especially since our entire livelihoods depend on product coming to and from Baldur's Gate, and they are literally the only people that can bring product into or out of Baldur's Gate.
One of the ones Patriarch sponsored, I'm assuming.
No, the Porters Union is a crew.
Oh, okay. The M crews, they're never sponsored. Okay.
I mean, funnily enough, there's no real crews up in the upper city because they've got money. They don't need to form crews.
Sure.
The crews are formed because the Patriarchs and the Flaming Fist don't protect the people.
Right. Okay. I get it now. I really like these crews. Actually, they seem to like to have good labor ideas.
And it's like, you can belong to multiple crews and also not belong to a crew even though you're doing it. Okay.
Oh, thank you. That's
He
two
really
we got.
wants. Yep. All right. So, but yeah, basically, she's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's working for them or not. Like, if he's actually a member. Right now, he's working for them,
Right.
and
right.
you don't mess with business.
Right. Yeah. All right.
So he's not with them necessarily, he's working for them.
I mean, he is a porter. If he is moving goods that go in carts and go in the city, he is a porter. And
messing with him now would be messing with whoever's hired him right
They're
now.
all unionized. They're all the same union. Even if it's someone that's saying, like, we're not with you guys, if you fuck with them, the porters union could come down on you because they don't want anyone fucking with
The porters.
He's not untouchable. The operation.
Just, like, you don't want to do it in broad daylight in the stockyard while he's moving goods.
He's simpler wrong.
Hey, it's funny. I was just thinking that.
It's simpler.
Like the name of Joaquin would carry some weight in them.
I mean, we could go talk to his manager, but
I think it might be better just to find out when their work's done, or his work's done, or if we're serious about getting this 12 gold back, which we should be in some capacity, we should see where he goes. See where he goes after work.
And it seems the bolder way to handle this off the books.
I know that I'm just supposed to be a guide.
Oh, but you're so much more than that, Calidor.
What if I was put in charge of loss prevention?
What a novel idea. Is that like a badge?
No.
That's how you get a badge. You want a badge? No, you get a badge. You're getting a badge.
I think you'd be quite good at that task, Calidor. I think that's a wonderful suggestion.
Alright. I'll get the money back.
Don't forget Alicio.
Sounds less fun.
Vidic liked that.
She'd make me an insight.
Hey, I got that. 10.
Okay. And you've got.
Yeah, I'll use the other one. Why not? One of the two we have. So 15.
Okay. Her eyes kind of like you hey, don't forget Alicio, and her eyes kind of like what? They're just a little. There is a reaction when you say that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he was this 19 gold.
You need another mechanic that puts inspirations. Like for you, it puts them above your head, and for us.
You mentioned that.
That's what I just said. Like if
every time they.
Right, like ding ding ding. Like I mean, if they did it, like I'd still have to. I'd have to make like little boxes and fill them in above them.
It would be cool if you had like status effects and all that.
Right,
stuff.
like in Super Fat Squad, he made those hourglass,
those cool
right?
Tokens? Yeah,
those are really cool. And he's like, hey, you can use them in your stream if you want. I'm like I don't use physical tokens.
That particular thing I can't see.
Right, but man, if you were giving me inspiration, I would like bing, like here, like the party has an inspiration, or the I have an inspiration. We could put it like on the screen on top of our places.
All right, so I'll ask her about that. But I noticed that Alicio elicited some sort of response from her. Is there something you want to talk about with Alicio? Is there something you're not shedding?
Oh yes.
Is he part of the guild or something?
What?
It's nothing. Alicio, what was your question?
I was asking Calidora if Alicio had some sort of importance to her.
So you did just notice that you asked her that question.
Yeah.
She looked at Vidic, and
That's
now
why
Vidic is
he asked me,
answering.
what was the question?
Yeah, it's
So
like
I asked
it wasn't
Alicio.
me, the GM, doing that.
Well, I know
it was
that.
me,
That's why I was
Calidora,
looking
doing
at.
that.
That's why I was looking at Calidora. Like, are you going to just stare at someone? What the fuck?
So question, you ask about Alicio?
Hey, I mentioned that Alicio owes us some money, and Calidora seemed a little perturbed by that. And now you're answering for her.
Yes, Alicio owe money.
Alright.
So he's connected with the guild. Is that what they're suggesting?
Why is this a strange thing you can't share with your friends?
Alicio already paid.
No.
He's all about real transactions. We can't fleece the guy twice if we find him.
What? Did you have an encounter with Alicia?
Not me.
Hey, in what
I
way?
got the money back.
You did.
Hey,
Oh wow.
well, as long as the book has, as long as the ledger is sound,
How much does the ledger need?
19 gold from Alicia.
Yeah, 19.
She pulls out 19 gold and hands it to you.
Well, that's. I'll just pretend that I just take this as aptitude, like really go.
Part of Dermot is like, well, Timothy owes the temple 20 gold. What a weird new skill.
Elicio recover.
Yeah, recovering.
Probably at the break, I will have an aside when these two guys go out to smoke to discuss something, like a little bit what happened.
It's always interesting when that stuff pops up in game, where you're like, "What do we do now?" And I'm like, "Hey, wait a minute! You guys are keeping a fucking secret from me."
Yep. Well, like God, so playing on stream is really interesting because it's for everyone and anyone can go back and watch. But man, when I ran Vampire, it was like, if you are not there with the group, go to the other goddamn room so you don't hear anything. If I need to say something to someone, I'm bringing you out separately.
I tried that really hard when we played our first Risk game.
Yeah.
Dayton made his character alone, and I made my character alone.
Yeah.
And like when we talked about stuff, I would go out of the room. Like I would go outside.
It's
and
fun
play
to
the phone
do
and stuff.
that. Get secret notes.
Oh,
from
yeah.
It's
Great for those kind of games. Like if we were to play a World of Darkness game, it's like absolutely necessary almost.
Well, I had fun with the Shadowrun too, where you guys know Wiley will play. He makes a Facebook page too, and that's where like all of our information comes and our side deals and things. And there would be newspaper articles. It's like stuff would come up on the
news
television,
feeds, yeah.
News feeds, and he would write a little blurb, and I would be like, expand, like read more, and I would read it, and then somebody else would he'd do the same thing, like read that, and I'm like, I'm not interested in that, so I wouldn't fucking read it. We're like, yeah, whatever. And then when we get back to the game, he'd be like, oh, I heard this thing's going on. I'm like, that sounds perfect. And I could have just read it, but it was more fun to not have the option. Just like right now, I'm sure Dermot would not have been cool with how we got Alicio's money back. So it's nice to not. That's why I was like, as long as the ledger is black, I'm all right.
Yeah. Needle's very excited to find
The new loss prevention officer
Yeah.
has already
Yeah.
shown profit.
It's still important to send a message to Alicia.
Well, I trust Calidor to just that.
We should have words with him if we ever see him again. He just doesn't owe us anything.
Very good. We'll remember.
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't hold on too long. He didn't interest a crew.
Is Elicio part of the crew? That I don't know.
No, interest a crew.
Does interest accrue?
Oh, just interested crew.
Like Douglas owes interest.
Nay.
I think-
interest is the work of others besides Joaquin.
For now, it's.
I don't know. I would say that the
Right,
borrowing. I don't know.
Like
Maybe I don't know. What do you? Because it's bankers, right? So yeah, they would charge interest because
maybe, but
handling
you,
money. I'll have to think about
you didn't lend money.
Yeah.
You did
Oh,
a
then
service.
in that case,
so
yes,
the
he would-
service was X amount,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
that was agreed on.
We never got this. We just want
You
money
just
back.
you just
We
want the
didn't
money
get
back
that wasn't
because you didn't
lent.
get the
That's
service.
true. That wasn't
right?
lent
It's
money.
just recompensation, not.
I don't know. I think that was just like Mitch. The moral ambiguity of interest is frustrating.
I'm going to use my magic quill to draw a little golden star in my notes of Calidor's new position. These mango ones are really tasty.
I got mangoed out years ago.
Well, it's just good fortune all around, isn't it? Oh, I like this music. This is it's kind of like the general theme for Critical Role's second campaign, and I think it's really pretty.
Cool.
It's good, huh? You can hear it. Can you guys, Drewby, can you hear the music that we play here?
I got it.
Because I mean, I could barely hear. I had to be like listening for it. So what do you think? Mostly patient. Nothing seems unusual of the surrounding area.
Yeah, I mean, do what we need to do. We still relative money. We fix it.
Indeed. Do you think it's right that we go? You think it's proper that we go snooping around inside the place? We're gonna have a tour of it tomorrow.
This is fun.
Bandolier. It's because I don't wear deodorant and only take bubble baths.
What is that from?
That's from Big Mouth.
You need to rewatch that series.
It's the female hormone fairy. Why do you smell so good?
Yeah.
Because I don't wear deodorant and I only take bubble baths.
That's quite a show, that one.
It's so smart. It's so good.
Yeah.
John Mulaney and Nick Kroll is beautiful.
Huh?
The reason I found out whoever did that voice was like in The Expanse, or maybe it was WandaVision.
Thanks, Drewby. We asked if they can hear the music at all from listening.
The thing about the music is
That's
that
all it is.
huh?
I said if you turn it up, that's all we'll hear.
If we turn it up, it's all here. But also, if it's loud enough that it's clearly picked up on the mic, we will get demonetized. Because
there's that.
It's from video games and other things that pass. Multiple of our videos that I've tried to upload to
It was just.
YouTube. It's like bing, immediately copyright claim.
Should we not mention it? Because I just mentioned that's from Critical Role Season 2.
No, it doesn't matter. No one's no one's listening to our stream going, are they they mentioned they played it. No, they just have a bot that listens to the music.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I think
It's like
they're used to talking about things.
Right.
It's like Shazam, but only for taxes.
All right.
So, Calidor, are you going to be handling this? I want to say Drewby.
Trini?
Dolores.
While we check out inside the place.
Yeah, I'll need to watch them.
All right. I think we can handle ourselves against cobwebs and rotten hay.
Okay, so Calidora
Splits the party.
disappears in the crowd.
Huh?
Can we get a Devil Mitch for splitting the crowd?
I didn't do it this time.
We'll still blame you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's always anytime the crowd is split,
It is
the
usually
party
my
is
fault.
split.
And I was going to suggest that you and I go take stock of the buildings while everybody else takes stock of the grounds. Split the party. That was my Twitch name for a little bit. Was Split the Party. Or no, that was my Discord name. Split the Party.
So we're gonna get
Also, apparently, I don't know exactly what'll trigger it, but there's a emote explosion that'll send 400 Devil Mitches just all over the screen
Please no.
if someone tips us or cheers us.
Oh wow.
I think. I don't know how it works, but it's the only so.
Well, if it's for tipping us, we'll never see.
Well, the tipping, I don't know how tipping works on this because bits like cheering is the way you would tip on Twitch. So I don't know what tipping is. But if you do cheers, apparently it'll do it. And then cheering is the one alert type that isn't covered by my cool banner thing, like the cool shing. So I'm like, oh yeah, go ahead and use the emote thing for it. So
Interesting.
Yeah.
but apparently, yeah, it's 400 double bitches that just blow up on the screen.
God.
All right. So,
The grounds.
so you've looked up and down this lane. So just the things that are just on the same road as it. Now you're going to go check out the grounds themselves and go on there.
Mm. I mean, we're going to get a tour tomorrow, but so I guess Videk and I think it's not improper to look around.
We're in negotiations to purchase it. We shouldn't be kept off the grounds, plus there's nothing keeping us from roaming.
It's true.
There's nothing keeping others from roaming, which means it might be good to take a look and see who's already roaming.
Might need to kill some squatters.
Aye.
Oh.
So you guys head onto the grounds?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. As you head onto the grounds...
We're immediately arrested.
Woo!
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, flaming fist just right there.
Yeah.
Did you step in a trap? Oh, I didn't check the traps.
We didn't have her ruin this.
Over
We did.
by
Oh,
the...
she's gone.
Nope, she's gone. You've sent her off to do a different job.
Well
Split the
worth it.
So, as you walk onto the grounds, you're starting to look around the stables, the covered area, there's big stockyard, the warehouses. You do see that there's a figure sitting on a bench outside the main warehouse area, and the figure stands up, and it is an imposing figure. It is quite large.
Fee!
It is as large as Fee. Just a little bit shorter, but stockier. It's definitely in armor. And it starts walking towards you. It picks up a morning star
Okay.
and has a shield and just starts walking your way.
Walking.
Right? It is a dragonborn. Green scaled, fairly vivid green scales. Most dragonborns have more of a
Yeah, dulled.
dulled and all that kind of stuff. But these are pretty shiny. Maybe they're treated with something or polished. But a green dragonborn. It's got the almost wider snake-like head, up one thick neck, nice big pauldrons, wearing heavy scale mail. This is bigger scales than you've seen before, heavier scales than you've seen before.
He's on the grounds.
Yes. Walks up
wave.
to you. Says, it calls out. Sorry, folks. Don't know where you're in for the night, but our lot is closed.
We're not here to squat, actually. We're here for business and just wanted to take a look at the place before our meeting tomorrow.
Meeting tomorrow. You're meeting with Trini Goldcoin?
Nice.
Good coin?
Hey, our establishment is planning to purchase this land from Windsog.
Well, you should come back tomorrow.
Oh, about you, be you clearly here protecting the place, right?
I am Drafata Kadalin.
What's up, darling?
Hired.
Kadalin with a K.
What? Kadalin with a K. Yep. Kadalyn.
Do you work for Miss Goodcoin?
I do.
Ah, well.
Here, protecting the grounds while it is shut down.
So what harm can come from the purchasers getting a quick tour on our own?
Huh. You don't own it yet, do you?
We wouldn't be opposed to having the tour led by you. Perhaps we could just take a look around. During the day before someone gets to put their polish on it.
Well, the place is owned by Windsog Long, not Trini Goodcoin.
She's the arbiter.
No, I know. I was trying to help your argument.
Unfortunately, anyone could walk up here and tell me that they were going to buy this place and want to look around.
I show the... you have the missive, the appraisal and everything.
Oh,
see if you'll take that.
Yeah, I'll show them official paperwork if you'd like.
I'm not a clerk.
Can't
I'm
you
here
read,
to
lad?
keep people off the
I can read
grounds.
it. Okay.
Unfortunately, only one of us is people.
Is problem with crime in empty lots?
Yes. There's a problem with crime all throughout Baldur's Gate. That's what gives me and you work.
Yes. Is squatters problem or brigands?
Squatters would be easy. There's always someone trying to turn a profit on any unclaimed territory.
Ian, do you have any idea why Patriot or Windsong Long might be selling this land?
I'm really going to need you to leave. You can ask all these questions of Trini tomorrow.
Aye.
We'll leave, of course. But I don't know how much you know about the business. It just seems such an unusual place to be available. Have you you've been stationed here for some time? Yes, and I'm making motions, getting ready to leave. Have you seen anything strange going on around here?
Persuasion.
Oh, me? Shit.
Yep.
Ooh, I can help you. I can guide you through your persuasion.
You gonna cast a guide real quick on him while he's talking?
Let's give you a D4.
Say some nice things. Say something pretty about his scales.
That's a
Claw bombs, 2 gin bottles.
Hey, 2 gin bottles. Just bring us the vodka. We'll do claw bombs.
Yeah, come by and bring us
Oh, look
vodka.
at that extra 3 points.
Yeah, on top of this wonderful 4. All right.
4, huh?
Well, hold on. Persuasion, right?
Yep.
It's going to be a 5 plus 3 for an 8.
8. Okay. Yeah, she's walking you off the lot.
All right.
You work for long.
No, he works for good
I
coin.
work for good
Oh,
coin.
Sorry, Mr.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sure you're looking out for whatever fits there, baby. Right. Well, I suppose we just go.
What more can we do without dressing?
We're not here. We're definitely not here to cause trouble. We can't fuck up this deal for you.
Hey, thank you for your time, Miss Caroline.
Cadolin.
We'll press the matter.
Drafata Cadolin.
We'll press the matter no further.
Lovely green scales, by the way. Do you wax them?
Hey, you were supposed
See, you should have done that before.
You were supposed to do that when you.
Right. That's why I rolled so low. So yeah, fucking Wileyverse.
Well, it's the whole. Why can I not remember that guy's name when I need to? The animated spellbook guy.
Z Bradshaw.
Z Bradshaw. You're supposed to do all the buttering up before you make the roll because it shifts the difficulty.
Yeah. Well, it didn't come to mind.
Yeah.
That's why I said something.
I know. You should have made the roll, not me.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you
were
can
in the
also
middle of
offer
everything?
money.
Yeah,
That also all works
I mean, we
most
could
of the
try.
time.
I mean, how bad do we want to see this place before she gets here? I mean, I'd like to get a good look at it.
And it could also not be the fact that you want to see what's going on here. She just may have information. As you said, she's been sitting here for days.
We did get some overhead back. Do you think you could probably pay for a moment of time with her? Obviously, we can't traipse around the grounds.
Her Morningstar is very good quality.
Which means
each
she's
of the
really
individual spikes are screwed in them individually. So if anything breaks, or she wants to clean them or sharpen them, she can pull them out and do them all individually. A nice heavy-headed mace.
All right.
This is nice.
Well, hey. I'm like Mitch all of a sudden. Hey, listen up, Trafada. Hey, Miss Caroline. Perhaps we could pay you for your assistance. We're merely looking for information on the grounds. Nothing that's beyond or above anything your mistress would be willing to give us.
Are you now outside on the road?
Yeah, we're not on the grounds anymore. We're right outside the gate. I don't want to be menacing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to persuade.
Or she's still just trying to do her job and get you off the ground.
Yeah, we'll let her do her job.
Right. So you're outside now. She just turns around. No.
Just
Just kidding.
She just walks away from me.
No, she doesn't. That would have been hilarious, but yes.
Yeah.
No, she does not do that.
All right, so
She
perhaps there's a
just
price. Perhaps you have your words are worth something to you.
observations. I'll start getting out coins and
The Spinel Road.
What is it you'd like to know?
as I'm getting out coins, I will shuffle. I'm shuffling around gold to hand to you to with that. But one of them is a copper piece. But that's not going to do, and the copper's not going to do. But as I'm making a little flourish with handling around coin, I'm actually casting a detect thought spell with the copper piece as the material component.
Okay.
Interesting.
On her, obviously. But yeah,
What's
give me gold.
It's in your notes. I was like, you wrote down the
Yeah.
not in your notes.
It's concentration up to 1 minute. It's a wisdom save. Oh no, it's not a wisdom saving throw yet. It's surface thoughts up for a minute. If I want to delve deeper, they get a wisdom saving throw, and I don't see anything. I don't see anything in this where she can tell that she's being cast.
No, that's fine.
That's a spell.
What we're really doing here is trying to find out why the price is good. It seems that Patriarch Long wishes to be rid of this area.
He's not a patriarch. Oh, you don't know that, do you?
I don't.
Okay. So the first thing you get is Patriarch Long.
Whatever Windsog's...
She didn't say that.
Yeah, well, whatever Windsog's title is.
Yeah, you say Patriarch Long, blah, blah, blah. So keep going with what you were saying.
Nice. Someone seems to want to be rid of this property, and we wish to take it, but not without knowing all the information first.
Curse, death, murder. 3 thoughts you get.
Curse, death, murder.
The owners are...
Isn't that what happened in that's Demolition Man? Curse, murder, death? Murder, death, kill.
Murder, death,
It's
kill.
no curse.
She goes, the former owners of the business here have gone missing.
Hey.
Now I would like to probe.
Well, let me talk.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yeah, DC 15. Well, because she's thinking about it now, so I want to
No.
go. And it lasts for a minute, so you can keep talking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, see, it's funny. I was going to call it. And how long have they been missing for, Miss Lass?
Since the beginning of rotting, this place has just been rotting here, making no money for long, and he's been wanting to get out of it for a while, it seems.
How long is rotting?
So it's 3
It's a
10
month,
days.
it's 3 10 days. Every month is 30 days.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. Right.
So last month.
Mm-hmm.
So the ownership has passed hands, or did Long own it already?
Long owns the grounds. The business was run by 2 brothers. Alright. So we're going to get what you get real quick with your probing. The owners, you get a quick store in Niven.
A store in Niven.
Store and Niven.
Oh, I'm sorry.
STOR.
Oh.
Store.
These are the 2 brothers.
Yep, and Niven are missing. Store went missing first, and then Niven went missing afterwards. That's what you get from your probe.
Interesting.
Now, they ran this place.
Do they believe that the disappearances are linked to the land?
Well, they're linked to the land not making money.
Aye, true that. True that. Is there anything else you can think might be pertinent to someone wanting to purchase this? Would you purchase this land yourself, lass?
I have no
you had
need
the
for
coin.
I have no need for to run a stockyard.
Aye, but if the land was yours, wouldn't you do as you see fit with it?
As far as I'm aware, it's outside of my price range, and I'm not a business person. I crack skulls.
Aye,
So,
we have one of those.
so you wouldn't have any. So you wouldn't know anything about the silly rumors around about a curse or anything. Then.
Clever. Nice scales, by the way.
It's like,
Nice guess.
nice guess. So she's like, there are many places in Baldur's Gate that have curses, and anything outside the city is pretty much cursed to fail anyway.
You're right about that.
But in the thoughts that you're reading, it's, workers missing. This place has gone to hell. Don't go out at night.
And last, do you
And it seems to be not just about this place. It's a broader, this area thing.
Do you feel safe residing here, lass? I know that your job is to be...
I am confident in my abilities to defend myself.
Aye, all right. All right. No insult meant.
And she looks at you, like after she...
well, I don't.
You're the only
This
one
would
that's
be
like,
exciting to see.
Yeah.
like you're the only other, like you're the only threat to her that she sees. You're the only other person in armor with weapons.
I'm armored with weapons.
Yeah, you're still a priest.
Right.
I mean, you're still
got me
like. It's like
Still
she's
like a
not.
little
She's not
tiny,
gonna. She doesn't worry about the priest
Yeah.
coming down on her. It's that fighter. Those fighters. I always think they're hot shit.
Priests seem kind of badass to me. Because you remember in 3rd edition, it used to be like the fighter classes all got +1 attack bonus every level.
Every level.
And then clerics would only get it like every other level, if that.
Mm-hmm.
But now I don't know. The fight kind of on the same.
Proficiency goes up the same for everyone.
Yeah.
The only thing that the fighters get is an extra attack.
Yeah, they get the extra.
Later on, the priests will get their. It's not smite, but they get damage added to every attack.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
The only thing that they get is like, well, if you pick one of the classes, like knowledge doesn't have it. What has it? Forge, War,
yeah.
and there's another one.
I don't know.
But they get the martial. They get heavy armor and martial weapons. They become fighters basically, except for they just don't get that extra attack.
Interesting.
Interestingly enough, that is still a throwback to the reverse math of the first editions of D&D with Thaco. The Thaco of a fighter went down every level, which is just like getting a +1.
Yeah.
Where everyone else had a every 3 levels, every 5 levels, like just like those old level bonuses of fighters get a +1 every level, other people get a +1 every 2 levels or 3 levels or 4 levels.
The only thing I really hated about the whole system was that every class had different experience requirements to level up.
So
It was like the rogues that you had to get 1,500, well, wizard had to get 3,000. So you had like, so by the time.
and what's
Sometimes
weird
you'd have
about
like
that,
a level 5 rogue and a level 2 wizard.
Yeah.
on the same
right?
Team.
What's weird about it is the fact that every gold piece you gain while treasure hunting was as an experience point. 1 experience point per gold piece.
That was the first edition.
Yeah, first edition. So rogues could go, pew!
Yeah.
Like, they stole so much crap. There was a reason why they kept shit from the party.
Yeah.
And they had the least requirements. It was
Other
weird.
reasons. There's always reasons to keep.
But they were
stuff
also
in the
way
party.
shittier in combat.
Oh, yeah.
Than
At the end, though. Like,
3rd, 4th, 5th edition.
All right. So if I can't seem to get anything else out of her without kind of perturbing her, because she's already said.
she seems... Make an insight.
That's a natural 20, baby!
Yeah.
+5.
She seems cold-blooded.
Literally.
But she is a humanoid. She's
humanoids
not-
warm-blooded?
Yeah, I was going to say, what
Are
about.
all humanoids warm-blooded?
No. But they they do lay eggs. They're a weird thing. Like,
Very much are.
they do have a great write-up on
Platypus
them.
lay eggs, so you never know.
They do have a great write-up on Dragonborn and how they fit into the
That's fine.
the
So
humanoid. But
she's just
she seems cold-blooded, but you're actually realizing that she's not angry or perturbed
Yeah.
or annoyed. Like, she's just got her job. She doesn't want to fail at it because,
yeah.
she's proud. So she's not pissed off or angry or even annoyed that you're talking to her. She doesn't even really care about the money all that much. It's really just the
Professionalism?
professionalism and the approach.
Gotcha. Are we approaching her unprofessionally?
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
I mean, she just has. You haven't shown her anything yet that says you belong here, but you also don't need to take the tour. Like,
Yeah.
if
I
you
get
can
it.
find out other stuff just by talking to her, she's fine talking to you.
Well, I'm just saying I haven't found anything or don't know where to go with at the moment. So I'll end our conversation and pay her for her time.
Yeah. How
5 gold sound good?
5? Well, I guess it would be up to her, wouldn't it? If
I mean, she didn't ask for any money. We didn't.
we just
discuss the
gave
price. We're
her
gonna
5
give
gold.
her $5.
Okay. What the hell am I supposed to do? Okay.
And then we could take our break. I guess it's quarter after or 10 after.
Yeah. She,
Well, I guess it was we just paid for information. That's not like,
Yeah, you would write a receipt too.
yeah. Receipts.
we're gonna take our break.
Was it that time already?
Yeah, it's 10 after 6.
Jesus.
We're just killing Galen with conversations. He's like, yes, you are.
Poor Galen.
I waited.
You haven't technically left. You can continue to talk to her. Even after he says, we're done and you pass money, before you leave, like, we're in that moment, if you think of anything or you discuss what you want to talk to her about.
She thought about a large area, right? Okay.
So when she thought about missing workers, it wasn't just this place. It was it's because she didn't work for here before, so all her knowledge is coming from her just working here the last 10 days when it was shut down.
Oh, okay.
Another thing that you get, let's see, she did fail her save. Just make an investigation, as there's a lot of thoughts going on, and you're trying to sift what's pertinent and what's not.
Okay. That's going to be a 24 again.
Okay. So a couple of the thoughts that come through when you delve deeper and all that stuff is that, especially when you asked her about her staying the night and that kind of stuff, like, did she feel threatened? She actually just thought that she was annoyed at the noise and the smell. And you get a feeling of, like, you get this sense of behind. And so, like, something behind this lot has a sound and smell that she's annoyed with overnight.
Interesting.
The other things were missing workers. A couple other stuff you get is the Waiting Hound. It's a tavern that's nearby. You get a couple faces. You see them in context of being at the bar at the Waiting Hound. Also at the grounds. Like, looks like they were
Faces on the grounds that were also at the waiting
here. So, like, yeah, there's faces
Okay.
here picking up boxes and clearing out the grounds while she was there securing it. And then you also see glimpses later on of this tavern called the Waiting Grounds, and you see those same faces.
Okay. God, I fucking love this spell.
Spell's great. That spell's great.
My favorite part is that it doesn't alert who you cast it on that. It's the worst part of I guess if you didn't have that for Charm Person, and Charm Person is also a level 1 spell, but, like, God, that would be such an abused spell if
it was the Love Domain. It's something else now, the Peace Domain. There's a couple others, though, the Beauty Domain, that get rid of that.
Wow.
For charms and friends and all that.
Casting that all
like,
fucking day.
it'd be amazing. But also, it's rude. Like, it is.
Well, yeah, wasn't that a lot of the internet squawking about it? It's kind of like a weird kind of, like, anti-consent thing.
Right, it's very much because a lot of, like, it's not dominate person. It just makes people like you.
Yeah.
But it's also like getting someone drunk.
Yeah.
To do what you want.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just a conversation.
I get it. I absolutely get it. It's... Charm person isn't dominate person. That's like, you can't just tell people what to do.
Right.
They're just in love with you type of thing.
Right.
But
Did they become aware of it afterwards, though?
Well, that's what
the whole thing. Is
normally it would, but certain new domains that came out on Unearthed Arcana, their special ability was to remove that caveat.
So they could cast Charm Person, and the person would never be aware.
Yeah.
And then,
just for a certain amount of time, they just like really into you.
Yeah, it was pretty rapey.
A little bit, right? Like at first I kind of scoffed at the arguments, but the more I thought about it, I was like, well, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see, especially because, like, Dave, you don't play with, like, random people. Wiley, sorry. So, like, but I have, and, like, I can see that in the hands of some people that play the game just go into really weird directions.
really bad directions.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I don't play with random people. Because imagine me in one of my games where someone's like, I'm gonna charm this person and fuck them. Like,
yeah. And that's what I was. That's what I was trying to do when I played this game when I was 13 years old, right?
Yeah,
And but then we started to play with grown-ups, getting into this stuff. It's like, there's any people that want to do them.
If there are any girls there, I want to do them. All right, go hang out with Mitch.
Yeah, I'll go rescue the master.
All right. So, for the people at home, going back to the Elisio talk and Dolores. So, right after the very first session we had with this game, and Elisio was a man that, while they were out on their hunt for paper, promised them to get them to the undercellar, the black market of Baldur's Gate, and led them there at a cost. And when they got down to where he told them to go, it was an ambush where they were going to get robbed. Got attacked. They thwarted the ambush, didn't get robbed, but they never found Elisio again. So right after that night, Calidora went to Vidic and said, hey, you know that guy Elisio, and I know we have a ledger for him now, and he's got money that we owe, but when he was sitting, I didn't trust him, and when he was sending us down there, I stole his pouch that he put our money in, and it had the money of him and all of the people he had rubed that day. And this was before they knew they were about to get ambushed. She stole this guy's pouch when they just did a legitimate business deal. And she goes, hey, I found this, I took this, what should we do with it? And after much debating, it was decided that they wouldn't tell the others. Because if, the thought process being, if Dermac knew that she stole from someone that they had a legitimate dealing with, even though he would later be proven that he double-crossed them, that it may look bad, because Calidora had just met them, no one really trusted each other yet, they didn't know each other in the business. Her hunches wouldn't have been a sound reason to steal from someone that you made a deal with. So it was decided that they were going to keep the money and split it amongst themselves. And that's what they did. They, was it 32 gold or something like that?
Yeah.
Was kept between Calidora and Vidic. And they decided not to tell the rest of the group that they robbed the person that was robbing them.
I almost forgot about that. 'Cause we did most of that discussion over Discord, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now it's become pertinent because now it's just that Alicia we gotta get.
I mean, for Vidic, it's still kind of like he did double crosses,
He did.
and he might not even know that we were the ones who took his gold. So.
And that's the whole thing is you could have just said that, oh yeah, we got him afterwards.
Yeah, okay.
That, but it's really for Calidora, with Dermac, it's the timing.
Right.
Because you can't rob someone that you're really doing business with. You couldn't steal from Flirt, the forger. You buy the paper and she steals the money back to get that. That would be against Joaquin,
Yeah.
the trading goods. So the fact that she stole it before, all you have to do is spin it that she got it afterwards, and it would be fine.
Right. But I mean, I would say for Vidic, it's not so much the gold, the money. It's more like I want Elisio to know.
Don't do this to her.
Yeah, don't do this to Spinel Road, and him to tell other people.
Yeah, I mean, finding them and making the point is a completely different thing.
Yeah.
The getting the money back, which clears the ledger, for those two, is more of the point. She's approaching, and it's the timing was wrong. So she wasn't in the right when she did it, and they Needle probably wouldn't care. Dermac. It's all, yeah. It's all Dermac. The fact that she stole from someone you guys made a deal with before you knew that the deal was bad, and that could be bad. So. That's our little aside by going back to that. But now Calidora is in charge of loss prevention, so she's been given carte blanche to go rob from people that have wronged you.
But again, Vidic, like 12 gold from Dolores, like, that's a drop in the bucket. It's not
Right.
really. But if people think that they can just start swindling Spinel Road.
He didn't even know what Spinel Road was. He just knew that there's some people that wanted paper. And, you don't even know anything past that.
It's also just
It's true.
Vidic
Bad
takes
here.
it personally, too, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, you're definitely not the numbers person. You're the reputation person. Like, no, you know that you don't attack my caravan because it has that flag. If you attack my caravan with that flag on it, then I'm going to prove to you why you don't attack these caravans and make sure you tell everyone else you don't attack these caravans.
That's my job.
Yep. Loss prevention. It's loss creation. I like that. I'll put this back up for now. We'll be right back in a second, but I'll be here answering questions if anyone has them.
Yeah, then would you like to go first? Go for it, Rod.
I do enjoy the fact that she did that early on, just with her instinct, but not wanting to ask permission. Calidora, like, she's like, this guy's screwing us, so I'm gonna rob him.
Well, I mean, in a way, you, as the GM, knew that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but it also creates a tension in the party because of the situation that occurs from it. Because Calidora didn't know that when she did that. I know
Vidic
everything.
would know that Dermot wouldn't like that.
Right. Bandolier. Hi, Matt Hugh. I don't think we've seen you around here before. How's it going today? Really? Matt Mixer? You didn't want to be Matt Mixer anymore?
Keep giving my cup.
Yeah. We're still going to call you Matt Mixer.
Terrorize the few viewers we have.
You gots to. Nice. What are you streaming? Doing Hades? Doing what? Are you doing D&D on Roll20? What's the... There's a new one, isn't there? That's pretty popular. Survival horror game.
Phasmophobia is really popular right now.
The Medium. That's it. That looks
I
fantastic.
haven't heard that one.
Oh, I saw a small snippet of it. And this woman can go back and forth between the two worlds, but she's still in both. She only sees in one or the other. Looks really cool.
Dave, do you want to kill her so you know how to do it?
Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
It's wrapped up. Is that a pill for her?
Yeah.
I was saying, it's wrapped up in a little baggie like that. Looks like heroin.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, what are you about to... Is that your gear?
Sit. Good girl.
So sometimes it takes a couple tries, but she's pretty good about it. And then you give her the treat afterwards so that she comes back. So, do you want to watch me do it first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Come here, baby.
She knows what's coming.
Okay. You just gotta open her mouth, drop it as far
Far
back
back.
as you can.
Hold it.
Yeah. You rub her throat. Usually when the tongue comes out, that means she swallowed it. And just give her a treat.
Good girl. Good girl, baby.
Occasionally you'll find the pill.
Oh.
Half an hour later on the ground.
Had to give my friend's caterpillar a couple of times, and it was like
They're caterpillar.
caterpillar.
Cats are the worst with that.
Dude, and it wasn't mine, of course. Hey, there we go, Mad Hugh.
What's that? Oh,
It's a Mad
wow.
Mixer.
Thank you. Holy crap.
Concerned Doge.
Concerned Doge.
One of my favorite. There's always those like Ask Reddits that become really famous and popular and stuff. And one of my favorite ones was, how do you pronounce DOGE? And the first comment was, it's pronounced DOGE. Like it's just the same word, because like how can we tell you how to pronounce it?
Yeah.
The other one was God, what was the guy's name from Limp Bizkit? What was the lead singer?
Fred Durst.
Fred Durst. He did an AMA. And he did an AMA on Reddit. And the first comment, like millions of votes, like it had so many more, like hundreds of thousands of votes, more than the actual AMA had votes for. It like 200,000 upvotes was, I thought you were dead. Fred Durst. He did an AMA on Reddit a couple years ago, and the first comment was, I thought you were dead, and they got a whole bunch of upvotes. The very next comment, very closely behind, wasn't a question. It just said "lol." LOL.
Yeah.
And the same thing, it had like 200,000 upvotes. And then the very third one was, who on your PR team thought this would be a good idea? Those were the three main questions. Thought you were dead, lol, and who thought this was going to be a good idea?
Doge. My son calls it Doge.
I
He's a hip and with it 8-year-old.
What's funny is how old that meme actually is.
Yeah.
Doge, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it goes
pretty-
all the way back to Superbad.
Well, that's like I had a kid in my class.
Superbad? No.
I'm gonna buy Dogecoin.
So it's
And,
too late now. That thing's super expensive.
That's how is that?
I mean, they already bought a NASCAR with the combination.
Did they really?
Yeah, there was a Doge car.
I have
for a
no
while.
idea what the worth is for these.
Well, it skyrocketed with the whole GameStop thing
Yeah.
for whatever
Dogecoin.
reason. Yeah,
Oh,
it went ridiculous.
I guess people just got excited in general.
So there's the,
You know, if you're gonna write receipts, you should probably like spell the names right. Like ask them.
Well,
how to spell the
excuse me,
names.
I wasn't using Detect Thoughts on you. I was using it on her.
a couple weeks ago we had an
Like
assessment.
Trafalta? Like why is there an L in there?
Jafalta, right?
Trafata.
Jafata.
But it had a
There's no
that
L.
is I put two T's.
duh or trust.
Just cross one on that. Just put a cross for that.
Oh really? I thought it was everyone's. It could be just the internet. They're telling us like it's gonna beat out Bitcoin and all this bullshit.
But
But it's probably because Bitcoin is raising
But
right
I'm
now.
curious if I just buy a chunk now
I'd
and then
like
like
to.
years and years later, see if I could put that to some college fund
Right.
or something if it raises.
Like
over
if it's only
years.
that, I kind of want to buy,
Yeah.
Did you
$20
hear
bucks
that
worth of it.
Guy who had
I need to.
multiple millions in Bitcoin and on
Lost his password.
No, there's
that guy.
there's a company that they had an account and everyone like they don't have any password for it anymore. Like there's an account out there worth probably billions now that no one can get into.
Yeah, there's that one. Some guy had like a.
Couple million in there, and he doesn't
Yeah,
know how
he
to get
forgot
into
his
it
password.
anymore. Yep.
And there was also a guy who had it on a USB drive, but it got thrown out. And
Oh, I
he
remember that.
offered people
Yeah.
money. He said, anybody who finds this, I will pay you $1 million. He wanted to get people to go and just start.
Digging through the trash for thumb drives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A ton of Bitcoin back in the day. I used to buy a pepperoni pizza.
Yeah. So I have two great regrets in finance, two big ones, and one of them is Bitcoin because I got on I'm like this is amazing. I was in like the internet industry and like there's a digital currency now.
I was very excited when
And
it first popped up.
I was also part of $1 Million or Millionaire Makers on Reddit, which is hey, if 1 million people give one person $1, you make a millionaire. So let's have a raffle where we get everyone in a subreddit.
Do they still do that?
They still do it. It's terrible. Like it got gamed for a while,
No.
but then they've come back, and I haven't followed it for a while.
I mean,
But-
it's just a lottery at that.
It's a lottery. It is absolutely a lottery, and the problem is that it's all on. You don't buy into it, so everyone puts their name in. Then one person wins, and then it's just hoping that all the people that
Right,
put their
send
names
them
in
$1.
would give the money. And
I
they
mean,
do
even
make
if it
up. They do
happened.
make up a couple $100,000 every time they do it. Like the people that become the winners, they never made a millionaire yet. But people give 5 and 10. But when that first happened, people were giving Bitcoin. Like one of the options was Bitcoin.
One of the warm.
I started following Bitcoin. I started doing all that stuff to the point where I was on like the Bitcoin subreddits where it's like everyone needs to get in on this. You need to get on right now. If you comment on this thread, I will send you 5 Bitcoin. for free, just to get your account started.
Right.
And I would always I'd go to start getting my account, and it's like, what's your bank number? What's your routing number? I'm like, I wasn't trusting enough back then, but I could have had.
That's still probably a smart move.
Like, I have Bitcoin now, but I didn't buy it until it was already like $15,000, right? So if I
$15,000
it's more now.
Wow.
No, I don't have 15,000. I bought into it when it was $15,000 per Bitcoin, and I spent $100. So I have a tiny little fraction.
You have a bit of a
Bitcoin, but I could have had.
That's cool.
I could have had probably hundreds of Bitcoin back when it was still.
You'd have $164,825 if you took that offer.
There was that guy
What?
on Wall Street.
If I took the 5 Bitcoin, the 5 Bitcoin would have been a shit ton right now.
Wow.
There was that guy on Wall Street, Bets, who was like, to his credit, was saying, I'll like hold the line or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was at like 10 million. And I'm all like, I don't think I could do that. I'd be like,
There's someone that
taking 10
showed
million.
that he was at 12 million at a 10 million loss when it first dumped. And he's like, I was up to 22 million and I'm holding on to my shares. I lost 10 million.
What kind of
That guy's probably fine anyways, considering you could buy enough.
Well, even then, it's like the problem that I have with all of this, and people saying they lost money on the stock market or they lost money at a casino or whatever that kind of stuff is it's not your money until you take it out, right? You put in $700. You're now at 10 million. Like, you haven't lost $10 million. You've made $10 million. Like, until you pull the money out, it's not yours.
But I mean, I don't know if I had that $10 million. This guy's like, I'm holding on to it.
My only financial woe like that.
Oh, I have to say my second one because it's really interesting. My second one is Black Lotus.
the Magic the Gathering card?
A black border, first edition Black Lotus card. I got it in my very first packs that I ever bought. And I'm like, this thing seems kind of weird and useless. Like, just 3 mana?
I know the card is
Who gives a
useless,
shit? And it's like, it wasn't useless, but it was useless when you're playing casually.
Yeah.
So I traded it to a friend of mine.
Yeah.
A Black Lotus just sold last week for over $500,000.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, I mean, they got up to like 4.
A Black Border, an original.
Even in the 90s, Scry Magazine would have that listed over 500.
I wish I knew, cause it was literally we went to the store, we bought the packs, we opened the packs, made our decks, and started playing and learning the game. And I'm like, this card's kind of useless. I'll trade it to you. Okay, here we go.
Sure, why wouldn't you?
Before I knew anything about
Yeah.
anything else, or even that you could look it up. But yeah,
My biggest one like that.
Call that friend.
I think he's still around, and there's no way he still had it.
Yeah.
There's no way, because he would have been like, woohoo. But I sold a lot of my Magic cards years ago.
The closest I ever got to something like that was back when one of the lotteries was super high and I was still working at Safeway. Everybody was just kind of buying just $1 or whatever. And I joked about I'm going to use the numbers from Lost, but I couldn't remember what they were. So I just bought random. The next day, it was the numbers from Lost.
Wow.
Mine's nothing like
So many
that.
people probably hit.
No, a lot did. It came out to $40,000 per person though. So it's
Right.
been
Yep, it would have been a huge bonus.
Mine was never anything like that, but when I was in high school, I think it was my senior year, I was taking I'd failed geometry 3 times, and I was taking basically an 8th grade class my senior year to get my 2 math credits and get the fuck out. And one of the guys I worked with is this big dude, Lalo, huge dude, Mexican guy, and I was like, what are you gonna do after school? And he's like, I'm gonna go work with my dad at the waste place, basically waste management. He's like, I'm just going to be a garbage man. And I was like, why? And he goes, because they pay you $17 an hour to start. And this was 1999. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And he's like, it's a shitty job. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, I've been helping him get his math stuff done, helping him, basically tutoring him in the class. And he's like, I'm going to put a word in for you. And I was like, let me think about it. And then a couple of days later, he's like, hey man, my brother's like, you can come work, whatever. And I was like, no, I'm going to turn it down. And since then, I've had a couple of shitty jobs. Like, I worked at Hooters and I bartended at Chewy's and all stuff. I would have retired last year on the city with a 20-year pension if I had just taken that job. Because I've stayed at worse jobs. And I've put more effort into stuff. Yeah, I did food and beverage for 18 years and I hated most of it. Which means I could have just taken out trash for 18 years and hated most of it and be retired right now.
Medical insurance.
And and the city would be paying me a pension, and I'd still be free right now to take another job. Like I still could have gone back to school, like I do right now, like I did right now. I could have done all that stuff, and still have $25,000 a year just coming in.
It's also one of the most dangerous jobs in America.
It is, and I'm sure I wouldn't have made it 20 years, but it's one of those hindsight things where I'm like, fuck, I literally had a city job lined up for me at 18, and all I had to do was walk in and take it, and I didn't, and now I'm 40 years old going, fuck, I could have had that pension and everything, Alright, let's play some D&D.
Alright, so, anything else to ask of Drifata?
Is it Dra with a T?
Drifata.
Right.
Drifata.
That was way off.
Yeah, Drifata.
But
I mean, you have to understand that she's saying that without lips.
True.
Drifata.
Alright, anyway. So I don't have anything else for her. It sounds like what had happened was this place is cursed and everyone keeps disappearing from it and they're trying to offload it. That's what you heard. I didn't hear any of that stuff. So. Alright.
Right, yeah, I'll tell you all what I got.
What a crazy skinny. Alright, so we're skinny in.
No, not yet.
So.
Because he heard more stuff afterwards when you left.
Yeah.
So.
But, I think it'd be kind of weird if I asked anything more specific than these. I think we should just go. There's other people we can talk to.
It's pretty rough.
You think so? One time in high school, when Valentine's Day raffle and disqualified, I exclaimed, "Fuck yeah!"
I got one of those in high school. I took my fucking senior year. I took a research methods class, which is basically just the whole thing was geared at being at the like going to the science fair, like SARSF thing. And my buddy and I took allelopathic properties of desert broom. So basically, plants will secrete toxins into the earth to kill off surrounding plants, so they can take up a larger share. And it goes into part of being like vacant lot properties. Vacant lots go through cycles, and at some point, it's vacant and it's blank too, like the dead area. Blank, like a vacant lot will just be empty, devoid of stuff, and it's usually because it's a buildup of allelopathic chemicals that have to like go away. We did all this research. We did all this stuff. We used poppies as our control thing.
Poppy.
Well, they're hard to use, so they died a bunch. All of them died. So our test died. Our control died, and then our third subject died, and it died a couple times. So when we got to the U of A's science fair for high school at the advanced science fair thing, we presented our findings as no findings. Like, this is what we had to show. This is what we did. This is why we did it. This is how we did it. And this is what our result was, which was everything passed away. We didn't really come up with any solid data. Well, then it turned out we hit a nerve because desert broom isn't really, no one's really sure if it does have allelopathic properties or not. And it's a center for debate at the U of A current, or at least in the 90s, people were still debating it. So we got a lot of hot-headed chemists and botanists come over to us and be like, well, this has already been proven to not be that way. And then other people would come over and argue with that.
What are you eating?
Other scientists would come over and argue and be like, no one has disproven that yet, and da-da-da-da-da.
I don't know. What was down there?
Nothing that I know of.
Sounded like she was chomping on something.
It sounded like she was drinking water. I thought you put a water bowl down there.
You know what? It might have been this little piece of like insect.
Oh, there's a
bug there.
Yeah, cockroach out there.
So we're all done. We get up to the front, and they
I don't know what she was eating.
They announced the awards, and the awards were like partial scholarship stuff. They're like your first year of books, or like if you join this thing, they give you a certain dollar amount to go to college. And I was like, awesome. We go up. There's 2 botany categories, me and this other group. And the other group was like younger than us, and their study was shitty. They didn't do any research. It was bad, right? So they announced the awards, and we got second place, and the other people got third place. They did not award a first place for our category. So we just didn't get anything. I got a couple of books on plants, and that was it. And I remember we were leaving, I was like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And our teacher's like, I'll look into it. And then the next time we talked to her, she's like, yeah, they didn't think that either of yours really warranted like a scholarship or whatever. And I'm like, well, I have a contest that has all of these different, like, not tiers, but like subject matters, and we chose one. We showed up. We presented our findings.
Pizza.
And they just said no. And I was like, what the
Wow,
fuck? So I could have
that
gotten some
sucks.
money for college when I was a kid. I ended up not going to college. Whatever. Wow, plants are fucking snakes. Yeah, it was actually really interesting. And obviously I learned something. I'm 40 years old. I remember it. I can tell you some of the cycles of the vacant lot principle and junk like that. So it's kind of interesting. Phenomenon, not principle. Vacant lot phenomenon.
All right. So you head out from there?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's tomorrow we have to do this, so I guess we should find some place to stay for the night here.
Well, funny you mention that. So yeah, I'll. So you heard. I'm telling you what's going. So I probed into her mind a bit while you were talking with her, and so I found out there's definitely something strange going on here about. Well, there's the business was run by these two brothers, Store and Neven, and one went missing. The Store went missing, and then later Neven had been missing, and her thoughts were swimming with concepts of curse and murder and death around here, and workers have been missing from the general area, although it's not. It could be from that perspective of mind. It could have been in. It could have been in the establishment, or the area of the business itself, or the surrounding area. But workers have been going missing. She feels strongly about not going out at night, in particular.
In the area or on our land?
Around the area, with the perspective that she wasn't. Those thoughts came from when she wasn't on here. She's heard about this sort of thing, and she thinks about them. It could be specifically of this place or not. But there are other places of interest around here, whether she was thinking about the grounds or not, or just the general area. And that's when she's been stationed here, and she had feelings of annoyance at night. Oh yes, player.
Thank you. I didn't have a slice of this last time you ordered it.
I changed it up a little bit.
About a strange
Well,
noise.
last time they had the garlic, right?
It still has the garlic.
Yeah, I see that.
Thank you. About a strange noise and smell that comes from behind the lot. And I'm trying to well, we did.
You just went up and down your lane. I confirmed that.
Okay,
You just went up and down your lane.
All right. The place behind the lot. So there's definitely a place we should probably check out before night, perhaps. And there's some faces. There's some faces that came to mind at this tavern. The Waiting Hound, is that what
Yep.
you said? At this tavern, the Waiting Hand Tavern. There's faces
Waiting
there.
hound.
Waiting Hound. There are faces that she remembers from seeing at that place, as well as seeing those same faces on the lot itself. I couldn't detect what could these noise and smells possibly be, other than her thoughts were mostly about how they irritated her. But could lead to something.
So you're saying she recognized people from the tavern that were on the property?
Mm-hmm. I don't know who they are, but I'd know them if I saw them. Ah, Pizza Luna, you're so good.
Pizza Luna, you are so good. This is salami, spicy Italian sausage, and roasted garlic.
Looks like they got custom boxes now too.
Oh, yeah. Damn, that's good. So,
All right. So shall we inquire about the twins, or should we come around at night, or both?
I couldn't possibly know how to inquire about these twins. We'd have to either check out the Waiting Hand ourselves to see if I see them,
Twins?
or no, not these faces.
There's
There's
shopkeepers, there's two of them.
well, those are two people that went missing. Those are not the faces that she remembers. These are different people we're talking about here.
Store and Niven?
Store and
Store and
Niven.
Niven.
That's what I was saying. Maybe we could inquire about Store and Niven.
We could and should inquire about Story and Niven. And so when I was probing her thoughts about when the annoyance of the smells and stuff, that was specifically at night. Did I detect that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's that. Something behind the lot. I'm sure. And it came up at night. So I don't know if we'd be able to... We could take a stroll back there, see if we could detect it in the daytime. But it seemed like this came up at night.
It wouldn't hurt to look at it now, make our way to the Hound, and then make our inquiries there. But I would like to take a look at night, especially if strange goings on are going on in the dark.
So you're gonna head down to the next street over behind the lot?
Yeah, let's take a look. See what's
All
going
right.
on.
So that street is lined with stables, menageries, boarding houses for animals, abattoirs, meat markets, butchers, and things like that.
This definitely explains the smell.
But at night specifically?
The one specifically behind the lot that you're on is called Hamhock's Slaughterhouse.
Ham hocks.
It's got a large dual-storied pole barn with a market in it, so people can go up and down and peruse cattle and swine and fowl. They also have a large building next door, which where the butchery takes place.
There's not a difference between a slaughterhouse and an abattoir, right?
Not really, no. Depends on how technical you want to get. There's some that are specific to, like, abattoir was specifically for pigs or something, or cow, I don't know. But abattoir, this is a meat market and butchery, like slaughterhouse.
Okay.
What do you think explains the smell?
That's
And
what I was
sounds.
saying,
These places usually operate in the daytime.
Right?
If she's getting annoyed by this smells and sounds at night, that is a bit unusual.
Perhaps we should ask the proprietor of this place. Can I signal anybody to see who's in charge there and talk to them?
You can walk on those grounds. It's business as usual. People are walking up and down the lane and looking at cattle and
Might
such.
be a good place to find out about that anyway.
So what are your night operations like?
Well, not just that, but like, what have you noticed about Stone Garden?
Well, you're gonna ask them about Stone Garden.
Not a bad way to
It's
go.
funny, I always underline when we learn a new name, and like these, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 underlines in the last 2 pages.
Yeah, a lot of names lately.
All right. So you head on to Hamhock's, where a young... Hi, Pandy. Like, there's food up there. I know it.
You should have better than the bag, Danny.
Hey,
Hey, get out of here.
the problem was that I was eating and a piece of crust fell on the floor,
Oh,
which she grabbed. So now she's like,
you
there's
got
more,
of that?
right?
Yeah.
like, no. Get out of here. All right.
I had a dog, Huxley. You remember Huxley, right?
Yeah.
Huxley?
Yeah.
It's old Alaskan. What do you call those dogs?
Siberian Husky.
Siberian Husky. Yeah, that dog was cool.
He grabbed a slice of pizza from Brooklyn Pizza one time,
Oh.
and
Those are big slices, right?
yeah. And I woke up in the middle of the night to the most awful fucking smell because he fucking diarrhea all over it.
Dogs can't handle that cheese, man.
Yeah. All right, so you walk onto the Hamhock's grounds. The pole barn is there. It's basically like, think of a barn, but no walls. Just poles that go up to the big roofs. And in there are just long pens with like cattle. Like the cattle is, they got the food troughs, and there's a bar. So when the animal comes over to start eating from the trough, they put another bar over top and lock them in so they can't get back out, so people can walk up and down and inspect them.
Okay.
There's pins of pigs, there's stacks and stacks of chicken coos, all kinds of, just anywhere, ducks and all this stuff. There's just, it's a meat market.
Yeah.
But you're picking your meat beforehand because these are restaurants and distributors and stuff inside going, I'll take that one and that one and that one and that one. Have it ready for me
in
the morning.
Sushi thing.
Yeah, right. But as you walk in,
Great show.
That's a great show. A younger tiefling man comes up and says, welcome to Hamhocks. What can I show you today? What can I interest you in? What are you hungry for?
Information.
Yes. We are representatives of a trading company here, and looking at real estate around the area. So we thought we'd get to know the neighborhood a bit and the surrounding places.
So you're not here to...
Not presently, but we might be in the future.
Okay, well, one moment. He walks up and greets another customers that are coming up. Welcome to Hamhocks. And yeah, these people are on commission. They don't give a shit about people they're not buying.
Right.
I'll ask her if I can speak with the proprietor.
He just points over at the slaughterhouse while he's still doing his pitch to the new customers that walked up.
To the slaughterhouse.
All right. I'll make sure my scarf goes over my nose.
It smells like business land.
Strongly of it too.
First, in here, of course, there's a lot of smell of manure and animal smell. As you walk over towards the slaughterhouse, there's they're just dragon animals over there.
Dragons.
Dragon animals over there.
Dragon.
There's just a dragon over there, just like. Here we go.
Like dragon animals. I was like dragon animals.
Yeah.
There's a dragon pig.
There's a dragon pig, a dragon cow. Yeah.
Rofrost rode on a dragon horse.
He did. There's dragon animals in there. As you get away from the market, the sounds of the slaughterhouse itself are fairly graphic and horrific. Yeah, they're just. Again,
they don't have machines doing this for them.
No, there's knackers there. There's people with big ass hammers just smashing cows and pig skulls in. And
what's the scale of this? How many animals are they just whacking at any given time?
You're not seeing it because it's all inside, but you're definitely hearing it. And you see that there's pins, and they're bringing in, in your time going over there, you see at least 3 slide doors. They grab a cow, pull them in. You see those 3 doors open up and close twice in just your walk from the pole barn to the slaughterhouse. So,
it's pretty industrial.
Pretty fast going, pretty quick.
This is doing sound too. Yes.
In the daytime, yes.
Hey, but there's nothing to say that this wouldn't also have a cacophony in the evening.
It's true, yes. But like I said, normally this operates. Normally there's a sort of a daytime operation, and they seem industrious.
Let's see what the owner has to say. Yeah. Because at the very least,
bellies in Baldur's Gate.
Lots of what?
Bellies.
That's true. Yes.
Bellies to feed.
Yeah.
I like that you could have said mouths, but you're like bellies.
No.
A lot of bellies to fill.
Yes.
You're needing to fill bellies.
What are you doing over there?
What?
Oh God.
Look at me.
All right. So let's go. I mean, we're still going to try to find the proprietor. Yeah. All right, so I'm looking for the proprietor. And a large dice falls out of the sky.
So this is approach that we might have some 24 hours, some late night purchases.
We'll just see what he knows about this, and then we can talk about that.
All right.
Some of the neighbors might know more about what's going on, more than Drafter would tell us.
I only have. Let me get my sheet out. How many second level slots do I have? I can't detect thoughts on everybody.
All right. So you head into what seems to be the front entrance to this place. There's a mill of workers nearby. Just look out there, they're out there smoking their tobacco on their breaks or whatever, or
this seems familiar.
finishing their shift or whatever. But you walk up and they all kind of eye you as you're walking by, but none of them just none of them impede or say anything. You're just like, what the hell? And you guys go up to the main door and open it up. And inside, it's like a big foyer. There's a couple wash basins. Like, this definitely looks like a working place. Like, you're not, like, you don't do business here. This is where the workers come to get ready for the day and go deeper in. But you walk in there. There are a couple workers getting washed up. Others that are, like, cleaning out off their leather smocks and such. Several of them look up at you like, who the hell are you?
I approach him.
But one man...
We're all wearing special clothes, right?
You made very sure that we were all dressed very nice.
There's one man standing there. He is a slab of a human. He is definitely wider than you. Probably just an inch or two shorter.
There's not that much sun, that's why he's so pale. You said wider, right?
Wider.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Wider. And he's got a massive hammer just kind of over his shoulder, and he's talking with some folks. He looks over as you guys walk in, and you start to like look around for someone to talk to, and he's like, "What can I do for ya?"
Are you the proprietor of this lovely establishment?
I lead the knackers.
Well then perhaps you can help us a little. We're looking to purchase the land behind you, the garden of the stone garden grounds.
Oh, terrible place.
Perhaps you can tell us why it's so terrible.
Mismanaged, misrun. I hear there's a gnome that owns it. He's just trying to get rid of it for his own good, turn around as fast as possible. That place will make you no money. Too big, too expensive. Right? Can't do 2, 3, 4 things at once.
And your name, sir?
I'm Corian Key. And you are?
Durma Julmal, officiant of the Spinel Road, and my compatriots Anil and Vidic.
Well, I can't say enough about not getting into any business with that gnome and his goings on.
Are you speaking of Wisdom Long? Windzog Long?
Correct. I just stay out of it.
We also, has there been any troubles besides the mismanagement there? We hear it may be unsafe to walk around in the evenings here.
This is Baldur's Gate, my friend. Are you not from here?
Nay, is it that obvious?
But particularly so.
This isn't any more or less dangerous than anywhere else, which is to say it's very dangerous if you're some water Davian or even from Neverwinter.
Fair enough, that. So your workers are pretty much go unmolested working in the night here?
Oh, absolutely. We know that in ourselves.
They what?
So I said, so your workers are safe here working at night.
Oh. So
they know how to handle themselves.
Gotcha. So they do work in the evening then? They work over the evenings?
Absolutely. We got orders to fill in the morning. We want the freshest possible meat coming out. I'm slowly getting into an Australian accent, like sliding into it.
It's all good.
It's fine. But he does have, like, it does seem like he has a, like, underneath his beard, when you notice him, like, roll his head back, looks like he has a huge scar, like, probably why his voice is so rough.
Gotcha. Something
happened to his
so if
neck.
If it's business as usual for this lot in the evening, that would explain Drifada's noises and smells.
Yeah, probably just doesn't like. She would prefer peace at night.
And it
and
sounds
not
like
hear animals being slaughtered.
Right. Yeah.
and no one seems to think that the dangers around here are any higher than anywhere else in Boulder.
I noticed there's lots of similar businesses. You was around this part of the street. Are you all with the same crew, or?
Nah, everyone's different. I mean, there's only a couple other abattoirs and slaughterhouses. Most of the rest are stableries and menageries and
Have you had
pet shops.
Have you had any problems with anybody from Storm Gathering?
Can't say that I have, no.
And how long has it been doing poorly?
No, poorly as soon as that gnome bought the place.
And how
Before
long,
we came here.
so how long has the gnome owned it, do you know? How long
Before we came here.
How long have you been here?
We came in just beginning of last year, or beginning of the year.
So it's been at least a year, and
Yeah.
it's shitty over there.
Yeah. Problems probably been here going on for a month or so.
He's about the managers.
Hey, and have you heard anything of Store and Nesbit? We hear they've
Oh,
gone
what,
missing.
the two worthless owners over there?
Hey, they appear to have gone missing some time back.
I ain't surprised. Probably drank themselves into a corner or gotten off for gambling debts. Totally mismanaged the place. They're terrible people.
Did we get their races?
Store in
Niven?
Niven? I don't think so.
I don't know if you have.
What manner? What race
Just
are
that they were
these
brothers.
fellas?
Oh. Human.
We did hear something about missing workers, and so we thought, yes, we just kind of. But your workers have been, less like you said, they handled themselves and
Right.
whatnot.
People go missing all the time. If they don't show up for shift, you find someone else to do the work. If they don't want the money, then they don't deserve it.
Right?
That's
As
business.
commerce should run.
Right. And what's that symbol for?
Is it? You talking about the? Is it the Joaquin
Mhm.
symbol that I
Is it a
said?
Gerolium symbol?
Okay. Aye, this is the holy symbol of the goddess Joaquin, lady, golden lady of coin and commerce.
Never heard of her.
Aye, would you care to listen? Business
Nah.
owners pray to her on a regular basis for higher wages and higher income.
I just take this and make steaks out of it.
It's pretty impressive. Usually you use a sharp implementation.
Perhaps a prayer once now and then may increase the worth of your steaks. A small tithe is all that Joaquin asks and he is inventing.
Possibly. I'll leave that for the bookkeeper.
Well, if you're ever interested in our near Twin Song, there is a meager temple there, a shrine to Joaquin. All are welcome, especially
Twin Song, eh? You're from Twin Song?
Nay, we are from far to the south in the lands of intrigue.
Oh, you mean the folks that were trying to start war with Baldur's Gate?
Nay, this is
No.
that happened a long time ago, right? Yeah. We've cooled our heels since then. We're looking now for trades only. In fact, we represent a caravan
I'm from Heapside.
that guarantees.
Heapside, eh? Is that where you're from?
Yes, I spend most of my time around the docks, but mostly. Yes. It's nice to get out of the stink of the city.
What was that business again? Spine Road?
Spinel. Hey,
Spinel. What's a spinel?
the spinel is. Oh, what is it? It's that shape, right? It's that little.
It's a gym. It's a gym
the
type.
Gym type. It's the name of a gym found plentiful in the south.
Digitation. Spinel, yeah.
Ah, magic! Shouldn't probably throw too much of that around here.
Is that so?
We're simple folk. We got big hammers.
Hey,
I put
Scare easily,
my
you know?
wizard away. Thank you for the word of advice.
meanwhile, I pour coins. He's like, you can do that magic whenever you want. I would have
Yeah.
to, there's a 1 in 10, 1 in 100 chance that I can call Joaquin.
Not yet.
Oh, that's right. I have to be level 5.
10.
10 till I can even ask.
Yep.
All right.
Are you able to give people blessings and like be like, ask your boss for a raise or something?
Well, you do. I mean, you have guidance for one thing. It only lasts so long. You have
Right.
bless, but there's also ritual, which I think you have as well.
Where would I find that?
It's a
Features and traits.
it's a spell. It's a ritual spell. Go to your. I think you have a section for rituals.
Where do you get that skull? Are you mistaken
I
for
don't
cow?
have any section
Ah.
for rituals.
No, but a bull mistook me for a sow.
Oh.
Gored
Augury.
right through my collarbone. He like pulls down his smock and leather jack, and you can just see that like the collarbone is broken. Like this is all just mangled,
Oh,
and it's
shit.
kind of like why he almost like now you're noticing that he has
Kinda
this
has
kind of he kind of has a little twitch to this side or
The favor.
a favored side. But yeah, broken collarbone, and then just all of this is torn up, and like you can see that hair doesn't grow down here on his beard, so his beard is just scraggly. Like it's over here fine, and then just nothing at the bottom and the base here.
Is a little R on a book, is that a ritual?
Ritual.
So all I have is identify an augury.
I think you're talking about a spell called ritual. Is what you said.
Ceremony.
Ceremony.
No,
It's
I
called
don't
ceremony.
have
Oh, yeah.
ceremony either.
Isn't that a cantrip?
I think it is a cantrip.
Well, I don't. Well, maybe I have access to, but I don't.
Well,
have
then
it.
if it's a cantrip, then it's not a ritual. So just look at your cantrips,
Nope, I just have guidance.
because you'd have to take it.
Yeah.
Right. That actually, if Matt's still here, he actually pulled off the ritual spell to great effect because someone poisoned a boat, like poisoned the food on a boat, and everyone that was dying was coming back as undead.
Ah.
And they had the ritual. He had ritual cantrip or ceremony cantrip to consecrate the dead, like
Oh, wow.
basically go
Yeah.
do the ritual, like do the ceremonies for burial, which
Yeah.
prevents undeath.
That's pretty great.
So he was able to do the rites for everyone.
That's like a new cantrip. I don't remember that. in
It's
the
very
beginning.
because it's like it's for weddings and
Yeah.
for masses and like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like
it's pretty
like
interesting.
the priest's job like
Yeah.
spell. It's pretty cool.
It's priest job plus effect.
Yeah.
Like when you actually get a magical priest instead of just a mundane,
officiate.
stupid priest.
Yeah.
And this is called ritual.
Ceremony.
Ceremony.
You should definitely check it out.
I don't seem to have that.
No, if it's a cantrip, you had to choose it.
Oh, there it is. It is a ritual.
Yeah.
Atonement, bless water, coming of age, dedication,
Yep. All those
funeral
little cool-
rites.
That's a lot of.
It's got a
uses.
lot of cool effects.
Wedding. Yeah, I can wedge you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So I don't know if you guys want to ask him anything else specifically.
I
'Cause
think we got it.
he's kind of explained some of the stuff that Drafada was worried about, which is Drafada, right? Drafada?
Trifada.
Drafada. Drafada, it's that the sounds and smells go on at night, which is annoying, but it's because they run this 24 hours a day.
Yeah, very industrious place.
This area is dangerous, but it's because it's outside of Baldur.
Yeah, the work is missing. That could be specifically from this place. Like her perspective of it was just like
She's an outsider.
Yeah,
And Wizdong is just kind of a bad manager, it sounds like, so that could also explain missing workers and shit.
How many workers go
Wait,
missing?
Windzog, not Wind.
we don't know. She doesn't.
You're
she
asking
didn't-
him because he doesn't. This guy is not the one that brought that up.
Yeah.
Like,
Trifada's like they got that from Trifada's mind.
Yeah.
You
Needle
could-
explained that this was something she was thinking about. That there
Do you
was
want to
missing
ask
workers.
about curses?
I mean, you could ask him about missing workers, and he's like,
And
Yeah,
which we
he
did
doesn't
a
give a
little
shit,
bit.
like-
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah, I was
well,
just trying to get like a turnover rate or something.
Do you want
Yeah.
to ask him about curse? Have you heard anything about a curse? Or is that too scary to bring up with a stranger?
Right. Well, I can't pose it as a rumor because he works here. He wouldn't have heard that rumor.
I mean, I assume rumors just fly throughout Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. But we've asked specifically, like, we can ask about a curse, sure. You haven't heard anything about curses or anything, right? Yeah. It's because we were with Fitchett of Joaquin in our business, we need to get to the bottom of, like, what will make good business here. If we've heard some rumors about a curse, and that ever comes up in business, it's just not. But
well, the only curse here is anything that gnome touches. Certainly shouldn't touch his property.
you seem to know a few things about this fellow. Does he frequent the area, or does he do it for
Not at all.
Oh.
Completely hands off, ruins things, just mismanages.
How do you know so much about him?
Just from what my bookkeeper said.
Your bookkeeper. Obviously we're just guests here, and we've already taken up much of your time. But Do you think would it be fine if we spoke with your bookkeeper?
He's really busy,
I understand.
understaffed.
I'm in the craft myself.
You know, then you get it. Like if you're crunching numbers all day, you're counting the ins and outs.
Yeah.
Plus, he's the only one in his office right now, and you see our business.
Yes,
Pretty big.
And we'll be out of your hair. What about...
Perhaps his name so that we can inquire on him further.
Oh, Jameis.
Does he have
Jameis Exaltarian.
But it is a lot of busy work. We will not interrupt him. But I know when I was working close to the docks, I would go over to a specific place to unwind, and with the other clerks to have some drinks. Do you know if he drinks a place we can not bother him doing his work that he might frequent, such as I don't know what's around here. There's the Waiting Hound Tavern.
I become a very well spoken guy.
He is a very well spoken.
I know it.
You see this intelligence?
Well, I mean, there's not that rasp anymore.
It's because I'm thinking while talking at the same time. I'm not very good at investigating. I'm like,
It's like, no. James is pretty much just like the rest of this place, 24/7.
really? You work all day and all night?
If we need to find him, we can always send Calidora to locate this fella.
Oh, a messenger.
Or a messenger.
Very well. I think we've taken this gentleman's time enough.
Hey, we appreciate your assistance, Corian.
No
Perhaps
problem.
perhaps soon we will be doing business together as Spinel and Hemhawk.
We always appreciate new business. You can talk to any of our agents outside.
And as I said, it can't hurt to visit Twin Song and pray for business.
All right, Twin Song, Joaquin, right? Spinel Road.
Find what is that dude's name?
About to have a very nice paint job coming up soon.
Heapside.
Paint job, I said.
He says Heapside.
Oh, Heapside. It is not in the Heapside. Oh, I'm from Heapside.
Spinel Road's from
Spinel Road.
Heapside.
Yeah, we have an office in Heapside, yes. Yes.
It's her sister. Oh, I'm way too far back. What is that guy's name?
If I found it before, yeah.
What is the priest of Joaquin's?
Shavak.
Shavak. Seek
Like
out
the moneylender.
seek out Shavak the moneylender, and he can take your prayers to Joaquin directly.
Will do.
Perhaps I'll see you there. Or
He,
whatever.
walks over with you again, like that hammer just over his shoulder. Like this pose never stopped. He walks up, opens the door from the top. You just reach up. Now have a good day. Make sure to see our wares. We're best meat in all of Baldur's Gate
Hey.
comes from here.
Hamhock Slaughterhouse. We will not forget it, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Maybe if we talk to bookkeeper about, see, we need to inquire about selling honest beef.
Until then, though, I think we should make our way to the Waiting Hound.
What was the bookkeeper's name again?
Jameis Exaltarian.
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 Fancy.
Right, proud name.
I want to see how you guys spelled it. Because it's hilarious.
Exalterian.
Wait, go one more time.
Exalterian.
Almost.
Is it Exaltarian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exheltarion. Exaltarian.
I'm not doing
It'll ruin my
Exaltarian.
pronunciation of it.
Exaltarian.
I'm just gonna throw in a K.
Exaltarian.
Where's the K? Cinda, where's the K in there?
Yeah.
I've been so ever since you came up with that, I've been purposely trying to put K's in the like finding names with K's so you can ask that, but I can tell you exactly where the K
That's
is.
something that's cool. I don't know. It's not fantasy name generator. I found another name generator a while back, and I cannot for the life of me find it now. I don't know if it lost its
Ranking or whatever.
not just its ranking, but like whoever was hosting it was like, I don't have time for this shit anymore, or just took it down, or want to pay for it, or whatever. But you could do this. You could put in the names. Just give me random fucking elf names. Boom. And then it would be like advanced settings. And then the advanced settings were like a capital V was like a double consonant. And then like a lowercase v would be like a double vowel ending in R. And you could put like several different ones in there. That way you could be like, I want elf names that have a double consonant that end with a that have an apostrophe in the surname.
I'd
So
actually
you
really
click
like
it,
that.
and that way you can make all of your people from one town have a similar sounding type of surname.
That's cool.
And it was really useful. You had to sit down and play with it because sometimes you'd mess with it and be like, this is just terrible. You just get a bunch of weird letters and shit. But if you put like one or two of those in there and then be specific about what you were looking for, you'd get some badass names, and I cannot fucking find them.
That'd be a cool find. Every time I make up fantasy names, I always know a syllable I want in it, and that's pretty much. And then I start adding.
Build it off
Yeah.
That
of
was
that.
the Isarok and Iskelm and all them. I put the double Y as part of the name, and you transfer that from paternally.
All right. So where are you guys heading to?
I think we should head to the Waiting Hound.
Sure. We could use
because there we can ask about Nesbitt and Store. We can ask about Stone Garden, and we can ask
Yes,
about
you
the.
find your faces.
We'll see.
Did you get to see the faces?
I'll know. Yeah, I have a mental
Interesting.
image of them.
And we can have a beer.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Let's on our way. Check by it. See those where Dolores is working to see if they're done with their tasks and whatnot. I just wanted to kind of keep on some idea what time.
I'd rather, after hearing the Elisio business, keep my mind off of Dolores.
We won't bother. I just want to see if they're still working. I'm just kind of wondering if Calidora might still be just waiting, or if she's on whatever.
All right. Well, then I'll meet you at the Hound.
Very well.
You'll be waiting at the waiting hound?
I'll be the Waiting Hound.
Just want to see if they're still working. If
There's people still
there's
working
still
there
people working. Okay.
all day. I mean, you don't see Dolores, but
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
I just don't want to get mixed up with too much Calidora
Yeah,
money.
Walking
If you
by.
guys are getting money that way, that's fine. I understand we're owed it, but and as a cleric, I'd rather not know exactly how this tithe came to be.
Oh, I thought you were in on it with us. Just get our money.
Oh
back.
yeah, we can get it back from him, but
Yeah.
I mean that's like fight on fight. If we go up to him and we're like, give us the money and we get into a fist fight, that's fine. But if like you're gonna sneak up on him and pick his pocket and slit his throat, then I don't want to know about it.
Oh.
And I don't know how Calidora is doing this. I haven't asked because
Maybe
this
you
is a business transaction.
she is an employee of this business.
She
You
is.
might want to.
Well, if she's
know.
returning the money, then not at this stage do I want to know how it's being done.
Okay. I mean, you have a right to know.
Hey,
Even if they steal money from us, it's not good to steal back.
we can steal it back, but something tells me Calidora doesn't just lift their purse and run away.
I see. Well,
It's what she did at Elisio.
Yeah?
It's what she did at Elisio.
Is it?
we don't know.
And why was it not shared with the group if it was so simple?
She was concerned about getting it back twice, which means he still must be breathing to have it.
Right. All right. Well, let's go inquire about Dolores.
No, I did not even want to inquire about it. Just wanted to see if there's if
Are you
the
guys like
porters
trying
are
to
still
corrupt your cleric?
No, not at all. I don't even know where this is coming from. I literally just wanted to see if the workers are going, just so I have like an idea. Okay, if they're not working, then she's probably doing her thing and might rejoin us sometime soon. I'm just trying to have a mental map of
If I had to
who's
guess,
doing what right now.
If I had to guess, little lad, something tells me if we simply yell Calidora's name, she'll appear.
She'll get back to us. Let's go
Of
get
course,
beer.
I'm not.
Hey.
It's not a big concern. Let's go.
It's
Yes.
already past noon, and I haven't drunk
Aye,
it.
it's not.
It's lunchtime. Let's get some drinks, some
Oh,
food.
this slaughterhouse made me
Alright.
hungry.
Yeah, let's get some steaks or something. Yeah.
Ham steak, oh, some of the best
Yeah.
ever. Jonathan's Cork used to have a ham steak that was fucking
Oh, did
died
they?
for. Oh my god! Sorry, they had an ostrich steak too. That was pretty damn killer. I don't know if you can still get it there or not. Ostrich is so
they did have a
fucking
couple.
good.
They had that was so apparently they lost their 5-star review in something
They only had it very
because-
briefly
yeah.
too. It was super brief.
because they had ostrich on their appetizer menu and as a main course,
Yeah.
and that was a ding.
Yep.
Like, don't have the same thing twice.
The only 5-star restaurant we had in
Uh,
town was Vactor Ranch before it closed.
But they had a ostrich like tasting menu on their appetizer list, which I think I had once, but I was probably drunk when I had it. So
I got it. I got it for prom, my senior year of high school in 1999.
Uh-huh.
I took my date to Jonathan's Cork and I had the ostrich steak. It's pretty damn good.
I went to
Sorry.
John's Cork for our prom as well. What?
He's mad because I got sidetracked on another story.
Another story. All right.
Right.
So the Waiting Hound is not too difficult to find. It is at a split between two of the lanes. It's actually off one of the lanes, basically the lane that goes to your proposed new grounds, and the main lane that leads up to Baldur's Gate. There's a little corner, and it looks like a cozy little house. Like, out of nowhere, of all these stalls and pens and storehouses and all these things around it, there's just like this little home sitting there. And outside, there is a stone carving of a dog sitting there, and it's got a leather leash around its neck, coming around and through its mouth, like it's just waiting with its own leash.
Is there a name on the leash?
That might be a real dog.
You said no?
No.
You used to be in the league.
Oh.
It's been weird. Aw.
Oh, God. I forgot what subreddit it was, but it's like,
Sippy Tango rating with a
What?
party of 18?
Whoa.
18, oh my god.
Let's start.
Well, hello.
Let's like start really
Guess
playing
we
it.
ought to play this fucking game.
Welcome to the most boring game. I'm telling you, it's you guys are working for a freight company, and you got a security guard, an accountant, and a notary. All right, Sippy Tango. Thank
weapons,
you
too.
for coming back. Thank you for visiting us. We know it's been a long time since you've been around, and we're back. We're back in Baldur's Gate playing D&D.
COVID hasn't killed us yet.
Hey, what's
It
up,
tried.
Sippy Tango? Yeah, Sippy Tango, we play on Sundays now at 4 p.m. Arizona time, so 3 hours before whatever time it is right now, 7 for you.
It's mountain time,
Mountain
right
time
at the
for
moment.
us, yeah. So if you're into it, come on back.
All right.
So we make our way to the helm. There's a stone dog out front waiting.
Yep, there's a stone dog outside waiting. No other, like, again, it's just a house in the middle of all these businesses,
Booty
and there's
clap.
a waiting hound outside.
How detailed is this hound?
It
look?
is pretty detailed.
That's a real fucking dog.
Like, it is gray stone. It is like granite, but from a distance, you thought it was a dog.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. This is definitely a petrified dog. And waiting for someone to dispel this place.
It's waiting for Fry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Perhaps you can detect magic on the dog.
I could. I
Would
could
you-
just tell.
so if someone got petrified by like a Gorgon, and then like 100 years later,
It's a magical effect.
would it still be there?
You could. It's a magical effect, right? So that which can be undone.
I was gonna say,
You could
can
do.
undone.
You could do. Now you can do flesh to stone or stone to flesh,
Or you can dispel.
or you could dispel.
Yeah, I guess.
so if somebody was petrified for 100 years, could you dispel the petrification?
Yeah.
So then you would be able to detect that it's petrification, I would
Yeah.
think.
But I don't give a fuck about the dog. I just think it's interesting.
Yes.
The more you roll,
The more you roll.
you can detect petrification.
Booty clap. All right. Someone give us some devil mitches.
Oh yeah.
So you guys head into the Waiting Hound. It is really playing up the fact that like it's a homey little environment. Got a nice big hearth roaring, tables, couple sofas. All of it's pretty well worn. Nothing you'd really want in your house, but
Druby, you need at least 6.
no, it worked.
no, it
Oh,
worked.
did it? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Though it is fairly large, and then there is a good-sized bar in the back, and the bar, so the bar is in the back, but it's kind of standing, it's like a standalone. The kegs are on the side, and you can see right into the kitchen. Like, the kitchen's right behind the bar. They're all over there. Folks are in there cooking stews and baking bread and doing all that kind of stuff. So all the smells and food and sounds of kitchen work being done. The person running it seems to be it's an older, larger woman, a very matronly looking woman, human. And she's going back and forth from serving drinks and helping in the kitchen, and seems to be kind of managing everything back there. Though that's not the most important thing to you. The most important thing to you is recognizable faces.
Faces, plural.
Yeah, there is a table and bench of folk kind of sitting in a. It's next to a pole, kind of an awkward location where they just put a bench and a table nearby, but that entire little area is being occupied by 5 faces that you recognize from your little delve into that Dragonborn's head.
Wow. I'll put out a needle, take a little copper wire, and just kind of pick at his teeth at it, and just give messages out to these two. It's like, these are the faces. That five over there. We should sit nearby them.
Is that the total of the faces? Is that all of them?
That's a good
Booty
question.
clap. Hey, booty,
Booty
clap.
clap.
What's the check mark? What is that? Verified.
Yeah.
Welcome, booty clap.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means, but
Well, I was gonna say Sippy Tango's got one too.
look at you.
Verified.
Famous.
Tricks.
That's interesting. All right.
We
That's
ain't
a good
verified.
question.
No one knows who I really am.
Do they? These five faces I see. Is that how many faces that I detected?
Yeah, there was
there's
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, more. Yeah.
Specifically faces that she's seen in this tavern that were also on
Yes.
the grounds of the place. Okay, so they could be.
But like, you don't know if you've seen like now because of how memory works. You don't know if all of these faces were in both places,
right.
but all of these faces were at least recognizable to her on the grounds.
Okay.
On the grounds of the Stony Garden grounds.
That's pretty good.
Thinking these porters.
Well, they could be previous workers for the place before.
So let's go yes.
Well, yes, I'll tell you. Let's get a table there. Let's have some drinks, start some conversation. Yes. Let's go.
Perhaps not accost them immediately. Perhaps we should sit around for a while. Before
I'm
we
hungry and
begin.
thirsty too. Yeah. Let's
All right.
let's do it.
So you guys sit down nearby, order
Yes.
some drinks, order some food.
Yeah.
Here's lunchtime. Yeah.
Yeah. What do they have? So it's next to all those abattoirs and stuff. Do they have steaks and stuff?
I'm having pork.
Yeah.
They do.
It's
Yes.
fresh.
The half elven server strides up. You're like, "Oh, what you having?"
A pint of dark beer and whatever the largest pork serving you can give me.
Indeed, we have a fine pork back roast.
Aye, sounds delightful. Is it from around here?
Of course. Where else would you get it? Can't get it from inside Baldur's Gate, now can you?
Excellent. So fresh. Still squealing.
Sorry.
Yeah. Do they have beef?
They do.
I'll
Absolutely.
Take what they got with that. And yeah, dark hair sounds good.
You want a flank steak? You want a stew? Do you want
Look at those knifey little teeth. He needs a steak.
Yeah, flank steak sounds pretty good.
All right then.
What's its flanks? What's the little teeth?
Chopped on bread or served alone?
Served alone, please.
Yourself? All right.
What dwarf has the large ham? I'll have the large ham, please. All right.
Leading Holland.
Drinks for everyone and all that stuff. So eventually your drinks arrive and food starts coming out.
Oh.
You're trying to listen into what.
I'd like to ask the woman if she's familiar with Store and Nesbitt.
Oh, them and their entire crew used to come in here every night after work. I mean, there's most of them right there.
The work crew, or you mean crew?
Oh, no, not... Well, they're part of some crews, but not always, no.
Okay.
Not crew, but they worked for Stony Gardens, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, yeah.
Store and Niven were good folk. The Hornfalls always took care of me.
Okay. Well,
You got a last name if you didn't notice.
I got a last name?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I got a last
You
name.
heard the last name of the people.
Oh.
The Hornfalls.
Horn Falls.
Yeah, Hornfall.
Oh, of
Store and
Niven.
Niven.
Thank you.
Hornfall.
Good to know. Alright. Well, let's eat and drink and
Right, perhaps we should go speak with the other crew about Nesbitt and Store. After we eat.
How close is our table to this?
You could have gotten the next table over if you wanted it.
Oh, okay.
let's
There's
do
one
that.
available then, for sure.
Like, you're talking like this is a real restaurant. You're like, well, I mean, if there's one available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
seems
not.
like a
It could,
busy
it
place.
could not be available.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like, something by the window, please. GM, is there a window?
There is a window,
Alright,
but
yeah.
they're all taken.
The window seems always first.
Oh.
She's so frustrated right now.
What's wrong?
From what?
She just wants my attention.
Notice me.
All right.
Must
So
be senpai.
yeah. All right. So what should we?
Should you?
It is
Should
once.
I? Should Vidak?
Later.
I can speak with him.
Later.
I don't know. How should I go about it? Should I buy them a beer? Or should I just be like,
Let's
hey,
buy them around.
All right. Let's buy them around.
Off the overhead.
Yeah.
Let's call it for getting good stuff.
All right. What are they drinking? Let's get them
5 silver.
Oh yeah, what are they drinking right now?
All right. So what you're looking at is 2 humans, a tiefling, a dwarf, and a gnome.
Yeah, let's get up some nice drinks. We're about to bother the hell out of them.
Keep
True.
imagine no one very good at porter.
Well, my bad,
Nice.
other.
Strong middle backs they've got, lad.
Calador's not there. She can't.
All right. So let's revive them.
Like, none of these are porters, because if they worked for them, they didn't work for the Porters Union.
So you're saying 5 silver is all it would take to buy them something nice?
Yeah, each one a good drink.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, this is just Drafada's drinking buddies that she meets with after work. Or
Yeah. That's why she kept thinking about them.
yeah, she's
because
like,
they
God, I can't wait till I get off.
Or she just keeps thinking about them because they owe her a couple bucks and like have nothing to do with anything. And she just can't get them off their mind. Like, fuck, man, they really robbed me. I shouldn't have played cards with that tiefling.
Yeah, buying some drinks for the workers. Yeah.
Yeah, the dwarf is a woman.
All right. Ooh. Time to swing the door both ways. All right. Oh well, hey, friends, have a drink with us. Talk with us about business and life. It's good to see other workers relaxing themselves on
Oh,
a day
well.
such as this. Oh, he's cut me off.
Talking about wanting a nice round of drinks with good companions about life and work, then I think you have chosen the wrong table.
Oh, work's not going well.
No, it is not. Down on our luck, you could say.
What sort of down luck have you had lately?
Our bosses, and they all raise their drinks and take a drink when he says that. Gone missing. Business is shut down.
Those wouldn't be the Hornfalls, would they?
It would be Store and Evan. Best men we've ever worked for.
Oh, yeah.
They
What,
take another drink.
what drank with them that time?
You like them.
Hey, and what happened with these two? They've gone missing. Have you any idea where they've gone or what has happened?
Well, don't rightly know. Store went missing and Nevin never right recovered from it. Went missing himself a week after.
Did he go looking for Nesbit or Storm?
He did, of course. What would a brother do?
Do you have any idea where he started his search or where Storm may have gone?
I don't know. It all started when that abattoir got sold off behind us, making all the noise and racket and ruckus all through the night. Rousing up our stables and making all the animals restless.
Are you speaking of hamhocks?
Indeed.
Haven't they been around for about a year or so?
They just got taken over for about a year. Before that, they never used to cause all that ruckus during the night.
Is that
They
right?
didn't used to spill their blood and guts out the back. Just let it pile up in piles of offal, and just the management there has gone to shit.
Aye, the management at Hemhawk has gone to shit. They say the same of Stone Garden.
They say what?
Better people.
Everyone's bristles.
They say they've had problems.
Those.
They say the problems of Stone Garden are their own ever since Winzog has purchased the place.
Winzog. Oh, the owner. We never hear from him. He just takes his rent every month and leaves us to our own devices. Couldn't ask for a better landlord.
It seems he wishes to sell Stone Garden.
Of course he does. No one will go into that place with that facility running in the back. Why would you?
Hey, do you feel it's just a slaughterhouse that runs all evening, or is there something else more malign occurring there?
I mean, they definitely don't listen to their neighbors when they complain. And it is... he starts to say something. Then the dwarven woman's like, it's quite suspicious that the moment Store goes over there, complains, steps up to them, he goes missing.
See, so he went to complain. He went to complain on your behalf, good leader he is, and he didn't return after speaking to the slaughterhouse?
No, of course he returned and disappeared a couple nights later. Just, could be connected.
Do you know who he talked to?
No, he said he...
Not Korean Key, was it? No, that was the guy we spoke.
Korean, yeah.
Kieran?
I said Korean Key.
Yeah, you said Korean.
Korean key?
Korean.
Let's see. Yeah, don't remember. Said talk to the new owner.
New owner. Right.
We didn't really figure out who the owner was.
Nope, you just talked to Korean Key, who headed up the Knackers.
You
The
don't know
knackers
who
are the
owns that.
brainers, right?
They're the ones that do the slaughtering.
They do
yeah.
the knackering.
Mhm.
You don't know who's the current owner, do you?
Which one are you asking? Are you asking one in particular or just the group?
It's the group.
No. We don't put our heads up in there. That's what Store and Neville were for. We just went to work, did our time, got paid, came out to have a drink.
Was Thor acting suspicious after he talked? Like, was he worried?
No. Then the tiefling just chimes in. But Nevin was certainly not happy that his brother went missing. Seemed to get a little bit paranoid.
Is it Nevin or Nesbit?
Nevin.
Nevin.
Nevin?
Let me find it just to be sure.
Sorry.
It's, Nivun is.
Nevin.
Nevin. Alright.
Let me look.
So he was...
Let me just make sure.
All right.
Store and Niven. Yeah. Store and Niven. Nivun. Niven. He certainly wasn't. He didn't take the disappearance of his brother well. He went over into the abattoir, came back, and was quite shaken, it seemed.
Shaken. I would like to... Who said that?
That was the tiefling. You haven't gotten names from these people yet, so...
Right. So the tiefling. I would like to cast Detect Thoughts on the tiefling.
Okay.
And I might as well just probe right away. I don't see why not. So DC 15. And see, like, what do you mean shaken? Like, not much of a taste for the slaughter life, or something particular?
Just shaken, I mean, his brother was missing. He went over there to have words with them to see if they knew anything, and came back dissatisfied. Surface thoughts is just, who are these people? Like, who the hell are you, and why are they asking, and what's going on here? And
Right, I can look at that. Well, the reason we're asking is that we're tasked with purchasing Stone Garden on behalf of Spinel Road. We're trying to find out
You're like, we're going to purchase this place. All 5 of these people are like,
Would work.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I hope that would loosen
Honestly,
their tongues.
we
Yeah, it'll loosen their tongues.
probably
a
be
little bit.
hiring them back. Yeah.
Yeah, loosen their tongues a bit. Hey, and we're trying to figure out what troubles are falling upon the place before we make the exchange. The price seems a bit advantageous to us.
The gnome answers. Well, if you're looking for the reason why it's so discounted, is because Winzog has wanted to get out of the real estate business for quite some time. And it's an unfortunate series of circumstances that we now find ourselves without ownership for our business. So he just took it upon himself to clear out now.
But such a place this close to the gates, he could have made a fortune selling this.
Winzog has already made himself his fortunes. He is, and I'm gonna have to look this up. But she talks about the gnome group that's out in the outer city.
Okay. The Tinkers Union.
It's,
Tinkers?
no, it's something.
Is that what
It
it's
is something like that. But hold on.
I'm
Whitkeep
just being
Hostel.
racist.
She brings up
The
Whitkeep
Keeplers.
Hostel.
That's the elves.
So Whitkeep Hostel, in a city often thought to be dour and dangerous, Whitkeep Hostel is a spark of light and levity, built by a wealthy caravan operator who lost their fortune to monster attacks. This white-walled manor house was quickly overtaken by squatters and has now spent most of a century as an all-gnome artist commune. Though only gnomes are invited to rent one of the rambling manor's 37 studio apartments, Baldarians of any race are welcome to socialize at the place's infamous surrealist parties or attend its concerts and offbeat art happenings. As such, the hostels have become the central gathering point for the city's radicals and revolutionaries, as well as many artists and dreamers. Yeah, it is.
She's still there.
Yeah. This is a bunch
It
of
is.
fucking NCOM gnomes
Right.
hanging out.
So it is, and I can't remember what district it's in. I believe it is Salsfoot.
Oh, that's you.
It is a hippie commune. I believe it's Salsfoot, but you get a quick little intro that basically Wit. Sorry, not Wit. Winzog Long is a big patron of the
Dwarven town.
hostel. No.
The
gnomish, sorry, not dwarven.
He's a
Gnomish
big,
commune.
and he's made a ton of money already, and he's very eccentric about it. He will make money regardless, basically. Now he's out of real estate and he's into something else, so no worries about him. He's just done with the real estate game.
So it really seems this. So we've heard all manner of things like curses and places, things of the area, and workers going missing. What about your crew? Have any of you gone missing?
The second human answers.
It's from Oblivion, not Skyrim.
I don't recognize that from there.
It is. It's from Witcher.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Witcher 2.
hard horn that.
You said not Skyrim, right?
well, I said it's not Skyrim. I said it's like Oblivion. I thought
Yeah.
it was Oblivion, but not Skyrim. It's definitely not Skyrim.
It's not Elder Scrolls at all.
It's Witcher. Witcher 2. The second human answers.
We didn't bother to get any of their names. So
I was gonna, we should probably exchange the names.
At some point. Well, there's definitely seemed to be an uptick of missing persons this past year. But it could just be that kind of a rough year.
Other than the paper shortage, I don't know anything that could be causing that sort of thing.
Why would the paper shortage?
It wasn't something funny. It's a very serious thing, a paper shortage. Oh, thank you. Inspiration.
All right. What else did we need to ask him about? I mean, that's... Oh, other than being bad... Go ahead.
No, you.
Other than being bad neighbors, have you seen any other problems with ham-hocks? Has there been irreputable people or business practices, or have they caused you any duress other than
The
putting the
tiefling
offer?
comes back on. It's like you get a flurry of surface thoughts of, people going to and from that place at all hours that are just workers, like the normal workers, but not doing it for work things. They're not carrying anything or doing anything. And he goes, well, they certainly seem to be lackadaisical in their business endeavors. Sure, in the daytime, their little agents peddle their meats, but the people coming to and fro the slaughterhouse, there's just too many of them, it seems. They also cycled pretty much all of their staff since the beginning of the year. Not a single person I knew that worked there still works there.
That's an unusual turnout, even for here.
I think perhaps we should go back and talk to Drifata. Perhaps we can stay this evening with her to get a feel for what's happening.
The dragon, you think?
Well, she guards the stone garden. God, Jesus Christ.
She got into the stone garden.
Stony Garden Ground.
Stony garden.
Is it Stony Garden?
I
Stone.
originally wrote stone, but
Stone.
then you said stony later.
Yeah, so I gotta
Is
change
it?
it to Stony. You said Stone Garden Grounds, not
It's Stone Garden
Yeah,
Grounds.
It's stone,
Yeah,
okay.
It's Stony Eyes. You're in the
Stone
district
Garden
called Stony
Grounds.
Stone
Eyes.
Garden. Okay, cool. I got it.
Okay.
You said stony or something.
Aye, she guards the Stone Garden Grounds, and we could perhaps
Did Corian say it or did I say it?
You said it, yeah.
perhaps we can
Well,
provide company for her this evening so that we can see for ourselves what's happening at Hamhocks.
I don't. Oh, you mean okay?
Yeah, I don't think she'd like us stay. She kicked us out already.
Aye, but we didn't know what we know now.
Well,
Perhaps-
it
perhaps-
does annoy her at night.
Aye, and perhaps we can be there to corroborate her story. So when we talk
We
to...
don't need to be on grounds to hear and smell.
Aye, good point. Perhaps we could stake out the
The stakeout.
Stake out the steak.
stake out the
Yeah.
steakhouse. Yeah,
Steakhouse, steakhouse.
steakhouse, stakeout. There we go. That's the name of the episode. Steakhouse, stakeout.
The neighbors are not too fond of them either. You mentioned.
When Hamhocks took over, or was taken over, they definitely changed their practices. Not as clean, not as efficient, and definitely not as accommodating to their neighbors.
Do you happen to know?
Especially since their neighbors generally have to do with animals, and they're just parading carcasses and dragging squealing animals out to the open, making everything unruly in the neighborhood.
Do you happen to know the name of the owner of the Hamhock now?
None of them do.
So, let me be straightforward. You think Hemhawk have do something to store and leave him?
They all kind of like look at each other.
Not official accusations, of course.
I think we have our answer.
Right.
I don't know. Do we need to ask them anything else, or should we go check a look at Hamhock?
Get their names, we hire.
We are going to need a crew for Stone Garden. If you guys have already worked there.
Right, this is Master Dermot Julmal, by the way. I'm Needle, and this is Vidya Khan of the Spinel Road. Sorry we came so rudely. We're just very interested in the peculiarities around this establishment.
The first man that talked to you, and seems to be the kind of outspoken leader of this group, the first human was Sturder.
Sturder.
Sterder. Sturder.
I'm keeping the U's.
Treb is the tiefling. Asna is the second human.
Asthma?
Asna.
As and
Yep. A-Z-N-A.
Alright. Dwarf.
Frieger.
It's the wrong name.
And the gnome is Coty.
With a K.
C-O-T-Y.
Now it's K-O-T-I.
I got K-O-T-E-E.
Coty.
Kotex, our favorite gnome.
Wow.
I'm just going to write May.
Yep. They all had different
May-
tasks there.
May hire on. Okay.
Stable hand and...
Aye, well, if it comes down to it, lads and lass, we'll put in a word for your retention.
It's only about noon. Let's give him another round and let's drink with them and spend an hour here, being chill and restful and chatty.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Put another silver on the Barbie.
Put another...
What was it, 5 silver?
Yeah, just put another gold for you and them for your time here. And...
I like that this ledger is actually getting filled out.
It's awesome. It is very helpful, actually. Another gold, you said?
Yep, another gold for everyone's rounds.
All right.
And Calidora is sitting at your table. Not too long.
Well,
Where did you come from last? Jeez. I have to tie a bell around your neck.
and of course, you should meet our new loss prevention officer, Calidora. Calidora, you have a surname?
You shouldn't... Okay.
Okay. okay. We
And no.
I would like a spell slot back, please.
Short rest?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So everyone can short rest if they want.
Yes.
It was purely selfish.
But she's like...
Okay.
She drops a
Count.
purse down, and the purse is... its strings have been cut and dislodged
Right.
in a manner.
No precipitation to get blood off of it, I'm hoping.
No, none of that.
Did you talk to Ulrich?
I did talk to Dolores.
And?
He did not remember us.
Okay.
But he knows Spinel road.
I should have had a better bookkeeper.
He does now.
Aye, that was my next question, but he knows who we are now. Aye.
Did you get people?
God damn it.
We're just peeping.
All right.
I keep thinking of the guy from Waterworld. You ever seen anything like this? It's a beeper. Beeper. He is in the tube. Whatever.
12, right?
Oh, it's right here.
No, I know. It's
Oh.
he owes us 12, but I don't know how much.
And it was 12 what?
Gold.
Okay. No, there are 16 in there.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interest. Okay. I'll just file that away.
He's still from us.
Aye, but thievery does not beget thievery.
If you want, you can give it back to him next time you see him.
Nay, perhaps I'll tithe the 4 gold.
Probably good.
Alright, so give me the...
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
And then I'll tithe it.
Make sure the tithe has my name on it.
Good work, Calidora.
You think I don't pray for you, then you're incorrect. I pray for all my friends and family.
I appreciate it.
Wonderful bread this morning, by the way. Was that a sourdough?
Hold on. I have it. It's almost there.
She's a nickel.
No. It's what's the super spongy dense one? Ciabatta. Yes. It was a ciabatta.
Well done, Calidora. Setting an example of everyone here. Great. All right, that's another loose end close on our ledger, folks. We're completely.
I mean, that's
we're
the two.
completely.
We're on the even for our first week here.
Yeah.
That first couple of days was pretty rough. Got robbed
We'll
twice.
try to get robbed less going forward.
We've been doing a better job of it.
We have, yeah.
All right.
A few levels will do that.
Trust in Calidor?
Trust in Calidora.
Now I kind of want to get robbed more. We're like, yeah, take us on
We'll
that trip.
turn
And the
a
guy runs
profit.
away. We're
We'll
like,
just-
Yeah.
should have just taken us where we told you to. Now you gotta pay the toll.
Oh, fantastic.
Totally.
So what is the plan now? You have
I think we should stake
a lot
out.
of weird information about the businesses going on here.
Well, it sounds like we've kind of narrowed it all down. Like there doesn't seem to be a curse. Hamhawk seems to be having some sort of issue. I mean, that's what everybody says. The people that work there, the guard that works there, and then we went there ourselves, and we got 100% different feel for it
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because we weren't at all curious. Like we were like, oh, maybe there's a reasonable explanation for it. And now that we've talked to like 7 people, we're like, well, maybe that is
Definitely sounds like slaughterhouse.
So we need to go back at night. We need to go check out. What's
I
going
definitely
on.
think we should stake out the place, especially now we got Calidora back with us. But do we want to visit their neighbors before the night, or do you think that's just like, we're just gonna get just the same information?
Well, like again, you've only talked to 2 sides of this story.
Well, yeah, it's true. We just got the thoughts of we got the thoughts.
You have
of
the thoughts of a
Dragonborn.
security guard, but
Yeah.
you've also got the thoughts of the previous workers.
Yeah. Who else could we speak to? I mean, we could always. We're at the tavern. Why don't we talk to the tavern owner again?
And there's probably other workers from other places around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, specifically neighboring businesses of the slaughterhouse.
We ask employee at Slaughterhouse.
Hey,
Find one of them.
I'd rather word not get back that we're asking about them from them.
Well, maybe no. Yes.
I,
I'm just fingering towards
Yeah.
the goblin.
Hmm.
They said maybe the
See,
gnome
this
should
is-
ask questions.
Hmm. That is
Or
doable.
just
Do you
kidnap-
skinny Calidora and everything?
I was trying to find a way in if it, like oh yeah, Calidora, we were just these are the work pretty much introduced and like and they're telling us about this place. Yeah, pretty much getting her at the table.
Why don't we just kidnap worker?
Well, I don't think that's really something we should be getting our hands involved with.
Not with the Spinel Road written on my chest.
I'm glad you're thinking of tactics. It's very good. But no, there has to be a sort of above board finesse involved with this.
Druby, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm with Druby. We should just ask
We can
around.
also just
Yeah.
find other stuff here.
So let's spend a couple simoleons and bug tavern patrons.
All right. Whoever is mouthpiecing for this, persuasion.
Can we help him?
Actually, would it be better if I guided your persuasion?
I don't think so. Well,
Mm.
you give a D4. My persuasion is a +1.
+3. So.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, you can guidance yourself, right?
I don't think so.
Well, if you could guide others, you should. If you cast spells, if you could cast spells on someone else, you should be able
Touch
to
a
cast.
willing creature.
You
Okay.
touch yourself.
Anything else? What's the target? Does it say target?
No. Cast at will. Custom casting action when range touch.
Range touch.
You touch one willing creature once before spell ends. The target can roll a d4 and then add the number rolled to one
Yeah.
ability check of its choice. It can roll the die before after making the ability check. The spell then ends.
You can definitely.
You can definitely do
yourself
yourself for that.
I can help myself do this.
Mhm.
All right. Well, hey, let's do it.
If it doesn't say you can't,
with that. Yeah,
Interesting.
because the targeting for like if it was just for yourself, it would say self. That means only you can't
Gotcha.
put it on
So
anyone
this
else.
is like a pep talk for myself. All right, listen, just get your story straight. Tell me what you need to do.
Oh, yeah,
Be
yeah.
friendly, but not
You're also
patronizing.
walking,
Yeah, 23.
Dang.
yeah. So the general
Oh
consensus,
shit!
if
Everything's gonna be a +d4 from now on.
It's a spell slot though.
it's a spell slot.
It's a cantrip
That's a cantrip.
Wait, is it a bonus action?
action. Cantrip action at will.
So what's the? Oh, okay. No, now we need to know.
Yeah, I'll let it slide this time. We'll figure it
Okay.
out later on.
Uh,
I mean, even if I hadn't, it would have been a 20 instead
Right,
of a
right.
23.
So you start asking around, and pretty much, like, I'm assuming you're also gonna talk about both sides because you want to know if you want to know about ham hocks, but you also want to know about Stone Garden,
Yeah, yeah.
like, because these two seem to be at odds in
Yeah.
some way. The only thing you get about Stone Gardens is the fact that people dislike them because they took business. Like, this stable over here Why did that place also have to have a stable? Why did that place also have to be a store yard and a warehouse and have cold storage? Like, it just... Anyone that's angry at Stone Gardens is because it was too good, or took too much business from everything. It was trying to do everything. When it talks about ham hocks, though, when people talk about ham hocks, in the last year, pretty much, the overall consensus, people that have worked here for longer than that or shorter than that have said that the place is just, like, no regard for their neighbors at all. They used to not slaughter at overnight. They used to just do it, early in the morning, or, they'd push into the evening, but they would not do 24/7 type of stuff. Their disposal of carcasses and remains is terrible now, like wasteful. There's even places that I can't remember what they're called now. I think it actually is abattoir. But abattoirs were originally to dispose of carcasses on farms. Like, if your horse dies, they come and get your horse and deal with it. They weren't generally a slaughterhouse. They would take meat from things that you could process meat from, but they were really disposal. They said, like, they'll throw carcasses out and leave them sitting when they could have done something else. It almost sounds like they leave wounded animals, like, sometimes, like, they don't finish off an animal or something, and it just sounds like that for a while, like they're not efficient. And the smell, like, is terrible. Like, they're dumping out.
Well, the smell should be obvious from.
Well, like, they're not disposing of things properly. They're just, like, dumping out excess blood or organs or offal.
Yeah.
How about worker treatment?
So you get the line, like, no one here works for them. Not a single person in this bar has worked for them. A couple people worked for ham hocks a while ago, but they no longer work there. So you don't really get much on worker treatment because there's no one here to talk about it. Mm-hmm. But you do get the thing, like, every friend that I know that worked there got fired since the last year.
Yeah, interesting.
You know why they got fired?
Let go for whatever reason. When the new management came in, they were real hard asses. Oh, and you got a 23? So you know the name of the new manager is... Posk Unreal.
Posk,
okay.
Unreal?
Unreal.
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 A-N-R-I-E-L.
E-N-R-I-A-L.
Okay.
P-A-S-Q-U-E.
No.
Yep. E-N-R-I-A-L.
What?
Carlito just came back for the Royal Rumble, apple in hand.
Oh, Curly? I do. It's fucking apples, man. Curly.
Oh, are you watching wrestling?
Mm.
Oh.
Probably an update from
Super Sad Squad.
Gotcha.
Just
By the way, all you people watching, supersadsquad.com. Really cool comic there.
It is.
Some beautiful, beautiful shades of hot dog.
That's actually a pretty good color. I can't wait to tell him that. This is beautiful. Have you told him that already?
No, I was actually hoping to say it with if they happen to be watching. Yeah.
I'll hold off on it then. That's great.
So this place sucks. Now, okay, what I want to know is what. It seems like nobody likes these people. What crew operates in this area? Why haven't they been, shoved off from the community or made to fall in line?
Stony Eyes is pretty much run by the Porters Union.
I was going to say.
So as long as business is flowing in and out of the gates, if nothing else is too terrible, everything else is business interests. Those are patriarchs, and no crew gives a shit about the patriarchs.
Well, I wonder if really we're just gathering information. Our task is to find out why this is such a good deal.
Honestly, it just sounds like there's nothing wrong with Stone Garden, at least, that we can determine. What it sounds like
Right.
it is that it's just a
problematic neighbor.
First off, Wisdom just wants to get rid of it. And it makes sense because Hamhawk is so bad that...
Doesn't matter who you bring in here, it's still going to be terrible
shitty.
over there.
The problem, though, is that we're not really sure what happened to Store and Niven.
Yeah.
That's the only, leftover curious
A
part.
bit. Now, people do go disappearing, but it's a bit like one
people go
week
disappearing
after the other.
Yeah, when people go disappearing in Baldur's Gate, it's usually a bad sign.
Oh yeah, that's right. They got not murdered in the street or anything like that. Like vanished, right?
Yep.
So that's the problem. Okay.
So it sounds like Hamhawk's the problem. And I don't know if we need to just... if we want to get real technical, then we've done our job.
Yes,
We
but
know that, the places...
we know that well, this place will. Obviously, this place would be an incredible asset for Spinel Road. So if we can deal with this for our
You know how Arya works, and you know that you don't if you came back and said, "These are the problems with it," there's no one else to solve the problem.
Right.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
also going to be given that task
No, I
as
get
well.
it. I get it. So
Yeah.
really, we just need to kind of wait. I think it might just be time to look tonight. Look at Hamhawk, and then tomorrow talk to Trini. I think
What
we've kind of...
if fire?
That's
What?
there.
What did you say?
Arson.
He's suggesting arson.
Oh. I thought you said, what about the fire?
What
And I
about
was-
fire?
Oh, what about fire?
What if fire?
That's
What
why I
about
was
fire?
confused.
What if fire?
Like negotiation, but fire.
But fire.
It's very persuasive.
It is
Oh.
problem, but what if fire?
That's taking a laugh at her.
Yeah. In
There we go.
Vedic speak.
Oh, you already got one.
So he's getting your edition. See, that's why I need the bing.
Yeah.
I hit a button and it comes up on screen, bing, and he knows to write down the year edition. Okay.
So we'll need to stick out. Well, what are we looking for exactly? There's people going in and out of the place at night.
Well,
That's odd.
we'll be able to determine on our own what a weird sound is. So, like, if people are saying there's weird sounds and stuff going on back there, it might be weird to hear like a pig slaughtered at night, but it also might be a weird sound to hear like "help me" or like magical sounds and stuff like that.
Yeah, it seems like it wouldn't be practical to try to see if we could find Wizog or talk to him.
Winzog?
Winzog, or not Winzog? I'm sorry.
Pask?
Oh well, no, actually, Winzog asked about him. So no, that's a bad idea.
Talking about Jameis?
Seamus.
Jameis.
Oh, Jameis, the bookkeeper. Right.
I don't know who you're asking, like, why you would want to talk to Winzog at all. He has no idea what's going on here.
Right.
We could ask about Pask a little bit. He's the owner.
Could ask about him, and it would be good to ask to talk to James.
Alright,
But apparently he
let's-
just works 24/7 at the place. But
That was
I mean-
the bookkeeper.
It's an accountant, man. Bookkeeper.
Yeah.
You know the way you worked.
Well, I know, but we also
Well, what about Pask? Now that I got that name out of somebody, can anybody tell me anything about Pask? Just that he owns the
He
place.
is the new owner. That's pretty much it.
Well,
Yeah.
it sounds like we need to go check it out at night.
Yeah. I can't. I don't really see any other avenue. We don't know if Jameis is ever going to come out there, and for what reason.
I mean, we could always send Calidora in.
To do what?
See if illegal.
Hey, like get an eye on things.
But
See
also
in
my-
Ecuador.
Hey,
Could do that. And also might be better served at night as well, though.
hey, that's what I'm saying. During the stakeout, we have eyes on the inside and eyes on the outside, and ears everywhere.
If that's something that you'd be interested in doing, I don't know.
And perhaps we could employ Drifata for a couple of coins to maybe just keep an eye for us as well.
On the grounds, or
She's on the grounds, but she could maybe keep an eye for us.
From her side, because you can see
She
into
won't
the
let
back.
us. Yeah, she won't let us on to the property, but she could watch the property for us.
right? Is the place walled, or is it just open? Or like the Stone
Which?
Garden grounds?
Stone Gardens has a fence.
There's a fence. Okay. She's also like 7 feet tall.
And it's
No, he said she's like 7 feet.
oh,
tall.
she's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
No, the fence is like a 3-post. Like it's not
Oh, okay.
right. It's not a
Not a
full.
barrier.
Like it's not a barrier.
Yeah, but she might be able to get closer.
So, but there is a space between the two. There's like kind of like essentially a back alley between Stony Garden or Stone Gardens. Now that you have me saying it, Stone Gardens and Hamhocks, and Hamhocks has a brick wall around it
Oh, okay.
in the back.
All right.
Perhaps we can pay her to keep us low if we need to run. Hey,
low.
well, no, she probably won't do that. She won't even let us like look at the place. She's not gonna like take a couple bucks so we can stay.
Now,
on the night.
well, there is a difference of like she is a mercenary,
It's true.
so
Well, maybe we could just pay her to stay on the grounds then. Maybe we didn't
she's
try
already
that.
staying on the grounds.
No, we can pay her for us to stay on the grounds.
Maybe.
I don't want
Oh, to have a look.
I mean, you can.
Remember, she does work for good coin, and she's probably going to have to tell. It might get a bit too tingly
Yeah,
odd
that's a good
for
point.
tomorrow
All right,
meeting.
all right, so we'll leave her out of it then. I see. I'm just trying to cover all my bases.
No, I know, yeah.
Whatever that means.
I mean, it's also trying to secure as much allied assets as possible in the endeavor.
Right.
I mean, it's a good thought.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is good
then I'll go forward and I'll pay her a couple bucks to see if she'll do that.
I mean, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying
No,
it's
I
a
know.
good thought that you're trying to
No, but we'll pay her to.
to get assets on this assignment.
Yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll tell her that what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a look at it tonight. Can you possibly do your side? How about
All right.
that?
I'm in agreement with
All right,
that.
all right, then we'll do that. Let's give her 5 gold, just to keep an ear out for us. If she agrees to that.
You gotta get overhead to agree to it first.
Can we spare it?
So, what exactly are we asking her to do?
To stay awake this evening, to pay attention, to watch for us, not just to listen and be annoyed.
Pay
but
some
to
special attention over to the.
to literally climb the top of the buildings, to watch, to look, to tell us what she thinks is going on while we look from the front and from the inside. Because then we'll have ears on the outside, someone on the inside, and someone from behind.
If you don't think it's going to cause any issues with between her and reporting back to Good Coin,
Well, the transaction doesn't involve good coin at all. Perhaps we can talk to her about that.
what do you think? You're a god. What do you think about this? This wouldn't be any insult to professionalism, do you think? What do you think? What's in that noggin of yours, Vic?
It's plan. But me think, or you think, this might just be slaughterhouse.
No, I'm talking about approaching the guards and taking a look at the slaughterhouse while we're watching. And we're all going to be sticking out. Why do we need her to look at it?
Yeah, we just get Kelidora and Nicodora inside.
Right. It's just like I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep all the areas.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it.
So the idea is, my plan would be that we would maybe watch here, somebody inside, and somebody there. And if everybody is purposefully watching, perhaps Trifara has only heard the strange sounds, but she hasn't been paying attention.
That
to them.
seems valuable.
She hasn't climbed the top of the buildings and watched in the evening. She hasn't stayed up over the night.
Well,
She hasn't decided that, those strange sounds also sound a little bit like people when I pay attention.
Yes, but we're not interested in what happened outside.
Well, we don't know
But
that
perhaps somebody sneaks out the back. Perhaps a ruckus occurs. It's a few gold. Why not have as many eyes on the place as we can?
yet. I agree with that. I just
We don't have to.
No, it's a good idea. No, I think we should do it. I think it would be very valuable to do it. I'm just curious of how that's going to...
What we're asking her is to stay awake for the evening and pay attention.
If nothing else, if we grease the palm of the security guard, the place we want to buy, she'll give nothing but a good word to the people we want to buy from.
That we've been, gracious.
Very well.
Also, we'll just take 10 gold off the price of the place. Your offer of 3,417 gold is too high. We wanted 3,714 gold.
Very well, let's do it. Let's say that she's amenable to it.
Alright.
So I'll propose that to Jafado.
So, when you head back out there and get her attention and she comes back out, how much information are you giving her about what you know, what you think is going on, what she needs to be looking out for? Like, how much are you explaining her of why you're here?
Here's what I would say. We want to buy the place. We're having trouble with the neighbors. We're going to go investigate that tonight, ahead of time. So what I want you to do is go upstairs, look out the fucking windows, and pay attention. See if it's anything out of the ordinary, if it's just regular old sounds that are keeping you up, or if it sounds like something's happening, something weird is going on. Meanwhile, we're going to look at the front, have a talk to people and stuff like that. We just want eyes on both sides.
Just for a detail of wording, she never told us that she's annoyed by this stuff. This is something I detected from her thoughts. So we might just wanted to frame it like
then we'll just say
noise complaints from around the area.
We've been hearing that this is an issue from other people, and this might affect our purchase of the land. So it's in her best interest, it's in Good Coin's best interest to let her do this for us, and we'll pay her for her time.
Okay. Anyone else want to say anything?
You can arm wrestle her.
Yeah.
Yeah, not into wizards.
Oh, it's a sexual thing.
No. Oh, you only arm wrestle
Yeah.
women you're interested in. I like this little bit of character. I like this little bit of character. Undefeated.
Undefeated. The Goliath definitely defeated him.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So we don't count this one. It's like a regular arm wrestle, but Goliath.
I think arm wrestle is different term now.
Oh, that's.
Wow. All right. Persuasion.
I won't guide myself this time. So we figure it out. 17.
Okay. You want to take a 17? You want to?
I'll take a 17.
All right.
We've been nice to her.
Yeah, Jafada's like, I'm here to watch this place. Obviously, I don't want neighbors that are unaccommodating. So if you're asking me to take a couple extra coin to specifically watch the South, I will. But also understand that I know distraction tactics when I see them.
I beg to differ, since you're. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't tell her that. Like you're finding them where they aren't.
Hey, you watch over there while we sneak into the front.
We would not ask you to just skirt your duties of your general watching, but when you
she's just
if you have
she's
time,
aware of us.
Yeah,
she knows what she's going to accept the job, but she's got her eye on me.
Good. Yeah, you're well paid. Good.
She just made 10 gold for a single day work.
Is that why we paid her?
To do anything. We
Five.
paid her 5 for talking and 5. We gave her 5 earlier, and now we're giving her 5 to walk. Yeah, so that's a hell of a lot of money for a mercenary to do nothing. You know?
She was being paid a gold a day to watch this place, so you've just given her a week's worth of money in one day.
Awesome. Good.
So.
And you said, were you worried about her talking to Good Coin?
I was.
So we could throw that in, be like, perhaps this, until the transaction has completed, perhaps this little endeavor of ours can remain between the two of us. 17.
If your interest really is to protect and buy this place, then anything I tell to her should just strengthen your position.
True.
I'm not going to withhold from my employers.
Nor should you.
Would you like me to withhold from you, even though you've asked me to watch out
I
for
should
you?
have listened to you guys say yes or no. Should I ask for that?
I'm gonna pull you guys aside and be like, maybe we won't make purchase before deal with Slaughterhouse though.
Well, we're going to find that out, really.
We're not in charge of the purchase.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you don't know. You guys aren't doing the purchase. You're just supposed to check this out tomorrow.
You're just worried that if Slaughterhouse can deal with property price go up.
Hey. Hey, so why don't? All right. Well, in that vein, we can find out whether or not we can deal with it. Then make the purchase. Then
You also
deal
want to
with
find out what it is.
Yeah, that's what I get it. But I like he's thinking like a businessman now. All of a
That
sudden.
was very smart, but also the price is already set. The deal is already going to happen in several days.
We're just trying to figure out if it's worth it.
Right, like both sides can pull out, of course,
Right.
and if there's difference of price and all that stuff, it could be a big thing. But yes, totally understandable. That was very smart.
Well,
Let's say inspirations all around.
Hey,
what?
that's a hell
Do you
of a-
all have
We
inspirations?
sure do.
Nice.
We've
Good for you.
been awesome this time.
All right. So before the next part, to discuss your plan.
Slaughterhouse is a real property.
All right. Dang, I keep thinking I don't have that much erudition. Then I look at it and I'm like, oh, I'm doing pretty good.
Nice.
Well, thank you everybody that's still here. I don't know if Booty Clap and Sippy Tango are still here or not, but I see people in the viewership.
Thanks for hanging out. I was about to kind of playing a Shadowrunning D&D right now. What was that, Bandy? Bandy had something to tell us.
Better grab some water too. Since everybody's already up.
Well,
Secondary break.
time for a stakeout. I wonder how this is gonna go. If all the places that surround the slaughterhouse, they're businesses, and they probably do work into the evening or anything. There's not going to be like an inn or someplace that we can just stay in a public kind of sense. So I guess we'll have to be sneaky about it some way. We can't use the grounds itself because we're not really permitted to be there.
True. And we don't really know what we're looking for.
We don't.
I mean, at the very least, it just turns out it's just a shitty slaughterhouse. Like they really are just bullshit
Yeah, we're hoping that
neighbors.
there's like a cult or something inside.
Well, I mean, it is D&D. The options are basically limitless.
Yeah, I'll take some of that.
I'll have a piece too, I think.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Have a slice would be nice. Smells good, huh, Bandy?
Pizza.
Smells good on Bandy.
So now, how are we going to stake
Thank
this
you.
place out?
I mean,
Do we so?
what's the area of this?
It's like an acre. Several acres.
You know,
Slaughterhouse
just a little bit
is
more
something.
than a soccer field.
It's like
Half of it.
43,690 feet square.
It's like a square football stadium. 4 football stadiums in a square.
It's pretty big.
No, not just. I'm talking about stadiums, not just field.
That's how big that thing is?
The Hamhocks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Man, that's massive.
Well, it seems like it wouldn't be too hard to watch it then. We wouldn't have to be too secretive.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we're on the street, we're not really doing anything. Really, it's up to Calidora to get in. Is that what we want to do? Do we want to send Calidora in?
Well, we
That's me
could.
thinking with the rogue mind. Like, I want eyes on the inside. I want to know what's going on in there.
It would be good. It's also very risky. If it gets caught for any reason, like what the fuck are we gonna do?
Hire another guide.
I think the best way to approach it is to watch on the inside, see if there's anything weird enough for us. Like, okay, we probably should send something inside.
What if we get Joe?
Well,
Yeah.
I thought about that, about talking to the trade or the porters union, trying to get in and just go to work there or whatever. But that seems like that's like a long-term plan. To say the appraisal is like tomorrow. Like we go tomorrow to look
I
at
was
it.
just thinking of that skit. I think it was a Key and Peele one. Like we're gonna rob this bank. We're just gonna get jobs there.
Oh,
We're gonna work.
Oh
And
yeah.
they'll just pay us.
We'll just collect the money slowly for 20 years.
They don't know a thing.
I was thinking of that elves and the Keebler thing. There's a I think his name's Bryce Whelan. He's a comedian. He's talking about that. He's like, he worked for Saturday Night Live for a while. And one of the sketches he wrote that didn't get taken was the fire inspector comes to the Keebler elf house. And he shows up and he's like, "You guys are baking in here? This is all wood, man. All wood. No, we got to shut it down."
All right. What is the plan?
Ecuador.
I mean, at the very... Can we just throw Ecuador in there?
We could. Someone will have
Well,
to.
because she's gonna be moving around and stuff.
Well, he doesn't want to send Caladora in there.
Do you not?
Well, I do, but I feel like we have to have some kind of fucking reason to see something
see
odd
what the
going
fuck's
on
going
outside.
Well, let's go outside. The first sign of trouble, send her in there. The place is huge.
Yeah.
So walking around the perimeter of it and up and down the streets isn't really going to be, like, unusual. They're not going to be like, who are those guys that are wandering around? It's like a huge area.
You are all wearing uniform
Well, I mean,
outfits.
that's very temporary. The uniforms can be taken off.
Let's change my cloak. You guys need one of these.
Yeah, I'll change into this. Change into my normal clothes.
It's the first one we've actually finished, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I had two
Oh,
pieces
wow.
today. I don't usually eat it.
Yeah, it's usually a bunch of slices that don't eat.
If we send Calidor in, if she gets caught, because it's possible, she's very good, but she could get caught. That's gonna. Then what?
Well, if she gets caught and there's nothing in there, then we have to eat crow. You know, we have to explain ourselves and just say that we were getting a good feel for the land, apologize, pay fine, whatever it is. But if she gets caught and there is a problem, then we have reason to kind of smash in.
I mean, they might kill Storage Niven. Right? If they did, they killed Kelly Dora. Without stop.
That too. She could be in really, very real danger by herself.
How do you feel about this Caladora? Since you are a
That's what I
person.
need to do, then I am what I need to do.
Well, we can.
I'll have Ecuador, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be seeing
Mm-hmm.
what happens to me.
All right.
Let's still get it. There we go.
I got torn up. You can still see it a little bit.
Oh, it was just there was some fuzz that started like hanging around her eye. Just pulled it out.
All right.
So you got battle
We'll
scars.
be watching from the streets then.
We can watch from the street. Caladora will be inside the building with Ecuador. And
Well,
we,
are you gonna wait till nighttime to send her in? Or
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
we're not-
no, we're not. We're just
So you're gonna
not-
watch from the street during the day, the rest of the day, like pass
Yeah.
by here and there. And
I don't think
keep
we're
an eye on it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see much during the day, but
I mean, if we hear weird stuff.
who knows what you might see.
Mm-hmm. Strange sounds, strange smells.
Right. So maybe like just base camp out of the Hound, and then send out pairs of you to walk by just to see what you do and see.
Yeah. Okay.
maybe disguise yourself once and go shopping.
Yeah. I could do that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm looking for a really big hammer hawk.
Then I might end up
Describe
having
yourself
fun.
and go in and be like, "So you guys sell human?"
Hmm.
You guys know what?
Human.
It's easy, Pete.
So you're gonna walk around as a customer for a bit.
When at some point, probably towards the end of the
Afternoon,
yeah, getting kind of late in the day.
Do it like later
Okay.
evening when other places are starting to close.
That's what I'm
Go
thinking,
there
yeah.
and be like, hey, how come
Yeah,
you're still
exactly.
open?
Well,
You know?
they do close the showroom like everybody else does. Like,
Okay.
and that's actually pretty early. Like they don't, they're not still selling cow and pigs
Right.
late into the evening because everyone's made their choices for the next day's business.
Okay, so when it starts looking like towards the end of the day kind of stuff, you can kind of tell things slow down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll disguise myself as just a gnome, not more of a commoner, not like a wizard with a big hat or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Like
go
a
in.
businessman gnome.
Yeah.
Glasses, suspenders, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Gnome
See
Chomsky.
what the poultry's like, and just see Noam Chomsky.
I stole that. My sister has a garden gnome that's Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I'll just use a spell slot to spend an hour kind of looking around, being kind of like I don't know, mostly interested in poultry.
Okay.
My name is Zizaban Galfellow.
Zizaban Galfellow. You get a
turkey.
No, a young, not young, 30-something woman, human, named Teva. She's your agent. Oh, let me show you. She knows all about poultry and fowl, and will regale you. Have you tried duck?
I once had crispy duck there between very thin slices of some kind of breading, and it was delicious. Only time though.
Ask about like treatment of the animals. Find out how, ask questions about other stuff.
Oh,
like,
I'm just gonna be.
how do you treat your employees?
Yeah.
What's the 401k like? I guess
Persuasion.
Okay.
You have a
See how you do with pretending to be a customer. This basically is going to be how long can you be in here
Okay.
Would it be better
without like being completely awkward and you're not a customer anymore type of thing.
Would this be better if it was performance?
I mean, actually, yes, it would.
Guess what? It's the same thing for me.
Right, it is.
Yeah.
Because he's not proficient in either, and they both go off the same charisma.
Which is interest of mine. Yeah.
How long does guidance last?
1 minute, I think.
Probably
Right?
not
Hang on.
that.
Maybe
Not
I'm
gonna
wrong.
work on this.
Let me check. I might be wrong. It's an action concentration for a minute, so
Yeah.
you could go in real strong. Those
And
first
then-
3 questions were perfect.
And then 2 minutes later, get out.
Right.
So what would you say the ratio of those chicken butts with them chicken? What happened to his speech? Like all of a sudden in the middle of your sentence you went dumb.
With a +1, will be a 20.
God damn.
Hey.
So you're going to be able to spend the full hour in there, and you're charming and such, and you've made up a little. Oh, I've got a little place out by Whitmore Manor, and I sell chicken legs and wings and sauce and
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff. Like, oh, it's just a little food cart and blah blah blah. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And being kind of like not non-committal in an actual but not so annoyingly. So like I actually give reasons like talk about the types of things we use certain meats for and whatnot and get just stretching the time out as I just kind of like see what's going on around here.
she has a healthy disregard
For no.
for the treatment of the animals. Anytime you talk about like how they're slaughtered, all this, like, it's almost like a who cares. She'll tell you all about like, oh, these are from this area and this have this flavor and this and that. But when you're like, how are they treated? It's like, chicken's a chicken, head's cut off, they run around. Like even jokes about they take wagers on the
How long they run
it's
around
a-
for after?
basically called like the headless race. Like, you get a couple of slips of those kind of like just morbid behind the scenes things like, yeah, we can do 3 or 4 at a time, everyone puts their number on one, haha.
How droll.
I mean, just whatever, like as long as all the blood gets out, you're good.
What animals were like further in the back? Like they had. Oh no, it's all kind of like the same showroom area, isn't it?
It is, I mean, it's a big pole barn area. There's a lot of like, they have more unique animals in the back,
Well, unique animals.
like peacocks, goats, different turkey types.
Waterfowl are supposed to be pretty good.
What I'm getting at though is I started with poultry, but like when one starts especially since we're talking about fine stuff and if that subject comes up, I just kind of want to get more around and deep, not
Okay.
just staying with the fucking chicken.
Perception.
Perception. Another skill I don't have.
So weird for my
That's-
games.
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
weird.
I don't know why I don't
That's
have
alright. What did I make that one time where I didn't have like I made a D? Maybe it was Isarok the first time where like I skipped dexterity or something like that.
Oh
And
yeah,
it was like
yeah.
what the
It was
fuck?
the changeling. It was the changeling rogue you did for their Knoll
Oh,
prison
yeah,
game. That
yeah.
was not a dexterity-based ranger.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, I fucked that guy up bad.
Natural 20.
That was a natural
Is it
20.
natural
yeah.
20? All right. So you're walking around towards the back area where there's the more, the smaller pens of more esoteric and stranger things. You're going out and around, and you come down a lane and you go all the way to the end. So you're at the edge of the pole barn. There's no wall, it's just the end, and it goes to the yard. But you're so far in the back that you're behind the slaughterhouse. So you've come out to the edge and you're looking out at the back of the slaughterhouse, where you do definitely get a smell. Like, it gets pretty bad back here, the gaminess and carcassy and blood smell. And you go out there and there's just literally piles of offal and carcasses. There are people out there that are like tossing out buckets of blood just onto the ground. It's pretty terrible. Flies and bullshit. But as you're like, you pull out a little handkerchief, about to turn around, and you're like scanning down, and you're on the edge, and it's between the pole barn and the slaughterhouse. You see this man standing there, and he's at the edge of the chicken coos, and he's got a couple other people around him that are talking to them, and he's very dismissive of them. He's just sitting there, and he's got a book in his hand, and he's just like, he's throwing his hand around. But you're looking down there, and that book, like, you're thinking like, it should be a ledger or something like that.
I think this is Jameis.
It is a half-elf. But that book is red leather bound, not dyed.
Oh.
That red leather, like, you look at it and like that's a weird look, and you can see the grain and everything, like, and it's like, that's a weird looking book. And there's a strange symbol, but it's at an angle that you cannot see, and it's not like it says, the numbers or, the month or the date or anything like that on that. It's a big old sigil of something that you can't really tell because of the angle, but that's a weird damn book for a bookkeeper to be sitting with. And after he scatters the little people around him, he kind of reads into that, and he peers up and just like sees you and Tava, and is like, and just strolls back over to the slaughterhouse.
I'll get my thoughts off of that and just like, and I'll point to the offal piles. Like, wow, that's, you do so much of a number. You have this much every day before you ship it out.
Well, our supply chain's been kind of off. Obviously we should be selling that for blood sausages and such.
Of course.
But numbers are down. Do you want blood for blood sausage? As you can see, we have enough.
Is that all from this? This not all from the same day that
You take one little quick peek back, and Jameis is over by the door now, and he just waves his hand, and the door is like opens up, and he walks inside, and the door shuts behind him.
I'll be spooked by that and just kind of seem like I'd have to talk to my associates about it. Thank you very much for this tour. I think I should be going, but thank you. You might want to ask somebody about that though. That might be.
You're
it's not my
not
place.
buying anything.
Buy something. I'm just kidding.
Right, chicken leg.
Buy chicken leg.
I'll take half of one chicken.
Let's see. Yeah.
You did just take an hour of this woman's
I
time.
did. Yeah. Give me a
Like
fucking...
the little A little shoulder Durmac appears.
Yeah, I definitely feel like how are they talking to me right
And
now?
Durmac's like,
Pass a couple of the gold that I have.
right, she did a service to you. You should owe her time.
Yeah.
And then a little shoulder Vidic comes on. He goes, "This is bullshit."
He's like sex.
Let's get a pig. I'll cut up a fresh one though, something that has been sitting in this pile.
You're getting a whole pig?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's
Excellent.
like
You guys both like the pork.
Hell yeah,
like
Calendor's
4
gonna have to,
silver.
like, get somebody
four-
else instead of the bakery.
4 to 8 silver, depending on the quality, and if you want, depending on how clean you want it broken down, it'll be either that price up to 2 silver more.
I
So you
gave
can pay
I gave myself the impression this is like fine stuff, so I'm gonna go.
if you pay a gold, you'll get a good pig, broken down cleanly and into the most.
So, where are you going to have that delivered? It should not be to the pie.
Oh, I thought I'd just have it in a sack, right? Isn't that how people?
No,
200
that's going to go
pounds of meat.
like, and you said you came pretty late in the day, so that's going to be a tomorrow order.
Yeah, yeah. I have it. If you could have it sent to the, if you could have it sent to
We should
the,
have it sent someplace we don't
the
like.
to the waiting dog under my name, of
The
course.
waiting.
The waiting hound. That's before we move it on over to the, because I know this is very. Let's just get this done quickly.
Whatever.
Yeah. Alright.
He writes down the address.
Yeah. Under my name.
Yep. Your name of
It was
Zavane, something,
Yeah.
Zazane,
This is
whatever.
the part where you fuck up.
Zazane.
You're doing so good at the very end. You're like,
It
and your
was
name
Zane-
is Zazamul. And she's like, thanks, Zazane.
Galfellow.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it was. It's Zazane Galfellow.
Zane Galfollow to the waiting
Thank you
hound
very much.
tomorrow morning.
Here's 10 silver for you. Slaughtered pig. Fine. Yes.
All right.
And I leave.
Angel Durmac and Devil
And I
Vidic.
throw
That
up a
is
little bit in the
exactly.
street. Not because of the stink, but just because I was so nervous that whole time.
Okay. So he was in there. Was anyone overseeing him outside?
I figured I would have just been outside and like changed my cloak and a little bit more.
Right. You can like
And I
walk.
would have let him know where.
You can walk up and down the street, changing your cloak every pass to looks like something
Yeah,
else.
We're taking shifts
Well,
and I'm
I
having
wanna-
another beer.
I would have said I would have been somewhere close where he could message me if he needed help, and I could run in and start killing people.
It's a pretty big place to get messaged from the inside.
Well-
but yeah.
Yeah. Just
So he knows
knew
where you
I
are.
was, yeah.
Go ahead and make me a perception. Natural 20 again. Like, why is it at the end of the night? All of a sudden, it's like 20, 20, 20, 20, 20.
Yeah.
It's either at the beginning or the end.
Yeah.
All right.
That's like when
So,
we're fucking around and we joke roll a couple before we get started and we hit like 20s and 19s.
you notice that most of the other places up and down the place are going through shift change. A lot of the places are exuding a lot more people that are coming in, right? Like the stables, all the people that were working that day, mucking and doing all that stuff, are leaving, while the night crew that's just there to watch the horses and cattle and whatever are coming back in. So pretty much down this entire lane, there's just this mass kind of exodus right now as the sun's sinking low, the end of the day. But that's not happening at Ham Hocks. You see a couple people leaving. Several workers leave. But you also see an unproportional number coming back or entering the place.
Unproportional meaning more or less.
More than are leaving. So, like everywhere else, it looks like a majority of their employees are leaving, and like the night crew's coming on, which is skeleton or smaller. This, like, a dozen workers leave, and then like 20 people come back into the place.
No.
Now, it could be that they're running
Selling
the fucking place overnight. Like, so it's you need the full slaughterhouse run overnight, but it is kind of a proposed self-identity. 1 fine pig slaughtered beautifully. 2 take. All right.
It's like a receipt from like the 1800s. And for Mayweather and Bruce, 1 pig slaughtered finely. 6 silver pence should be.
We better be able to get that pig back from them.
No,
They're like, who's this from? Whatever, throw it on the fucking grill. That ham's on sale tomorrow.
Sending it to the camel,
Spitting camel. Yeah.
but I wasn't there. So.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought you were gonna do.
Actually,
I
shouldn't
was
have said
panicking the whole time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said anything. I wasn't there either. I shouldn't have said anything because it would have been shitty if you were like, "Yes, have it sent to the piece of pie." I'd be like, "Oh, it's too late."
Oh,
For your vomit-induced stress at the end. All right.
Well, once I see him come out, we're gonna meet up with Dermot and
no.
skinny everything to everybody.
The bookkeeper's a wizard. Or some sort of magic user. Isn't that strange?
Hey, is it that strange?
Yes.
Spinel Road has a magic user for a bookkeeper.
Oh, yes.
Did you
Yes.
see anything else that was out of the ordinary?
They do have heaps of rot there. So, well, we sort of knew that already. I don't know. The book just seemed, I don't know. Ooh. I'll describe the book.
It's like the first Pirates of the Caribbean. What's with all the...
And yes, skinny. There's more people go to work at night than day.
Hey, we already knew that they run it all night.
Yes, but more people.
Oh, you're saying their staff has increased for the evening?
Yes.
That's it. Oh.
There are strange things afoot at the circle.
Yes, they're magic to use meat.
Thanks,
Meat
John.
magic.
Meat magic.
Needle, do you know of such magics?
The principles of necromancy have many applications to the flesh of the living and the dead, yes.
Hey, did you see anything there that might hint towards necromancy?
Well, there's plenty of dead there.
Hey, so perhaps...
I couldn't quite get a glimpse at that symbol on this man's book. That was a strange skin, though. Very red, not dyed.
Could you perhaps draw this symbol?
I couldn't.
Nope.
I was like, I can make my Arcana check.
No, he could even make an Arcana check.
Alright, so are we still in agreement that we send Calidore in to see what's going on?
I am a bit curious.
I'm now a bit reluctant.
It
This is very weird in there.
It does sound dangerous, especially if the forces have increased.
Let's wait till after dark. It's starting to rain.
Oh, great.
At
Then
least
we'll
it-
head out there.
At least it won't smell.
What does smell more?
We'll head out there.
I'll summon Ecuador. Would you like to make some time with him before you...
We're going into a slaughterhouse, Ecuador. Or
Don't sprout wings and you should be fine.
They only have 3 fingers, right?
yeah,
Or is it a 4th one? Do they have 4?
nope, they have 3.
Yeah,
Creepy.
they are kind of like.
Oh, is it
together.
2? Is it one?
They are fused together though. They have the. I think they have the
it's
bones.
this. I
The
think
bones.
it's that.
Actually, I think it's like they have the weird 2-finger
Yeah,
weirdness.
It's really weird.
Like, Ecuador is the chameleon.
Hellish chameleon.
An infernal chameleon.
Yeah.
Fiendish.
Fiendish, yes.
Oh wow, it is like a mint.
Yeah, it's like
So these two are together. It looks like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's
You know,
just
like-
a smash. Yeah, they have 3 fingers fused and 2 fingers fused.
Yeah, pretty weird, huh?
Huh.
all right.
Because they'll still have like the individual claws, I think.
Yeah, and you can see where all the fingers are. They just
Yeah.
don't.
They don't separate.
They have a single stalk. Interesting.
It's bullshit.
It's bullshit.
So, you can hear the rain coming down, which quickly turns to sleet as the
Brr.
chill sets in. Everything outside is slushed and terrible. Lots of people are in here. This place gets really packed. Standing room only because of people just not wanting to go home in the rain.
One of you two need to. Sorry. Well, one of you two need to. I need to go through Ecuador's eyes when Caledonia goes in. One of you needs to make sure I'm not walking into walls.
Put my hand on his head.
Okay.
And I thank you, little lad, for this scarf on this cold night. Did
You
buy
got
scarf for
your-
everybody,
yeah.
or just
Yeah,
made
yeah.
it? Awesome.
And he also bought for you two waterproof cloaks, heavy cloaks.
I didn't know that. Hey, is that something
Can
I
I
need to put in
change the
my...
cloak to be waterproof?
Absolutely. Yeah, it could be a big, heavy oiled cloak.
So wait, so your shape-changing clothing thing will affect stuff that you're also wearing? Is that what it is?
No,
What-
it's just
So he has a cloak of many fashions. It can turn into any type of cloak.
I need to get
Oh.
myself a papoose. just
attached to
yeah.
Yeah, just you do. You kind of do like that, or a baby Bjorn. Just strap him up to the front there.
Okay, great. Fine. I mean, we'd be unstoppable. Like, I got my shield out. Zaps!
Well, that's what they did in Game of Thrones. They had the young Stark.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's
Like
also
a whole
in
door.
Z
Just
Bradshaw. They had it
Hodor was carrying him around while
the-
he warged. Yeah.
was a goblin or a gnome wizard that he kept summoning the familiar for, but the gnome, I think it was a gnome, was on the back of the half orc or whatever. Like they built a
Master Blaster apparatus.
carry, like it was almost like think of
Like
a
almost a platform, like you put something out on an elephant's back or
well,
something.
think of the basket, like a
Palanquin?
hamper basket, right?
Yes,
and then you have the top of the hamper where you throw the clothes in, like the thing. So you have that, but it's over his shoulder. So the little head of the freaking gnome wizard sitting there, and he's like, pew, 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 sitting there.
It's a thought.
I like the idea of having you on my chest.
Right, the baby Bjorn it.
Somewhat, yeah.
Just see you like with a sword and a shield and like.
But yeah, so the cloak of many fashions can turn into any style of cloak
Gotcha. So you don't need the waterproof.
because he can make a
That's okay.
waterproof
That
cloak.
was my question because I thought you said that he had given him one.
He's
and he was
given
like-
you two, like,
Gotcha.
so he bought you two that because Calador and him both have
Gotcha.
these
I thought you were
magic
saying you two like
clotks.
me and him.
Oh, no,
And then
no.
he was talking about
No.
turning into the ring.
Right.
It's really
You two
beautiful. It's
being-
very nice.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Needle
You did
and
get a nice scarf though.
Yeah,
That'll
right.
do as well.
Is it, what's the color?
and then she like takes Ecuador like wraps him up, so he's like in this little bundle right next to her face.
Nice.
What color?
What
don't know.
color is your uniform?
Right now I'm wearing the blue with gold.
The blue with gold, so
Right,
we'll
I'll
say
be-
Your normal is gold with
No, it's
He's colorblind.
green.
He's
So
really
what
wearing
was your first
bright orange and gold, and he's like light
Okay.
blue and black. You're like, oh, that's orange and
interesting,
green.
yeah.
You're actually
Learning
colorblind.
so much more about it.
So his
I
so
just get like
his original was
off-colored
blue.
uniforms for everybody.
Like we look so sharp to you, and then we're walking
Blue
around like,
and
God, I
gold.
feel like a jester. I just fucking keeps letting Vidic buy this shit.
So like yeah, it's just some understated like a lighter blue, I guess, with like some yellow stripes. Thin ones though. Not a fascination.
Do you have a receipt?
No, actually, I seem to be the only one in the realm who makes receipts for these things.
All right.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Let's see that in the store.
So you guys-
That's
Of what?
French.
So you guys are heading out
Is the receipt French?
over there. Now, how are you going? So you can go down the lane that Hamhocks is on, but you also know there's that kind of back alley to it, but that goes to the wall behind it. Like, are you approaching this in any other way than just heading down the lane to watch over it?
Well, I can't sneak or do anything extra like that. Caladora can sneak over, obviously, but
But like, this is just for the heading out, because
Yeah.
Calador and Ecuador are going to sneak in, but I'm assuming you guys are going to be nearby and ready and
Yeah.
watching. So where are you all going for this?
What
I mean, I guess we'll have to be out front.
Yeah, some way to get in quickly. We need to.
I think the street would be easy just to. Because if we go to the back alley, if someone sees us, they're probably like, "What the fuck are you guys doing
also,
here?"
if we're at the back alley, it's just a wall. We have to
Yeah.
There's an 8-foot brick wall.
So it might be best really just be on the street. It's kind of like look like we're just like workers, just having smokes and stuff after work.
I agree.
So you guys are all heading down the street. It's dark. It's sleeting. What torches? Like half the torches that normally are out on posts and in front of the businesses and such have been snuffed. There's a couple lanterns that are still out. The green lanterns that show you a business is still open, up and down. The fog is having a hard time. Like the entire, like your vision outside and like everywhere around is kind of misty. But the problem is that the sleet is coming down and scattering, like physically scattering the fog. So the fog is trying to form at the bottom, but there's so much physical sleet coming down that it's just dispersed through the entire air. So
visibility is actually a little better.
like visibility is better, but like you are encased in a bubble of, out to 60 feet. It's just, too choppy and misty and white to see. But at least you can see around you in this sludge of gray.
How much of the place can we see?
Well, as you're walking down, not much, but about up to 60 to 80 feet. Again, like just everything just has a white pall to it in the darkness.
How tall is this place? The slaughterhouse?
The slaughterhouse is 2 stories.
Okay.
The pole barn is also 2 stories. So, but that's covered.
Open air, though, right?
That's open air, covered. You hear all the animals in there, uncomfortable and bleeding and bleating, not bleeding, by the way, and making a lot of noise because they're not like. You've noticed that they haven't been covered or cared for in the night
Jesus.
or cold, really, all that well.
We're gonna get cursed eating this day.
Perceptions.
Oh, I thought that was a 20. I was like, damn.
Oof.
Aw, was it lower?
No. The first one was a 5. This next one was a 7.
11. Oh wait, I'm looking through. I'm looking through Ecuador's eyes.
He's not gone in yet.
Oh, okay,
Just
he's still with us. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
11.
What do you see, Calico?
I had 15.
What'd you get?
11.
Okay. So 11, 11, 15.
I'm post-perceptive.
I'm
So
post-perceptive.
perceptive.
Let's spoken turn.
Calidor got... Uh, 10.
Interesting.
So this is a real fog.
Yeah, this is like
Yeah.
really done. You see a group of people coming out, like workers, looks like, come out and head off the opposite direction of you. So as you're walking up from Hammocks, a group of workers come out and walk away.
I have a good question. I'm telling you it's a good question. I have a question. It's is the only area being worked now the slaughterhouse?
There's a couple other green lanterns, so there's a couple other places that are still open. But they're actually like
on the grounds of Hamhocks.
Oh yes.
Is all of the business and everything is
Right.
inside that building in
Correct.
the slaughterhouse. So if we were to walk onto the grounds, we wouldn't be really impeded by other people. They wouldn't be like, "Hey,
They
what are you
probably
doing?"
have security,
But we don't see any.
But you don't see any of it because you can't see,
Yeah,
and there may not be out there because it's friggin' sleeting.
that's why we should make our way closer to the slaughterhouse, kind of roundabout, like go onto the property.
What do you think?
I mean, I'm not sneaky by any means, but I mean, there's a fog and a sleet, and we need to be sure that we can get to Calidora in a hurry.
You would at least need to
How
figure out.
capable would I be of getting over that wall?
The 8-foot wall, absolutely in a heartbeat. You could use it as part of your movement. What's your athletics? Like you're obviously +4 naturally. I don't even know if you're proficient in it,
No, I did.
but it would be
+6.
yeah,
Okay.
it would be no trouble getting over that.
Well, I got a +2, so I might be able to get over it too a little bit, right?
I mean,
+2?
could I also?
Except I'm short. Yeah.
Obviously, I could probably just throw
Damn,
him.
+6 to athletics.
Absolutely. Yeah, like
But-
you could get over that.
I got a fucking +5 in religion.
I wonder if the
You
wall
got
is.
athletics?
I have +2 in my athletics.
Yeah, you'd be the one that'd be hardest to get over for me. Not, yeah. The
So,
dwarf.
With me or
Yeah, dwarf. I could toss the goblin over with one. hand,
Whoa!
I assume.
so I'm saying we should get closer to the slaughterhouse. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Okay. But
Like,
outside
actually-
of the wall.
you want to go on the grounds itself or not?
That's what I was suggesting. We need to, if we're gonna put Calidora inside the slaughterhouse and the rest of the other stuff on the grounds is not being used, like everything's in the slaughterhouse right now.
Right.
So I would say it might do us good to kind of get ourselves closer to the slaughterhouse onto the Hamhawks grounds.
Are any of the outside places like have like a little like a ramada or anything like that that would look like maybe we're just some people that try to get out of the direct sleep, anything like that.
Pole barn is like that, but no,
Mm,
nothing else.
I was thinking we'd just go around, get as close as we can outside the wall, get Calidora over.
Oh, you want to stay on the opposite side of the wall.
Go in that back alley. Yeah. So what I thought, because the back alley option had that wall that I thought that was going to be a big thing, but if it is a little thing, that could just be a nice, quick way in.
It isn't a little thing.
Oh.
It's just inconsequential for him.
Ah, okay.
It's an 8 foot tall brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, if I put you on my shoulders,
You could pick him up, grab him by his feet, and just move him over the top. He has athletics +6.
And I
He's a
could
strong
guide
dude.
you to lifting me.
Yeah. You just do the, get down your knee, step up,
Yeah.
stand,
You
climb.
can also have Tensis floating disc, floating 3 feet above. You can climb onto.
There you go.
Give you a 3 foot boost.
Yeah.
No,
Hey, I could see over the wall if I
regular
stand on that
size.
thing.
Yeah, you could.
I could
you
just see over the wall if I stand on that thing because it give
Probably
me a
could.
full foot of.
Yeah, if he's 6
Mhm.
feet, the wall's 8. It hits 3. He's 9 feet tall.
How long does it last?
And
That's
I
a
was just get
concentration
Calidora
up
over,
to
and then
24
we'll
hours,
figure it out.
wasn't it?
Not 24 hours.
It's at least an hour. It's really long.
Let's just get Calidora over and see what's going on.
Now, are you going to stay in the front or are you going
See,
to go
that's,
around back?
That's the same question again. Was I would
Like
say
the
we should
big wall is not in the front.
And it's in the back.
How far can you stay in contact with that door?
Miles.
120 feet. Well,
120 feet?
in order for them to
Okay.
be able to.
120 feet.
So if we want her to get inside the slot.
And keep contact.
Texas floating disc is not concentration, and it lasts for an hour.
Yeah. So you could just keep recasting it.
Yeah.
Get it up.
Plus,
But-
we're all in like robes and stuff. We could just like sit down outside the wall and just look like bums.
So that's completely different from what we were saying, though. Like originally, we were gonna like watch it from all these areas. Now we're going in the back alley, throwing Calidor over, and then just standing
Yeah,
against
again-
the wall.
You may be thinking that the wall's in the front too. The wall is not in the front. The wall is only in the back.
It's like this is what I'm getting. Like this is the post barn and like the food and stuff, and then here's the wall, and we're looking for here, right? Like this. So if they're dumping the stuff out of the back of the slaughterhouse against the wall, that's what's fucking around with Stone Garden.
100 feet, not 120 feet for flying familiar.
A third of a football field.
And there's probably more than 100 feet.
Yeah, so
Area
that's what
to
I'm
cover.
worried about, is staying as close to Calidora and Ecuador.
Right. So could we be closer? Could we be closer by the wall, or closer standing out by the front? Which brings us closer to the actual slaughterhouse structure.
Pole barn. Slaughterhouse. This is the main road that you're walking up and down. Here's the wall in the back.
Okay, so it
pretty
looks like
much
the
it.
street's closer to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, and then there's a wall down there, I guess, and a wall down there, I guess. Like it's a U wall. They don't really have a block in the front, but they do have they do have a fence,
So
but
what
it's like the poster fence type of thing.
And what I was saying is that we would
The
be
path in is here. There's another path here for them to get their carts out of the meat
Okay.
from the slaughterhouse.
And I was saying we should watch Calidora would go in, and then you got to remember Drifada is watching over the top of the wall. Hopefully,
But with sleet,
it's true. Yeah,
she can't really see
I'm
much.
gonna waste the $5.
But really,
Can't
yeah,
control the
for
weather, yeah.
everyone at home, the slaughterhouse is a big brick 2-story massive building. And then the other side, the pole barn, is even bigger than the brick building, and it's just,
Those things.
huge.
All right, so if we're concerned about the being able to, if we want to be closer, we have to at least start at the front. Back looks further away. Yeah, don't tell me.
No, it's like from Lord of the Rings, where he's like, "You'll have to toss me."
Yeah.
Don't tell the elf.
Yeah.
We don't have an elf on our team.
Ooh, spooky music. And this front kind of like fence area, like so around the for the door of the slaughterhouse, the fencing there, is it a closed, locked up gate? Is it would it stop us from? Can we slip through it? Is it an obstacle?
It's
Okay.
like our 3-post thing for the
Yeah,
attack.
it's a little bit more than a 3-post, but it's
supposed to just keep animals in.
right. It's supposed to just be like, we want to direct people to go into this area and this area.
Okay.
Like, it's just, don't go through here. Come over here. This is where
Right.
you're supposed to go.
And I was saying we should go in, like get over there and get near the slaughterhouse. When Calidora's in, if anything goes wrong, we're right there.
Good.
There might be guards, but right now we have the cover of the sleet and the fog, so we can't see them. They can't see us really.
We
either.
got our sentinel eyes over here to see if there's any guards coming up.
True, but if we
Yeah,
get into a
sentinel.
fight, it could be.
You didn't take a feat.
It
I was
could
like
be-
looking for them. Like, what feat did you take?
Little
Oh,
less.
that's right. You took attribute bonus.
Just a little less.
Attribute. I mean, taking attributes is pretty good.
I love attributes.
Yeah, that's what I did.
So, front, back. What are you doing?
Front. Go.
That's fine.
You gonna go in to be closer to the slaughterhouse or not?
If it's if
It
we
looks
can,
like we
I've
can.
said it like 3 times.
Right. He's voting yes.
yeah, let's do it.
We should get some floggings and just act like a bunch of drunkards.
Yeah, I mean, we can always talk our way out of this. We just feel like we were looking for some place warm to sit up against or something. You know, there's no
Yeah.
reason we're not.
Any overhang on the slaughterhouse's roof?
Yeah, so
Oh.
exactly. We could say that's what we were trying to do. Is we got caught. We're just trying to run in the no
Yeah.
ill will. We'll leave. That kind of stuff.
Perfect. Let's do it.
There it is.
So I screamed that at you. I don't know what happened. I was like, let's do it.
Somebody.
All right.
Bart hears that.
So, there's a big double door in the front, which would bring, animals being slaughtered out, the meat to be delivered. Now on the side, there's another double door area. That's where you went and met all the knackers and the
Okay.
workers. That's the entrance. In the back on the side, there's a smaller door. That's where the
Personnel.
Jameis
Oh.
went in.
Oh.
You have no idea what that is. In the back, this is another bigger, like, barn door style that they were coming out with all the refuse and offal and carcasses and shit and dumping it. On this side, though, there was nothing except for what seems to be a storm cellar entrance and then 2 windows pretty high up. This is also the only part which has, like, a chimney smokestack area. Like, you can see 2 smokestacks going up. Who knows what they're burning in there? They're burning something for energy or heat or
Both.
whatever. But there's 2 windows pretty high up in the on the second story. Like, all that is just a brick wall all the way down, with just 2 small windows, the smokestacks coming out, and the storm cellar entrance at the bottom. Do you have a suggestion for Calidora to enter?
I would definitely want to make sure she knows about the door where what's his face used.
Jameis?
Yeah, Jameis used, and like specifically, like be careful messing around with that. He definitely seems to be. He's definitely a spellcaster of some sorts. He might have alarm spells. Who knows? As for suggestions of her approach, tactical for her.
If she could get into the second story windows, might be the safest for her. If she can get up there and get in.
Alright.
Because then she'd have like an upper view. The chances that she would be able to
Yeah.
see everything all at once would be better.
How?
Mm.
I mean, she's the road. She'll climb up there.
So, you guys all take a post right here, kind of on this corner.
Yeah, just kind of nonchalantly, like we wouldn't
And-
really be.
She heads her way down this way. Looks like she checks out. I don't know when you switch over to Ecuador or not. Like, is it immediate or?
Yeah, just
When
hang out.
she's out of eyesight.
Okay. She seems to check the storm cellar entrance real quick. Looks over that, and then she comes over here and climbs up and shimmies into this tall, narrow window on the second floor that has light ominously beaming out of it.
Needle will zonk out.
Okay.
And if I slap you, then it's like
That
You've predetermined.
that's where
Ow,
we're
they
gonna
slapped
leave
it.
that.
Alright.
So, Calidora has entered the slaughterhouse.
Wait, you mean leave it? Are we done?
It's
like a couple
9.
after
Holy
nine.
shit.
Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock.
Right. We talk a lot. Like, we talk a
Well, our
lot.
first hour, we didn't get anything done at
No,
all.
right. I mean,
Which
that's
is
just
fine. I have a good
that's the
time.
whole thing. Like, even in game, we talk a lot. Like, in game, out of
Yeah.
game,
Yeah.
that's what we do.
It goes by so fast.
Right. Sorry, Sippy Tango, for all your viewers that you brought with you to watch the most boring D&D game on Twitch.
We retained 4 of them.
Yeah.
He brought 16. We had 18 for a bit. We lost 6 of those pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But then the rest of it was very slow, and we retained 4. So
Thank you for everyone that did watch. I
Yeah.
mean, we are a lore and RP heavy group.
we
Lots
work
of
on
investigation.
assets to make it fun.
And we're working on being voice actors, I guess. And Mercer affecting it up. But no, that's our game for tonight. Next week, you guys enter the slaughterhouse.
Oh my goodness.
which is for me is fun because like I keep thinking of the slaughterhouse here in Tucson.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only idea I have of what the inside of the slaughterhouse is like. When it's gutted.
I've only seen it when it's got all the Halloween stuff all.
Well, that's the only time I've ever seen it. But like when you get next time you go there, like when you go, don't look at the decorations. Look around. Like the place is still like an industrial interior. Like it still has second story, girders and things. It's kind of interesting. The whole time we were in there, people were like, "Ah!" And I'm like, I wonder where that used to go. People are like, "Boom!" I'm like, "Oh, whatever."
The interestingly enough, probably not super accurate, but the first Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey, they go to a slaughterhouse in it. It's like the bombs go up outside, right?
Yeah.
There's the carcass is coming down and the
Uh-huh.
saw coming in. I'm like, yeah,
I mean,
that's.
Predator 2 as well. If you want to
I mean, that's newer. That's that's just a freezer that had
It's all
carcasses. Like that wasn't really a slaughterhouse.
Same every
All of the
movie
movies
that
that
has
has
a
a slaughterhouse in it.
Predator 2 was
What is the
it was good, but man, it
what's
could have
the
been so much
stupid
better.
one? Wanted, the one where they curve bullets when they shoot them. There's a part where they
Bad shit. Yeah, I don't got a good feeling about this song. I wouldn't put it past Wiley to be like, no, actually, they're just annoying neighbors and everything's fine. Because I'm pretty sure you've done that to us many times where we think there's some sinister thing going on and it's
Like
like,
the
I'm just trying to elope with my friend.
My friend here, there is no such thing as a love potion. There totally is.
I did that to you guys when we did the End of the World, and
Yeah.
you guys wanted to get into that document storage house or
Yeah,
whatever it was,
yeah.
and like they couldn't get it out of their head. And I'm not very good at this. Like I haven't really run.
It was an
any games.
entire session of us breaking into a
Dude.
place
And they
that
were
literally
very
had nothing we wanted in it.
Yeah, they were very methodical about it too. They're like, this is
It
how
was,
we're gonna go
and it was
down.
fantastic. That was one of the best sessions.
Yeah,
it
and
was.
like I drew a map of like what the interior looked like, and I was like, this is where this guy works, and this is how it would go down, and like, there's motion activation, and
Knowing
shit like that.
that shit was gone is still important.
Yeah, it was nothing, and I was like,
It
it's
was
not
great.
here, but I didn't know what to do, and they were very adamant. getting
Broke
us
my
together.
ankle running away from the
Yeah,
security guard.
yeah, you guys had the police called on you and shit. It was crazy. When it was over, they were like, really nothing, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. You guys caught me.
I can't wait till you guys find out, like, really it was Store and Niven that were, like, the bad guys, and they're like,
yeah.
ha ha. Like, that place is terrible.
Some Stone Garden was the problem the whole time. Actually, Hamhocks is just being what it's supposed to be.
I
being.
get what? What do you want from us? We kill animals.
Yeah.
Just got a lot of orders. We got to work throughout the night.
I have a fancy book. What do you do? It's not. Yeah. It was
my grandpa's.
Yeah, exactly. It was an heirloom.
I'm a wizard. I'm reading in my wizard.
What is this?
What?
This is it's our family.
You're a wizard, aren't you? What does your book look like? It floats.
It's our family crest.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, watch she gets in there and it's just a feast holiday party.
It's just
I was so excited that if that was still the day, like you go out into the outer city during a feast day, like from rotting, because rotting to dawning is that's one of the transitions.
Yeah,
right?
it's the day of the feast. I think it's simply called.
There is a actual calendar for Forgotten Realms. Like you can plug in the date and all that stuff and do a calendar planner and all that shit.
I mean, there's so much other stuff. Why wouldn't they have a calendar?
I mean, they have a calendar that's detailed in books and things like that, but no, someone made it online that you can put in whatever date. It'll pull up that day, and you can make notes or look at certain events and shit. It's pretty amazing.
The Feast of the Moon was the holiday.
Feast of the Moon. So the Feast of the Moon just happened.
Yeah.
The first holiday after the Blood Moon Festival, which happens only every 4 years.
Yeah. It's the
So this is the... It's not the leap year, it's a lunar eclipse.
Oh, if something
Lunar
lines
eclipse.
up. Celestial lunar.
But Feast of the Moon is this year is very somber because it was after the Blood Moon. So
Wow. I'm really paranoid that nothing's wrong with this
It
place.
said blood moon, lots of blood.
Yeah, lots of blood on Blood Moon. You know there's gotta be tons of cults that are like, oh, it's the Blood Moon Day, time to extra sacrifices.
that was funny.
Why wouldn't you?
'Cause
It's
both-
called blood. It's so cool.
An abyssal and infertile cult were fighting over information, and these assholes just kind of strolled in and ruined everything for both of them.
Fucking hellish drug deal you bust.
Like all the gnolls that were coming down, like all the gnolls that are out on the countryside, the entire horde was all to prepare Baldur's Gate for the Blood Moon Festival and the ritual that was going to go down. It was so good. And they just
passing
ruin everything.
And the gnolls were a huge problem. Like, Needle's heard of the gnoll
Yeah,
problem.
they're still a big problem.
Yeah.
They're all over the place still.
They weren't that big of a problem.
We might have to deal with
I
some
mean-
gnolls to
I
open
know,
up,
right?
guarantee some land. for us.
Anytime you get out of the city, gnolls are a problem. So
Yeah.
right now the caravan
What
guards are
is
taking
it?
care of it. But
It's a whole book
Eventually.
you could fill of all the things fucking around outside.
oh yeah, it's good
Some
good
kind of-
stuff.
Yeah.
If you want to know about that plot line, go watch the Cardinal Bond on my YouTube channel, or our YouTube channel.
We did not, I think.
You did use one.
No, we used one.
Didn't we use one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
I used it. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But yeah, we gotta.
See, that's why we need the ticker. We need a ticker of inspiration.
We'll get on it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I have to figure it out, man. That's big.
Yeah,
That's a
That's
lot.
how I feel. Where the kids are always like, "Can we do another Kahoot?" And I'm like, "Those don't come off the internet. I have to fucking make those." Kahoot's a digital quiz, like game show program. So what it is I can put, like we can do. I can do a lesson, and at the end you do what's called a closure. You check for understanding with an exit ticket of some kind, so that they see if they can apply it right away. And so I can ask questions, and I'm like, here's the question. It pops up on my screen, and then on their screen they have colors. They can do it on their phone, or they can do it on the computer. And it's like 1, 2, 3, or 4. And so right there it'll say like, what fraction of this is shaded? Is it 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, or 4/3? And you click it, and then it gives you a score, and then it rates everybody. It's like, oh, first place, second place, third place, and the kids fucking love it. The problem is it takes about half an hour to make one. And I'm talking like half an hour for 2 minutes.
Right,
I can put it all together,
right.
set everything together, and I've gotten pretty quick at it. I can make them really fast, but every time it's done, the kids all do the same thing. Can we do another one? I'm like, I fucking made that. Like, it's not. I didn't just buy a couple of these and like do it. I tell them every week. I'm like, I fucking made this.
You bought 2, didn't you? I'll let those carry over. You just have to remind us next week.
Yeah, that'll
Thanks,
be fun.
Juvie.
Because, I mean, all of theirs that they have sitting in front of them are all gone.
Yeah. Did we end with just 2? Damn, we had a lot of inspiration left.
Yeah. I thought you would get much further,
Yeah, I thought we would.
but I always think that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And it's always
I guess
great
that's,
stuff,
I guess that's it. Well, I wish it was Sunday tomorrow to find out what the hell
right?
goes on.
I'd play for another 2 hours, but
Me too.
everyone, has to
But
work.
this guy,
And this guy.
I gotta get up. At
And that
5,
guy.
yeah,
Do you not?
I just don't sleep.
I need like 6 hours if I want to do it because I gotta entertain 25 children.
It's true though. I've seen him not sleep.
Well, it's probably terrible for
I
me.
used to be really bad about it. I used to do that. It would be the same way where like I wouldn't go to bed until like 1 in the morning. Like,
He wouldn't go to
6 or
bed.
7. Well,
You did not go to bed.
That'll
When
happen
I was
sometimes too, but I got over. I have to take medicine for it.
Yeah.
So I prefer not to.
See, it's weird for me. If I get 8 hours of sleep, I'm fine. If I get 4, I'm fine. But if I get
6, you're fucked.
yeah.
See, my problem is my sleep schedule is very adjustable. So say if I went to bed tonight at midnight and then I got up at 4 because I had to get ready for work and shit, tomorrow I won't be ready for bed until midnight because that's what time I went to bed the night before, and then I'll wake up at 4. So then it takes a couple days to fix it. So if I skip sleep one night, I'm going to be skipping sleep for like 3 nights while I try to fix everything. It sucks. I won't go back to bed on a regular, like I have no regular go to bed time unless I keep on it every day. It sucks.
Getting old, man.
It's been that way since I was 17.
Well,
You guys, I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
what?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's mine. I still have that. I'll remember.
Muriel still has that one too. Huh?
She sure
Yeah,
does.
She does. I know that one. She has a character sheet, and
It
her
just
character
has
sheet
inspiration.
has inspiration. What was I?
You said you're proud of us.
Oh, I was proud of you. There's a couple of rolls you failed, and you didn't just throw inspirations at them until you succeeded. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now we just get to move on from this, and
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how that haunts us later.
awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is good. This is we got the plan down.
I'm only
See
2
what happens.
editions away from 10 now. So
My God,
Good.
3 for me. I'm at 7 right now.
I'm at 6.
Loser.
what do you get at 10 again?
10 is
Tools.
language, tools, game sets. So tool proficiency or game set. Not thieves' tools. Yep.
We roll really well when it doesn't matter.
we got a lot of 20s tonight.
They're like, what color is his cloak? I don't know. Roll perception 20. It's a
Yeah.
nice shade of blue. Cool. Throw a knife at his head.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
what
it's
you
through
said.
a hole.
I
Yeah,
thought you were saying
1.
D20s. Yeah, we did get a lot of we did
Mhm.
get a lot of nat 20s tonight.
At
Man,
the time we all rolled 20s 3 in a row.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I'm pretty sure there's times when we got 3 1s in a row.
We
I
rolled
think
the-
you guys got a couple in a row on the one shot.
Oh yeah, there was
It's
some
like
bad
ridiculous.
rolls on that night for sure. Some
What was
good
that?
ones too.
Cobalts? When I just like destroyed half the fucking.
Oh yeah, Ring of the Rammed down the entire side of the building, and
Ah, the Ring of the Ram.
Bring it to brand.
I love that magic item.
It's pretty
I
great.
like the immovable rod.
Movable rods are amazing.
Dude,
As
all
a
the
thief,
shit you can do
if
with
you
it,
can get
man.
2 of them, oh,
Oh, yeah, you just climb
Yeah.
everything for the rest
Yeah.
of your life? Fuck yeah, man.
it's so good.
Immovable rods.
Set up a hammock.
So one of the coolest scenes I've ran in a game was underwater. A kingdom got shattered, put underwater. Groups going in there trying to figure out some of the evil shit that's going on with it. They get captured by, and I don't remember if it was, I think it was Sahagin. And they like get brought in front of the queen. And so they're there, and like they come into this thing, and it's like the queen is sitting there in her throne that's carved into the side. You know, everyone's underwater. They have rings of water breathing, so it's a big chamber. You know, it's 3. You know, it's not a top bottom like you're just in the middle of this chamber, which is a big cave, and there's a big hole, and at the bottom of it is carved where the throne is. But it's a sacrificial chamber, so the queen was like, "Haha!" They had got a. Like, I don't even know what to call it because it's not just a dire shark. It's a dire shark matriarch. So,
Definitely Sahagin.
so a person, let's say a person is this big. This is the cave. The shark the Sahagin lured the shark to follow them and slammed it into this trap it.
Oh, jeez.
But
a basket trap, basically.
yeah, so they trapped it, and this shark has been there forever. There's enough of a current that it stays alive, and all it does is they feed it, and it spits out babies on the other side, and they train those dire sharks to serve them. But they have to keep feeding it. So everyone's like, okay, well, here we go. And the Sahagin priestess just snaps her fingers, and everyone starts going into the mouth of the shark.
Ugh.
So I'm like, okay, you're like, here you all go. You're going into the shark. And the thief with the immovable rod is like,
Yeah.
wrap my leg backwards, shooting arrows just into this thing's gullet. And the immovable rod started moving because it's in the medium that it's in, you know, because air, whatever. But if it's in water, enough water is just moving it slowly enough because it's the medium that it's sitting in, right? It's not like locked into a huge place, but enough of everything is moving.
It's not like a plan or a lock.
Oh, right, because
Right.
the world is
The
rotating.
world is moving.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like the
So, like-
the physical thing that it is movable in is movable.
That'd be terrible if you didn't go with the Earth's rotation. You just go click, and
Yeah.
it just
Yeah.
disappears, and it's just
Also,
wreck shit
like, it just,
forever. Like,
you click that, it's like right through your face,
Are we
through
turning
everything.
it like thousands of
Thousands
miles per
of
hour?
yeah, like there's like bands across the Earth where you can't cross because there's
Yeah.
an immovable rod
right now,
somewhere
it's
on
just
this line.
destroying everything.
Yeah.
Well, it'd only be once a day.
And eventually,
Oh, yeah, because we're moving away. Yeah, you just
You
click
just see
it.
there's what is that dark red line? Like, don't we?
and eventually, like
Dude.
the planet leaves, and that thing's just sitting there in space. Like, God forbid, like the next year you come around, that thing's gonna tear through. But no, like it pulled him in. It was pulling him in slowly, or breaking his leg off. He had to choose which way he went. But the rest of the fight was in the intestines of the shark.
Is that even a fight anymore? Like,
It was
something fighting
rough.
Back?
Like it's fighting back as there's
Digested.
so there was digestion and there was constriction.
Yeah.
Like every time they attacked or anything like that, it would make everything, ooh, like get rid of this thing in here. So they just were slaughtering and cutting and all this stuff, and they eventually survived, kept each other healed, and came out the other end, where there was also now a frenzy
Of baby sharks.
of baby dire sharks because there's blood of their
Yeah.
mother coming out in all of this, plus the Sahagin trainers. Like, that was a great campaign. Great campaign.
Terrifying.
Well, level up?
Level up.
No, you do not. Mitch, take
I
us
don't think
out.
I've swung my swords.
Right? We didn't do anything physical this time. Well, thank you guys for coming. This has been another edition of
Sessions for
Wileyverse, the
that,
Spinel
yeah.
Road, where we play long-term campaign D&D 5e. We play every Sunday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time right now, but make sure you check on that because we don't adhere to the regular world's daylight savings times and stuff like that. Arizona stays solid, so right now we're Mountain Time, so we start 4 o'clock Sundays Mountain Time. If we are sponsored by Drive-Thru RPG down below, it's a great place to find source books and other such things, game manuals, all on PDF. Save yourself a bunch of money. We have some other stuff you should too. There is also a link to all of our past streams, so if you want to catch up on this story or watch some of the other stuff we do, or if you're a new guy and you want to watch some of the Wiley versus Mitch things, all that stuff's down there on the Wileyverse YouTube channel. And our merchandise is down below too, in case you want a Big W shirt that none of us are wearing, unfortunately. But we want to say thanks to Drewby and Matt Mixer for coming down, even though he's Mad Hugh now. Sippy Tango, thanks for bringing people. Booty Clap KC, thanks for talking with us and hanging out. If I missed anybody, it's nothing personal, but we appreciate you guys for coming down and,
You know
and
who you
checking
are.
us out. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye.